Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much around the world as we tune in and get set for today's discussion on Tembei TV. We appreciate all of you for making time to just join in and be part of what is happening in Kenya and the world as a whole. There is that we can't ignore what is happening. And from the look of things, there are coming up two strong narratives in the Kenyan politics: Azimio la Umoja versus the Hustler Nation narrative. And I want us tonight to look at between these two, which one carries Kenya at heart and why. And we want to dive deep and just get to the bottom of what next for Kenya as we listen to our politicians and their offers as they appeal for the vote. What should we expect if Azimio la Umoja carries the day, or what should we expect if the Hustler Nation narrative carries the day? I think the earlier we begin to interrogate this, the better, because at times we just get caught up with slogans and statements that we don't interrogate closely, and in the process we miss the underlying truth. Yes, Ben, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Hello, asante.
Yes. Uko sehemu gani? Karibu Kenya.
Niko Embakasi, fedha.
Okay, that's great. That's great to have you join us. Hali ya anga Embakasi.
Huku hakuna mvua, ni jua tu.
Sawa, inaandaa mvua ndio ishuke.
Yeah.
Okay. So kunaendaje? Tuko katika Azimio la Umoja, Hustler narrative. Hii mambo yote inakaa vipi? Hiyo ndio swala na ningependa tuzungumzie leo.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are joining, thank you so much. Around the world, please keep inviting as many to join. Today, we must get to the bottom line of every one of these slogans, because Kenyans, we've been very good in just shouting, hustler, hustler, hustler. What is hustler? What does it carry for Kenya? Azimio la Umoja, inawezekana. What is this that inawezekana? And what does Kenya stand to profit from the same? Let's get into the same and get busy into the discussion. Okay. So, Anjiri, Embakasi, mnasema ni hustler ama mnasema ni Azimio la Umoja? Kwa nini?
Embakasi. Sisi huko Embakasi ni Azimio la Umoja.
Okay. Mbona mnataka Azimio la Umoja? Sisi hatujatengana.
Huku ni kwa Babo Wido. Huku ni kwa Babo Wido.
Yeah. Okay, kule Chibim.
Yeah. Yeah.
So lazima Babo
Wido. Yeah.
Sawa. So tunangoja utupatie madai kwa nini Azimio la Umoja linahitajika Kenya na sio Hustler Nation building program. Haya.
Kwangu kwanza. Hello.
Just relax.
Kwangu kwanza.
Ngoja kwanza Ben.
Okay, kwanza.
Ben, you hold on
Yes.
to watu waingie tupeane opening statements and then tutaanza kuchangia kulingana na mada ya leo. Study, if that is your name. How are you? Shavan, are you able to get us? Shavan, you seem not to get us. Abe, if you are able to get me, your device is not well connected. Drop out and get back. Make sure you allow your phone to control the video, the camera, as well as the audio. The same goes for Moses Teaser. Your device is not well connected. You cannot be added to the studio. Please correct that and you will be added successfully. Okay. Welcome, Eli Okello. Thank you. Shavan, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Shavan, are you able to get us?
Yes.
Yes, tuambie vipi?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead. Hey.
Oh, thank you so much, Bernard.
Yes.
I've been listening. Yeah?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Okay,
thank you. I'm called. Asante basi. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiliza kwa mara nyingi, muda mwingi. Siku kadhaa huwa nikijaribu kuingia huwa nashindwa, lakini huwa nafuatilia program zote katika ukumbi huu. Nafurahia sana naona vile watu wana yani katika pande zote mbili. Watu wa UDA, upande watu wa Azimio la Umoja. Yani hali hii sawa, shwari kabisa. Basi leo hii nimeingia nitachangia kiasi basi.
Sawa, wewe subiri papo hapa utachangia. Sisi tunataka maoni ya kila Mkenya ili tuelewe. Tutaki wanasiasa watubebe ujinga kutuambia maswala turudie nyuma yao na tujui nini tunarudia. So leo lazima tutadisi hii maneno tujue mbivu na mbichi. Azimio la Umoja ni nini? Linaleta nini Kenya? Hustler Nation, what do they stand for? What are they bringing to Kenya? After that, sasa mtu ataamua anafuata mrengo kwa sababu unasimamia hiki na hiki. Sio aliambiwa aseme nyuma ya mwanasiasa. Okay, the world, we thank you as you join. Please make sure you invite somebody to join. We are here to see to it that we get a proper understanding of Kenyan politics and what it takes for us to have an informed nation that decides based on the right information, not just the lies that are being peddled by the politicians and making us believe that they really have our interest. Abe, it seems you didn't get me. You need to get out and get back again because your gadget cannot be added to the studio. Haijachukua video na audio sawa. All right. Okay, thank you. Gerald, welcome. Meoka, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana mzee, habari ya leo bwana?
Salama, nashukuru.
Nimekuwa sana, in fact niko nje ya Kenya, niko USA, nimetoka nyumbani 2 days ago.
Aha.
Yeah.
So uko fresh, umebeba Royco.
Yeah, hiyo kumbe unajua hiyo unga ya wimbi hiyo yote omena.
Sasa mnafanya export bila kutumia license. Ndio mlipi taxes.
Yeah, unajua ni ujanja. Zile bagi mbili tunaambiwanga tubebe free. Sasa unajua hapo unapitisha nguo 2 3 halafu unga unabeba yote kutoka Kisii. Anyway, mimi ni mzee wa Azimio. la Umoja. Nimekuwa na baba tangu, in fact hata nilicontest wakati mulikuwa na mambo ya councillor 207 Eldoret. Yeah, so mimi tangu siku hiyo nimekuwa confused. Baba siku moja tu ataongoza. Though nimekuja mara mbili napanda ndege nakuja kupigia baba kura. Though this time nakuja kusherekea cause hii ninaona already amechukua. Hii next time tu nakuja kusherekea. 2017 nikapanda ndege nikakuja, mambo ikaenda vile ilienda. 2013 nikafanya the same thing, mambo ikaenda. Sasa sisi ni wale kabisa wenye tunaamini. Ukiona mtu anajitolea mpaka anapanda ndege, na si ati ni mchezo ati nakujanga mambo ya vacation ama nini. Huo anachukua na nunua ticket na kuja kupigia Raila kura. Ya ile mambo amefanya, ile kutupigania ametupigania. Yes.
Sawa. Thank you very much, everyone. I want to discuss the merits, the demerits of each side, and what does Kenya stand to gain. From there, we will be able to let the world know why we support what we support. Na ningependa kila mmoja tuheshimiane, tutumie lugha safi kwa sababu tunafuata na watu wengi, na kuna mikakati na sheria ambazo lazima tuweke ili hii channel ikae hapa. YouTube pia wanatarajia lugha ile tunatumia ikuwe safi. Kwa hivyo tusisahau kwamba tuko Kamkunji, tuelewe kwamba tuko kwa international platform and we should carry ourselves as required. So Ben ndo alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kufika hapa, na Roy, vipi, karibu kwa show. Thank you for showing up. I want us to get down into the business of tonight. Raila's Azimio la Umoja and William Ruto's Hustler Nation narrative. Who represents Kenya's interest and why? We are faced with, this is a quote from yesterday's communication, Eaters and Reformists. What does Kenya need in her leadership now? Cooks or farmers? Consumption or production? So let's get down to business. Ben, mchango wako, wewe unaona hii mambo iko vipi?
Yeah. Actually, mimi kwangu vile nilivyopambia huko Embakasi ni Azimio la Umoja. Na actually kwangu mimi mwenyewe mimi kwangu ni Oka. Hii inatoka upande wa Oka, na pale nilipo ni Azimio la Umoja. And so kwangu najua you go by the majority.
Sasa wewe
huko vile nimesema
na unasimamia Azimio la Umoja.
Unajua huku majority ni Azimio la Umoja.
Okay, sasa wewe unaona Azimio la Umoja lina faida gani kwa Kenya, ama ni mchezo tu tunachewa?
Mimi kwangu Azimio la Umoja liko na faida kidogo, sababu hiyo inaleta amani, na pia unajua Raila Raila Odinga
Sorry, we lost him. Probably he'll come back and proceed from where he left. Eli Okello is still loading. Gerald Yakubu, how are you? General Yakubu, sorry. General Yakubu.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay.
Niko poa kabisa, labda wewe? Yes.
Mimi iko mzima, nasubiri maoni yako. Hii mambo yanaenda vipi?
Mimi naogemea. Mimi niko naegemea upande wa hustler. Nadhani Wakenya hatuna shida na Azimio la Umoja. No Kenyan is in war. What Kenyans need is food on the table, school fees for their children, and a working economy. Hii maneno ya Azimio la Umoja sijui ina maana gani kwa manufaa ya kijana ule hana kazi. So tukisema bottom up economy, sorry?
Endelea. Hii unasema hustler nation. Hustler nation inamaanisha inji ya aina gani? Yaani tubadilishe Kenya ikuwe hustler nation.
Hustler nation tunasema inchi ambayo kila mmoja anafanya kazi. Haijalishi unafanya kazi gani, mradi unaleta riziki na haujaumiza mtu yoyote ama haujanyang'anya mtu yoyote. So hiyo ndio inchi tunataka. So kuliko tukue na kuna haja gani niko na amani na nalala njaa? Ama kuna haja gani kuna amani na sijalipa school fees? Na pia hatuko kwa vita yenye tunahitaji amani. We are in peace, We interact with everyone every day despite penye tunatoka tujui ni wapi, lakini sisi tuko tu sawa. So the hustler narrative inauzika, inakubalika. I think it is the way to go.
Yaani wewe unachukia Kenya Bureau of Standards? Umeshafunga sawa. Okay, let's hear from it is first come first served, but we give preference to the ladies. McKenna, how are you? Please unmute and talk. Unmute fast. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Kabisa, endelea.
Yes, this is my first time on this platform. Habari zenyu nyinyi wote?
Nzuri, tunashukuru. Karibu sana.
Asante. First and foremost, I'm calling on Kenyans to get out there and take their wajiandikishe as voters. This is the only way we as Kenyans can voice ourselves out there. It doesn't matter how many rallies we attend. At the end of the day, we need to vote, And besides that, I want to remind Kenyans also that our country is beautiful. Even with the differences that we have politically, we must not forget how beautiful our country is. We must learn to embrace our diversities. We are tribes for a reason. Each tribe is unique in its way. And as Kenyans, or Kenya as a country, really is one blessed place. I'm actually abroad, and it's I would say I'm privileged really to watch or to view my country from the outside, Yes, and now I just joined, so I didn't know what the conversation was. It's also the campaign period. I think the campaigns are here. And what I'm asking Kenyans out there is that just reminding them that we must not fight, no matter what. No matter who you're supporting today, remember that at the end of the day, after August, that day that we are voting, our lives continue, kawaida, And from where I sit, I resonate with the hustler team, and so the hustlers that are with me, ladies out there, people that are with me here on this platform. Anyway, at the end of the day, really doesn't matter who you support. We as Kenyans, really, we know our problems. It all begins with us, even before it goes out there to the politicians, or it all begins with us. And I think that's all I have for today, since it's my first time here. That's it. Wacha nisikize wenzangu sasa.
Okay, thank you, McKenna. You're welcome to this platform, and we are happy that you are here, and you are making your contribution to a better care. That's why we're here. So you're welcome. Listen out to the conversation, and you are free to share your views later after you've gotten the.
Thank you so much. All right.
All right. Now let's go to, I think, Roy. Roy, tell us, VP Mambo.
Good evening, Bernard and everyone. This is also my first time here, and I'm logged in from, I'm outside Kenya, and I'm happy to join this platform. Yesterday, I just followed up what it was about yesterday, and I quickly rushed to see whether I can get a chance for today. I think for me, ningesema I think the discussion is about Azimio la Umoja ama Hustler Nation. Mimi kulingana na mimi, I think I don't think we should be talking about whether it is Hustler Nation or Azimio la Umoja, because we just need to look at who is fronting each and ask ourselves, who are they? One, let us go to Hustler Nation, fronted by William Ruto and the UDA. UDA is just a branch of Jubilee that has run away from their failure. So they have rebranded, same monkeys in a different forest. We all know that Jubilee has messed our country 2013, 2017, up to now. So with that, those guys, we have tried them. They have failed us. I don't think when you play, for example, kama ni mpira, ukichezesha mchezaji na achezi vizuri, unampiga sub. Ukimpiga sub, yule ameingia kama achezi vizuri, si yule ulitoa unamrudisha mwingine. So Jubilee is non-negotiable, UDA is non-negotiable. Those guys are tried and tested. They have messed us. They are supposed to quit. If Uhuru is leaving power, he must leave with his people. William Ruto, those guys out. So the discussion should be, is it Azimio la Umoja? Is it Oka? Is it Fagia Wote? Is it any other person who is not Jubilee, UDA, and all that group of people? So for me, I will support Azimio la Umoja for only one reason. Raila Odinga has been here only to save us. At any given time, I've seen him in national politics. He is there to save our asses. When we are in trouble, that is the time he comes in. So if it is about going to 2022, Raila Odinga is here to save this nation. That is my point, according to me. So I will really want Kenyans to reason when they are going to 2022 elections. Know who has already failed. Don't bring that person to the field again. Let them go out. Bring someone else. See how that person will fare. Yesterday, I was happy with there's a gentleman who said these people should tell us how they will do things, not what they will do. UDA are in power as Jubilee. They should be showing us what they are doing so that we can elect them based on what they are doing, or send them out based on what they have not done. They are already there. They have the chance. We have given them a lot of it. So if they are not solving the problems of Kenyans, then they have nothing to tell us. Any sitting government should never campaign on promises. It must campaign on track record. I have done A, B, C, D. Please give me 5 years to do E, F, G, H. But if you have not done A, why do you tell us you want to do F? It's not possible. It's not possible. You are lying. Get out of the field. Give other people a chance. And I because I hope I will get another chance going forward, I would like to leave it there.
Definitely, you will get another chance. Thank you very much. I appreciate your submission. Let's keep it brief. We usually give our submission 3 to 5 minutes, so let's play within that. And
Okay.
you are free to express yourself. Just make sure that your language is civil, no hurling of insult. And the people behind the curtain, we want the screen to brighten up, so we'll soon begin to execute the bylaw. If you can't show your face, we drop you. So if you must be behind the curtain is okay. But if you don't have to, is we want to see faces so that we know who is talking to us and why do they want to talk to us the way they are talking to us. Thank you. Let's hear from there is this RMJ.
Habari jamani.
Salama, vipi?
Salama. Mimi ni mTZ lakini I'm so interested in your politics. So I would like to point a couple of few things, especially the one you're discussing today. Hustler Nation or Azimio la Umoja.
Yes.
Paul, let me try to speak about Hustler Nation. Let me start with the Hustler Nation. Yeah, the slogan has managed to catch a lot of, let me say, those youngsters. But when you bring you try to take it into practical, I don't think it's going to be something you can tell someone how you're going to do it. That's the only thing I can see. The young ones, they're coming forward, celebrating Hustlers Party. If you ask them, how do you think it's going to be done? First of all, anybody who has been in school, has been in high school, unis, when you come to economics, that is one of something which most of the time is kind of like a theoretical things. But in practice, it's something, it depends on someone who has got some really, really hard decision in order to make sure that he achieves certain promises. But that person who's trying to sell the slogan of Hustler Nation, what is the track record he has got to make sure that he'll be able to achieve whatever he's trying to promise the country? For me, I can't see anything. You know what I mean? First of all, I would like for you guys to tell anybody here to tell me what went wrong between him and his boss. That's where I need to understand, first of all. Because the boss can't turn around against him and say, now I'm not supporting you. So it means there's a lot behind that curtain. Yamefichika huko nyuma. That's exciting for Hustler Nation. Let's go back to the Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja is something which, I don't know, it's something which has started, let's say, probably 2 weeks ago. But the way it's picking up and the way people are managing to join the Azimio la Umoja is something which Kenya needs big time. Because Kenya, your problem is ukabila. You guys were a great country, and people, they fought for you big time. But the ones they fought for you, this kind of freedom you have it now, the youngster ones, they can't understand how this freedom came from. They can hear the Hustler slogan and think this is the way forward. But the people, they stood for that freedom, which you have now. We are struggling with that kind of single ruling party back home. We can't take them down. But one day, one person back in the day decided, no way, I don't want to be selfish. I have to raise my hands up and say someone is enough, huyu anatosha, to make sure that I dismantle Kanu. So that man who decided to say, I dismantle Kanu, is the guy who has got a track record. He has done a lot for that country. And I'm pretty sure the guy, whatever is trying to preach it, always he has got a backup and to come to tell you how I will do it. He came with the 6,000. I can see youngsters, they can't understand that the 6,000 is preaching. Where is it coming from? They think it's just for the youth who hasn't got job. No. That's his thinking for the people, vulnerable families. There's some people they can't go, they can't have a meal. So he's thinking about those families. As I say, I'll support this family with the 6,000. But he said, how is he gonna do it? He's gonna do the cut for his ministry. So he's mentioned like 25% cut. And I'm pretty sure the guy is a big follower of late Magufuli approaches. The guy is gonna, hayo mashimo yote yakuwa ya corruption, anaenda kuziba yote. That's why I'm sure Kenyans, a lot of people, they didn't want him at the beginning because they knew he's a radical guy. But the way now I can see the country is coming together is try to accept it, because I'm pretty sure Ukabila things now is a bit, I know the Kikuyu will forgive me. The Kikuyu ones, they can see they haven't got anybody in front now. So the only way, this is the only person. So if this is the only card they have got into the ballot, the guy, I'm pretty sure that's why he came with the Azimio la Umoja, to make sure that, first of all, he tried to bring everybody on board. This country can't progress if everyone is not on board. We'll carry on bringing these Ukabila things, which will never gonna go anywhere. I can't say he's gonna manage to kill Ukabila, but with his approach, he's trying to make sure that everybody is coming on board. Once you get everybody on board, I think that is the best start for him to try to implement a couple of things. So that's why he's saying to make sure that the country comes with the Umoja, Uchumi Bora, those kind of, all those U's he's trying to mention it. All the U's are the only things which the country is lacking now. Because most of the time, and especially after he tried to explain how is he going to do in terms of the 6,000 to give in each month. I think, I don't know if it's some expertise from his team, they try to elaborate it. How is he going to do it? He mentioned one thing. He's trying to change the politics of Kenya. You Kenyans, we've got the politics of that. Those people, they just come with a vehicle. I know that I'm going to be elected. They just look around, which side should I go? Just for the sake of a political to be elected. So he's trying to change, even he mentioned he's trying to change the Kenyans' politics to make sure that people, they have that power to make sure that it's not a matter of, I listen, Hustler Nation or Azimio la Umoja just singing on the road. Try to understand which person will be helping you. So that kind of scenario as well he has put forward. He said, I'm trying to work out and change the Kenyans' politics. So that is another thing which you guys, you have to work on it, because your politics is all about like is a Arsenal or Manchester United sometimes, because the people, they don't just want to make sure they put the right people who are really focusing to help them or to help the country. So when in terms of these two things, in terms of the slogan Azimio la Umoja and the Hustler Nation, for me, I'll back it. I'll back the Ida, because I can see the person who has got track record and is able to bring everybody on board to make sure that he succeed or take from from Uhuru Kenyatta and to move the country the way forward. And another thing you have to listen to recall our first president, Hayati Nyerere. He said we have to avoid the people who are real rushing so quick to the State House. You have to ask yourself, muogope mtu anayekimbilia ikulu sana. Muogope kama ukoma. So you have to be careful. That's my only remarks. I have to put it now. Probably if I get another time in the future, I'll try to put my remarks.
Okay. Thank you, RMJ. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate you. That is very enriching, and we are happy that we are being watched all around the world, and our neighbors are with us, even as we work out our politics. Let's go to James has dropped out. Karanja. Karanja upo?
Nipo.
Azimio la Umoja, Hustler Nation. Kenya vipi?
Hustler Nation. Tuko ngangari kabisa.
Aha. So Kenya inafaidika nini na Hustler Nation?
Unajua kwa Hustler Nation kila mtu atajidepend na yeye. Si ati ni mambo ya kupewa 6k per month. Sisi tunataka kupewa pesa. Tunataka tujifanyie kazi tupate pesa. Si kwa bilioni 200 kwa siku.
Sio kazi mwanzo saa hii. Hiyo kazi mwanzo saa hii. Msianze kesho, siku mko na nafasi, mwanzo saa hii.
Unajua hata saa hii tuko kazi.
Tito, subiri pale. Ngoja kwanza. Kila mtu mute. Order everybody. Thank you. Karanja.
Yes.
Wewe unaona inji itasonga mbele wakati
inchi itaenda mbele kabisa. Unajua sasa tunataka vijana watatupeleka mbele kabisa.
Vijana wanafanya nini?
Watatupeleka mbele. Unajua tukiwa na serikali mzuri mpaka maisha hapa chini itakuwa mzuri.
So Uhuru na Ruto hawakuwa vijana?
Walikuwa vijana lakini kuna niliingilia hapo katikati, hatutaki kuongea sana. Lakini serikali ilikuwa mzuri. So kuna shida iliingilia hapo katikati, hiyo hatutaki kuongea sana saa hii. Sasa hivi tuko katika Azimio la Umoja.
Mimi Karanja nataka uniconvince kwamba Hustler Nation ndio inafaa Kenya kwa sababu nikikuangalia umekuwa Kenya kwa miaka kadhaa. Na unajua Kenya ya Moi, Kenya ya Kibaki, Kenya ya Uhuru. Okay? Nini kinachofanya Hustler Nation ifae sana katika hii nchi wakati huu na wakati sasa hivi kila mtu analia?
Yes, sasa kila mtu analia, hatukatai. Na ni ile serikali tuko nayo. Na ni mambo ya COVID ilifanya sana tukuje tulie venye tunalia. Lakini unajua hii haitaishi milele. Inajua very soon president atatoa mambo ya curfew. At least tufanye business throughout the day and night. So hii mambo ya kulia itakuja kuisha. Lakini sasa hapa kwa bottom up venye tutakuja kuinua mpaka mkulima wa pale chini, hiyo ndio sahi. Ile ndio nini iko sahi, na ndio sahi kila mtu mpaka Raila mwenyewe ameacha mambo ya TBM na TRR. Sasa yeye anaongelea kuhusu mkulima wa kawaida. Na hiyo ndio tunataka conversation yenye itakuwa Kenya. Venye kila mtu atakuja kubadilisha maisha yake. Najua ukiwa na serikali mzuri, maisha itaendelea mzuri. Na ikiendelea vizuri tax itapatikana. Na nchi yetu itaweza kujidepend.
Sitaki kuchimba sana na naomba tuachie hapo, lakini tegea hapo tunarudi round nyingine utanieleza kwa kina, kwa sababu nimekuwa kwa hii platform nimeuliza hiyo swali ya bottom up, nimeelezewa mpaka niko karibu kuchanganyikiwa, lakini naomba tutegea. Abe.
Yes. Good evening everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
We are fine. We are fine. So yangu kumi yako kumi is not a democracy that we fought for so many years. Let's start from there. Then secondly, the reason why, okay, I'm a youth, but the reason why I'm not supporting these youths that you are alleging, it's because of one. I believe that whatever an old man can see when seated, even if Karanja climbs the highest top of the tree, he won't see. That's why he's talking about the Hustler Nation and all that. Now I can get back to the handshake. I'm happy that whatever happened yesterday, well, I think we brought another handshake with the other side that has been thinking that we left them out. Actually, we didn't leave them out. The only thing that was happening is that as Azimio la Umoja, we were scared away from that area because of the bloggers and any other person that existed. So it has been difficult for us to get to the other side, the Rift Valley. But yesterday they confirmed that even them, they are really suffering. I mean, somebody cannot allege to be empowering the youth, and at the same time he's planted his maize in Congo, and he's left the farmers around his place suffering. He's discouraged them from planting maize. You mean we cannot be saying that he's trying to empower the youth? Then you tell the youth that now that you've graduated, now I can give you a wheelbarrow. No, that is not what we are looking for in Kenya right now. We are really looking for a situation whereby I can be having something like around 6,000 shillings in my pocket, so that even if I have a small idea about a business, I can use it to sponsor my business. I don't need a wheelbarrow. You don't really have to give me a wheelbarrow. Then finally, because I still know I'll have some time, finally, I think ni Azimio la Umoja. We are heading there. We are all there. And people like Karanja who are still deluded about the Hustler Nation, they still cannot define the Hustler Nation, what Hustler Nation mean, really. And if you look at sometimes we decide to go back and check even what the meaning of hustler, and it is really, it's a cake. So do you want to associate with that kind of person who believes in stealing, in prostitution, in all that? So that is what hustler means. And if it is anything to go by, then we cannot support that kind of person. Thank you. That's my opening statement.
Okay, thank you, Abe. We appreciate you, and keep it here. Let us share. We must have a better Kenya after we have better conversations.
Yes.
I want us to hear from Tito briefly. At least kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kusema, ya kukohoa, alafu ndio tutaingia kwa mambo yenyewe. Tito, vipi? Unmute kwanza officer.
Thank you so much to give me this opportunity. It's very, very rare to get this opportunity to talk to people, to talk to Kenyans, and I'm really very happy. I appreciate so much. As you welcome me to this platform, I'm very happy. Why? I'm talking just like a youth, and then also I'm old man. Also, I'm old. Mimi nimeona Kenyatta partly kidogo. Moi akianza nilikuwa niko, lakini sikuwa nisingemjua. Kibaki amenipata. The really things that I want to put across, hawa watu wote wa siasa kabisa wote 90% wamekuwa molded with Raila. Which means Raila anajua kila mtu sasa hivi. Tukiongea hivi tunaongea. Kenya, Raila anajua kona zote, pila zote zile zimewekwa picot za Kenya. Raila anajua kona yote. Shida zile tuko nazo, huyu jamaa anasielewa kiasi. Sioni mtu mwingine akiwa kwa government mwenye anajua Kenya vile inakaa kuliko Raila. This suffering pale zinatokelezea akawea nani mwenye anatukosi tukihangaika hivi. Apart from corona. Tuko na watu wanatufanya tunahangaika.
Yes.
Tuko nje vile tuko hivi, tunajua Kenya yetu inaendeshwa vibaya, driver ni wabaya. Wamekongesha kwa mawe, tuko na puncture na wanaambia watu wengine watengeneze hiyo puncture, sio wao. Nao ndio wamekongesha. Tuko na shida mahali. Madeni simekuwa mingi. Sijui nani atalipa. So, Kenya imefika mahali tunasatoroka. Tukimbie mbio tuiwacha hapo, lakini sasa unajua hakuna bali tunakimbilia, bali tunaenda tunaambiwa rudi kwenu kwa sababu mmeharibu. Rudi kwenu mmeharibu. So the only thing that I'm supporting the old man, baba ile kitu iko, baba amesimama na mtu wa kawaida. Sasa watu wameanza
kujitoa. Ambia RMJ akualike.
Watu wameanza kujitoa chusi wakisema sasa wanaanza kushughulikia binadamu wa chini kawaida mwenye anaumia. Hii miaka sote wamekuwa. tukienda kwa barabara wako tu, tukitaka kufanya hivi wanasuia. Sasa hizi ndio wameona kumekuwa wa maana sana, ndio sasa tuanze kushughulikiwa. Sasa hivi tumeumia zaidi. Sasa sisi hatutaki kushughulikiwa. Wacha mwenye alikuwa akiendelea kushughulika aendelee kushughulikia, tupe opportunity, ila ametafuta kwa muda mrefu, tuone nini atapatilisha, at least tukuwe na maisha, at least ile yenye atafanya tuone na macho, kwa sababu amelia hii chance sana kutusaidia, kutuokoa. The other thing, just remember that, angalia marafiki wale wa watu wenye wanataka president, alafu mjue nani kupopular nje anasafuta watu wengi wakuja wa visit Kenya. Ujue kitambo sisi tulikuwa tunasema Mkenya akikuja nyumbani, kuku ikichinjwa tutafurahia kwa sababu tutakula, tutakunywa supu, tutafanya nini, kwa sababu Mkenya akienda sisi tuko na furaha. Hawa watu wote nani anaenda investors kutoka nje wakuja wa invest Kenya, watu tupate kazi, at least watu maisha yaendelee. Unajua Mkenya akikuja kwa boma, wenyeji wanafurahia, unasema mwenyeji apone. So ukisunguka Raila utapata kuna marafiki wengi, ukisunguka Raila utapata kuna watu wanampenda kutoka nje, kwa sababu ya nini? Kufight kwa binadamu wa kawaida. Lakini watu wanapiga kelele, waulize kelele wanapigia nje hapa ndani peke yake Kenya, ama wanatokanga nje pia wakipiga hii kelele wanapiga? Wanatuambia si ndio, wanatuambia tu. Lakini hata ukiwa na rafiki anajua nikitembelea Kenya ndakuwa salama, ndakuwa na uhakika nimeenda mahali pazuri. Papa peke yake anawapatia hope. Sasa pale nimefikia, kama mtu uwesiona Papa atakupatia hope kwa maisha yako, I'm so sorry. Endelea kufuata hustle nation, alafu tuone hope yako itakuwa ni wapi. Mara ya mwisho ujue wheelbarrow ikitolewa mkuu utakuwa unatumia nini? Kwa sababu ni mkuu mmoja tu, haina miguu mbili. Wheelbarrow inakuwa na mkuu mmoja. Ikitolewa mguu utakuwa unasukuma wapi, kienda wapi, ukifanya biashara gani? Kwa sababu watakupatia wheelbarrow na watoe mguu. Sasa tuishi hiyo maisha ya kutoa mguu haiko, uko na wheelbarrow uweke kwa ukuta. Sasa hapo tutakuwa tumemalizwa kabisa. Hao ni watoto wametoka shule, wapewe wheelbarrow, itolewe mkuu, tuwekwa. Tutaanza kuchapwa kwa maboma kwa sababu hatuchafanya ile kitu inafaa kufanyika. Tungefaa kupiga kura, tupate mtu anatusaidia, watoto wakimaliza shule wapate kazi. Lakini tutakaa na watoto wa kwanza wakaanza kukunywa kitutuanga si wenyewe. Kwa sababu ya nini? Hatukufanya haki yenye ilikuwa inahitajika. Tupigie mtu anahitajika kuwa kwa uongozi, atusaidie kwa maisha, asaidie vizazi vichazo. You know, we have a future generation. Better people, better life, good voting, be wise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tito. Thank you, Tito. Thank you. I'm happy that you are painting a picture. Somebody will live here with an understanding that wheelbarrow iko na mguu moja na mguu kijasolewa inabaki inakuwa mzigo, haikui machine tena. So very happy to get that. Now we're going to hear from Tisa, and then Tom, James, then Ayaga, in that order. Tisa, vipi?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
I'm
go
back.
ahead. Azimio la Umoja, Hustler Nation, ni ipi nasaidia inji na kivipi?
I'm happy to see everyone. But again, I'm very happy to see James. James impressed me the other day, but again, I think atapata nafasi aongee. I'll start by really, I want to talk to Karanja. Karanja said something, but I think he's still there. I just want to answer Karanja and then I'll come back again. Aslan, the narrative that is actually being peddled or driven by one William Samoei Ruto, our deputy president, is not bad, but it can never help anybody who is serious. It is a political narrative meant to hoodwink Kenyans into voting for people who have got no plans. William Ruto is still the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, enjoying the state like this, drawing salary, and actually he is in government. William Ruto has got his ministers allied to him still serving in the cabinet. and they attend cabinet meetings. Cabinet meetings, that is actually where policies are drawn. That's where policies are discussed. If Ruto has good plans for this country, that is where it should be. Actually, I love somebody there who said that Ruto is in government. It's like a government campaigning on promises that I will do this. This gentleman should tell us what he has done and ask Kenyans to add him more time to do more. But this gentleman is telling us that they have failed, but still he wants 10 good years to keep on failing. Because this is somebody who is in the government as we speak, but has never, ever talked about this as a narrative until it dawned on him that 2022 is around the corner and therefore it should be running. This is somebody who is actually part and parcel of the mess we are in today. Remember, between 2013 and 2017, the government started failing from 2013. We all know all the scandals that we faced between 2013 and 2017. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya promised youth jobs, 1 million jobs a year. He has not even delivered one, and is now coming up with other narrative. He's now coming up with bottom-up economy that they cannot even explain if you corner them. So these are people who have realized that Kenyans love listening to lies. It is upon Kenyans now to decide what they want with their lives. If they want somebody to be coming with lies every day, but has got no agenda for them, they can still go on and choose him. Two, my friend talked about the 6K that Raila Odinga is talking about. One thing that I've realized is that nobody in Tanga is understanding this 6K. Nobody's understanding. I heard Ruto today is calling it an handout. It is sad to hear Ruto talking about handout in trying to actually paint Raila Odinga as a man of handout, when we all know who gives handout. Raila is actually talking about something that has been done in South Africa. The government is actually rolling the same program. The disabled, single mom, and of course those who are vulnerable are given money monthly. It is happening in South Africa, which is part of Africa. Canada, the same. Australia, the same. So we are not talking something out of isolation. It is something that can be done. Very last, I really wonder, and I ask myself a simple question. What is it that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya wants 5 more years for that he could not do with the 9 years? We all know, because they are now telling us that the deputy is not part of the government. A total lie. If you are not a part of the government, what you do, you resign, and then we see you talking about the government when you are outside, or rather talking against the government when you are outside. But you cannot purport to be saying that the government has failed and you are part and parcel of that government. You all remember that the day Keter was actually removed from the Ministry of Energy, that is when the deputy came out and said there are cartels in that ministry. Before then, there was no issue with that. For the simplest reason, Keter was his man in that ministry. But now Keter was removed, the ministry is now full of cartels. Ruto can never fight for anything. My brothers and sisters, if we compare Ruto and Raila Odinga today, if you mention the name Raila Odinga, you think about liberation. If you think about Raila Odinga, you think about transformation. If you think about Raila Odinga, you think about democracy. But whenever you mention the name Ruto, you think about someone who fought devolution. You mention the name Ruto, you think about a propagandist who will lie day in, day out, and wing people into believing that he can serve them, and he cannot do it. With all due respect, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto cannot bring change in this country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tisa. We appreciate your contribution. Let's go straight to Tom. Is it Tom?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. I'm loving the conversation, and I also appreciate the fact that we have somebody from a different country here who seems to be well versed with the political situation in our country. So that is good. I think it was RMJ. I like that. So we have Azimio la Umoja, and then we have bottom up. I think my view is that bottom up in itself is still quite incoherent. Most of those who believe in the bottom up agenda or the hustler narrative are unable to explain it. It sounds quite populist, and we've had leaders before who have come and ridden on the populist wave and ascended into presidency. Case in point, Donald Trump, who came in and disrupted the status quo and eventually became president. But we've had also other populists who became president but eventually turned against the very people who led them into the presidency. So the problem with bottom up is that as an intellectual, as people who have gone to school, it is, I think William Ruto has been able to get well-known economists like David D and other people on his side. And up to now, it is quite unfortunate that none of them has been able to come out clearly and explain what the bottom-up economics actually means. That is why you see, I've seen in the comment section that it is appealing more to the Form 4 leavers and the young kids who just finished school recently, because it's quite incoherent. How do you explain? How does money get from the bottom and go to the top? What are the interventions that you're going to use to target the bottom? Because the bottom is like majority of Kenyan, 80% of the Kenyans are at the bottom. Which strategies are you going to use to target the people at the bottom? At least Raila Odinga has come out and said we are going to give 6,000 to the vulnerable and the poor. That is a strategy to get to the people at the bottom. But on the other side, you say Raila is talking about tokenism. At the same time, you're the one who is giving out tokens in forms of finances and in terms of wheelbarrows and all that. So I think it is quite incoherent. And if you sit down with, I've sat down with a lot of UDA supporters and Ruto supporters, and none of them has been able to explicitly explain what the bottom-up agenda means. It's quite difficult to explain, honestly speaking. If you are to decide that I'm going to give these people the benefit of doubt, I am going to assume that all my political affiliations and listen keenly, you will not get. And even if you listen to the politicians, it's very difficult for them, even themselves, to explain what the bottom-up agenda means. So it's difficult. And then another thing is that, what does the hustler narrative stand for? What is their stand on unemployment? What is their position on corruption, which is a big issue? What is their position on things like job creation and the loans that Kenya is having? What is their position on the economy? So there are so many things that they have not come out clearly to speak about, that Raila seems to be offering an alternative to them. And the Azimio la Umoja, I wouldn't also give it. One thing I would give to it is that it seems to be gaining attraction to the extent that the numbers they are getting are really quite impressive, and the numbers appear to be organic. They don't seem like they are necessarily mobilized to a large extent. So I would give them that. But I also love the fact that Raila is coming out with sort of slogans like, Moja, and those things that he's talking about, which at least you can quantify. And And he goes ahead to explain. And I like the fact that whenever he goes to a place, he goes and says that, like he was in Isiolo, and he says that in Isiolo will build a dam. He was in Eldoret, and he's talked about Eldoret being a food basket, and these are the interventions he will make when he comes there, which is different from Ruto, who goes to different places and all he speaks about is, BBI, mnataka BBI, ama mnataka this, you want katiba, he doesn't really appeal to the individual needs of the different area he goes into. But I think it will be interesting to see what will happen once Raila actually declares his position to vie for presidency, because as at now, we're just assuming he's going to. Of course, I know he will vie, but the Azimio la Umoja in itself is a good thing because it offers him a platform. As I conclude, it offers him a platform to come out and reinvent himself. But of course, I don't believe that he's doing it to unite Kenyans. I think that is a strategy, but I don't think in itself it's a unity call. But it's a good strategy anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your submission. I would want to take to you why you think it's not a unity program. But subiri hapo hapo narudi. Naomba tumsikilize Karanja kwanza, sorry, James kwanza, and then we'll come to interrogate you why you think is a ploy than a serious Azimio. Azimio tu, wazee wamekutana wakakubaliana, wewe. James, go ahead. And,
good evening.
Good evening, James. Just 1 minute housekeeping. Just a moment. Housekeeping. If you are not speaking, your mic must be muted, because if it's on, it brings feedback that irritates, especially those people with the earphone. Inaleta shida sana. Na wale wanasikia hawasikii, the audibility is not clear. Number 2, while you're waiting to speak, please share the link with your friends so that they join to watch from wherever they are. Don't just sit and wait for your turn. While you're waiting for your turn, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to watch so that we can speak to the nation as a whole, not just a segment of the nation. Thank you very much. James, go ahead.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Azimio and Hasla. I want first to dispense off with Hasla. Hasla actually is just a cheap food harvesting gimmick. It is vacuous, and that's why those who are trumpeting it cannot explain to the public exactly what it is and how they will do it. Each has its own definition. And particularly, what I would want you to note is that this is resonating mostly around the Mount Kenya region, where there has always been that problem of landlessness and desperation among the youth. It's that part of the country where you are going to find that narrative getting much traction. Elsewhere, I don't think it is such deep. The normal traditional voting patterns will largely apply. So for me, I don't think I have any time to discuss it, because even those who brought it up have not really convinced anyone that it is something worth talking about. Azimio la Umoja is, I would say it is a testament of political genius of Raila Odinga. You know that BBI, was derailed by the judicial system, and actually Azimio la Umoja is a continuation of BBI, because what BBI was about, it was about inclusiveness and unity. So he's just trying to push through what he has always been pushing through, although using a different term, but this time a term that can be digested very fast by the common man down there. According to the Vision 2030, those who have read about it, there are several pillars. And there is a social pillar, there is an economic pillar, there is also the political pillar. One of the greatest problems that we have had is how to fix our political system. Our political superstructure has been having a big problem, because even if we were to talk about the democracy as practiced in the West, we have a system here where communities feel that if they are not within the structures of government, they feel excluded, and that fact cannot be ignored. Which then means even the kind of situation we have today, we're trying to solve it through the 50+1, requirement in our elections, but it seems not to have really cured the problem that we have had throughout. That some sections of the country, some communities, we always feel that they are disadvantaged because mothers within their boundaries have not given to as many children as possible, so that they can have as many votes as possible, so that they can win a national leadership. So what is the way forward? The way forward is what was being proposed, that maybe it is not asking for so much to try to bring an inclusive system which will calm down the tensions and maybe bring down that do or die kind of a situation that we normally faced with every 5 years, which actually destroys our economy. But you see, drumming up some of these things in some of people, even who have gone to school, is becoming very difficult. That even who are to contest heavily on elections, and you win, and half of the country is not with you, or they feel disadvantaged, whether the elections were stolen or not, then that is itself a big problem. So some countries have had this problem, but what they have found the way around it is through finding a way of trying to accommodate the others and assuage their fears. We have had a political history here in Kenya where the person who gets power seems to favor those the background where he comes from in terms of very many things, including resources and government possessions. So how do you now remove that feeling among other communities that they are not disadvantaged when they see that one of their own is not accommodated somewhere where you can negotiate for them? So for me, I think once we are able to fix the political superstructure, once we are able to calm down the political tension that comes and attends to our country every 5 years, we will have made a milestone that now we will give way to sustainable development, and people's energies will now be focused to creative economy. We will no longer be thinking, what if Ruto takes over? What if Kikuyu now wins again? What if Akarejin takes over? These feelings, they will not go away now, because that's the way we are Africans. It is not only about Kenya. When you look around the African continent, you are going to find countries that have now become trapped in that vicious circle of ethnic profiling and ethnic fights. We have Southern Sudan here, where the two bulls cannot agree. They are forced to agree by international community. You go to Ethiopia, you are finding the Tigray, who have been in power for such a long time. Now they are saying they can't be under an Oromo. So these things, it's only that we sometimes go out there and bring up systems that cannot fit within our sociocultural orientations as African countries. So we have to grow our own type of democracy where people feel less represented, where rights are respected, where communities are respected, and each is given equal opportunity. Even the TESO, who are a small community, or the Digo at the coast, will feel that they have a chance of getting it through to the executive in the country. As per now, they can't even try. So you can also imagine these are Kenyans who are in the same country, but they can't even try because they know they can't win because of the manner in which we pray about our politics. So let us not pretend here who we are. We first must accept who we are and then work around it to bring a more calm, a more inclusive, a more understandable community where everybody feels included and is worth. There is nothing as bad as feeling worthless in your own country, where you see others, making decisions about your life, but you are not included there in that structure. You just have to wait. It is a very helpless situation that we have to address. And I think Azimio la Umoja is just one step. And by the way, I think I have heard the Doyen promise that that is what you take up immediately. It takes power. That reggae will have to you will have to research. There will be a resurgence of reggae, and the issues that are to be addressed will have to be addressed. That's a very good thing. That's progressive. That's where we should be going. We should not just be cheating youth here with a few handouts. You go and give 400 youths 1 million shillings and tell them that you are boosting their business. That's a joke. That's a big joke. Or giving them wheelbarrows. I don't know to do what in the 21st century. When you have invested so heavily in our education system. By the way, our budget, quite a huge chunk goes to education. So it's a big joke when you now come up with the rudimentary systems of production, which do not tie up with the kind of investment that we have made in our education system. I think, Bernard, let me stop there for now. And if anybody is free to challenge what I have said.
Thank you, James. You have done well. We appreciate your input. We really want the nation to know what is true so that they make informed decisions. So debunking the lies is part and parcel of why we're here. Right now, people should be going to bed, but we are staying awake to see to it that a better Kenya emerges out of these discussions. So let's cheer up and let's make it happen by all means. And like I said, as you wait for your turn to speak, invite somebody to join. The more people join, the more they get civic education by just watching, and will be helping the country in the process. Now, wale watu wako nje ya curtain, nyuma ya curtain, please, if you don't have to, please don't do. We want to have a bright screen for the viewers to watch and enjoy what they are seeing, not the blackout. So blackout is okay, ama tuwateremshe chini mkae kwa bench, tutawarudisha wakati mko tayari kuonekana. Thank you. All right. There is Ayaga, there is Robert. Who came first? Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Ayaga, you can go first, then we hear from Robert.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me.
You are good. Go ahead.
Am I? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I'm happy to see my brother Tom and Bernard yourself. Na huyu ndugu yetu kutoka Tanzania, RMJ. Sijamuona for namuona kwa maybe siku ya kwanza, but mimi I'm happy with whatever he said. You know, having a neighboring and a caring partner is good. At the same time, wacha niseme hivi, you guys mnafanya makosa kubwa sana, kwa sababu Ruto ametoa ni kama ratiba, ni kama what we call the political, nimeforget the word, ni kama ametoa Bernard, ile kitu wanasiasa wanatoa inaitwa aje?
Manifesto.
The manifesto. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes,
Ratiba, yes. Ni kama ametoa manifesto yake ya kisiasa, while Raila Odinga hajatoa hiyo. Raila anaendeleza ile siasa ya BBI. Let us get together and feel all right. Wacha tuungane pamoja, ndio tuelewane na tuzungumze pamoja tukielekea mbele. So comparing the two, I think we are mistaken. Ukisikia ndugu yangu vizuri kutoka Tanzania, ameongelea Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Nyerere alisema kwamba ukiona mtu anakimbilia sana Ikulu, shida ipo. There is a very big problem with somebody who is rushing too much to get the state house. Nini iko Ikulu? What is there in the state house? The guy is the problem, not anybody. Alafu tena Julius Nyerere kazungumza tena kuhusu, ukiona mtu anasukuma gari akiwa ndani, huyo mtu ni mjinga. Mimi sijaita huyo mtu mjinga, but stupidity comes when you are in the government and you are pushing the same government. Yeah? Uko ndani ya serikali leo hii, ukienda hata Mombasa, wale mapolisi unapewa na government, gari ya government, mafuta ya government, everything ni government. Alafu unaenda kuambia watu ati hamna kazi kwa sababu ya government. Kweli? Surely. Let us wake up, Kenyans. Imefika wakati inafaa tutofautishe ujinga. Kuna ile ujinga ile mtu anazaliwa nayo, lack of wisdom. Ushenzi ni yule mtu mjinga tu, yeye alizaliwa akiwa hata bila wisdom yoyote. Let us differentiate between ujinga na wisdom. Unaweza zaliwa bila wisdom, lakini si mjinga. Wewe si mjinga, lakini unaweza kuwa mjinga lakini uko na wisdom. Like hii Kenya yetu tuko na watu wengi wako na wisdom lakini ni wajinga bado. Yes, you have the knowledge, you have the wisdom, but you are still a fool. Mtu anakuambia leo hii akipanda gari ya serikali akiwa juu, hiyo serikali ndio amempa logistics yote yake. Hata ukiona wale mapolisi wamemzunguka ni reke squad, the elite forces ya hii Kenya and special forces kutoka kwa KDF ya Kenya imemzunguka, imemzingira. Alafu anakuambia hii serikali hii ndio inafanya, mbona asitoke? Thomas Sankara sana alisema uwezi oppose the government, you can't oppose the government while you are in the government. Na hiyo wakati alikuwa minister kwa the same government na akatoka nje akaanza kuoppose that government akiwa ndani. Nyerere akasema uwezi sukuma gari ukiwa ndani. let us take it to a layman's language, a layman's understanding. Wewe mwenyewe ni driver. I know most of us hapa, maybe wewe ni driver hata kama una gari, ama wewe ni driver wa baiskeli. Wewe ni driver. Leo hii unaendesha gari na gari ipate shida, alafu in the middle of the highway, alafu unataka kusukuma hiyo gari ukiwa ndani, surely lazima itabidi utoke nje, usukume gari, ulekeze outside the road. So Raila Odinga bado hajaanza siasa yake. Hizi vitu anafanya ni mbio la mgambo, ile kitu tunaita na Kiswahili mbio la mgambo. Running around, asking around and walking the talk. After walking the talk, you hear from the people. When you hear from the people, then you decide. That's why Raila Odinga is yet to announce either he will run for the presidency or not. Ruto himself has already declared he is going to run the presidency. So we have the two people. One who is still consulting the people, so that once he has consulted the people, he will make a decision at the end, either to run or not to run. The other guy has declared he is running. So what if by the end month, Raila Odinga told us, no, after walking around now, I'm not running. What will we will be discussing Azimio la Umoja, or we will be discussing the bottom up. The other day I had my brother Ndeto comparing at 6 month is 6 month 6,000 shilingi 6,000 kwa mwezi ni handout. Okay, ni the way you understand it. Mimi nakumbuka vizuri wakati Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa wana campaign in 2013 na niliwasupport. Walikuwa wanatuambia wazee wale wakongwe wakipata serikali watapata shilingi 3,000 ama 2,500, kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ilikuwa handout ama ilikuwa promise? What Raila Odinga is telling the youth today is a promise. Is promising our youth, not even youth, vulnerable families. Wale familia hawajiwezi watapokea shilingi 6,000. It's happening. If you ask me today as a supporter of Raila Odinga, when on earth that program has ever happened, I will tell you, in Brazil, when Da Silva was the president, everybody knows Da Silva. You can even ask Google. It happened the other side. It worked. In UK, it's working. In US, it worked. In many countries, not one, not two. Ask my brothers from the bottom up side. Ask them. Tell me even a single country around the globe, this planet Earth, not Mars, where this bottom up has ever worked. They don't know. They are so ready for presidency that if you ask them today, who is the deputy leader of your party? They don't know. They can't answer that. They don't know. Yeah. They are so ready for presidency that if you ask them today, what is your manifesto? They don't know. They will tell you, tuko na agenda, bottom up. Tuko na candidate, William Ruto. Tuko na party, UDA. After that, they are blank. What we need and what is 6K about? 6K is not a handout. What is a handout? That is what I want to define. Handout ni ile pesa unapewa prior to or before ama in order to to influence your thinking or your action towards a direction. So ni pesa unapewa kwanza. Kama Raila Odinga angesema hiyo 6K mnapewa before election, hiyo ni handout. But after, either you vote against or you voted him, you will receive that. If your family happen to be the one of the vulnerable families, yeah, you will still receive it. That is not a handout. That is not a token and is not a bribe. When the Jubilee government was talking about pesa kwa wazee, wale wakongwe, in Nyanza, where I am born, we didn't even vote the Jubilee government, leave alone voting them. We never even participated in that election. But wazee kule chini wanaipata hiyo pesa. So please, hizi uongo mingi. Today, Abdullah Dida posted something that the same people who push, force, and even abuse us so that to elect a Ruto government are the same people who are coming back to tell us that half of that government is good, is a savior. My friend, you can't be a savior you can't be a devil and a savior at the same time. Choose one, either a devil or a savior. So whoever think that Ruto will save them, I'm sorry. Bernard, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. We appreciate your input. It was a turn for Robert and it's not in. Let's hear from Kifaru. Kifaru, unmute and speak. Unmute first.
Kifaru ni mimi hapa. Yes,
Okay,
nanisikia? Habari zenu?
Kabisa, karibu sasa. Nzuri, karibu.
Already. It's okay. Asante sana. Habari zenu?
Salama, namna gani? Karibu.
Sasa langu ni kwamba unajua kuna marais ambao wametangulia. Kuna rais ambaye kuna rais ambaye ametangulia kuanzia kipindi cha mzee Jomo Kenyatta, akaja Moi, akaja Kibaki. Sasa wamekuja nani? Vijana ambao ni Uhuru na Ruto. Umeona? Sasa katika uongozi, ukiangalia uongozi, katika uongozi hao waliotangulia wote hadi ukawa tukafikiwa katika hawa viongozi ambao wameingia kuanzia 2013 mpaka saa hizi, ni viongozi, ni vijana, ni barobaro wadogo hawa. Sasa kuna vitu ambavyo nafaa tuangalie katika Raila na Ruto. Hivyo vitu ni vitu nafaa tuviangalie katika misingi ya mtu binafsi ambaye yeye anachukuliaje katika wananchi. Umeona? Sasa ukiangalia kama Ruto, nakupa kama mfano, Ruto yeye amekaa ya kilimo, amefanya kazi, wizara ya elimu amefanya kazi, mwishowe amekuja ameingia kama naibu rais. Umeona? Ukiangalia ukirudi nyuma, miaka ya nyuma, kipindi alikuwa wizara ya kilimo, Minister of Agriculture, alichokifanya mnayajua wote, Wakenya wote mnayajua alichokifanya, mpaka kabidi resign katika uongozi wa kuwa kama Minister of Agriculture. From there akashifti kwenda kwa Minister of Education, I think so. Alichokifanya mnakijua. Leo hii amekuwa naibu wa rais since 2013 up to now. Unakumbuka kipindi cha kwanza miaka mitano amekuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta katika miaka mitano baada ya kukabidhiwa nchi na Kibaki. Kibaki alivyoondoka alikuwa hana deni yoyote, deni lolote hana, nchi za nje hana deni. Aliwakabidhi nchi kama haina chochote, alimwakabidhi kwamba hii ndio nchi, endeleeni nayo hiyo. Umeona? From there wamekuja wenyewe, wameingia wawili, wameanza kupa madeni. Kwa madeni, nchi imekuwa na deni kweli kweli. Mpaka saizi hapa hata wananchi wenyewe sasa hivi wanaumia. Mafuta yamepanda, kila kitu kimepanda kitu. Hali ya maisha imekuwa mbaya sana Kenya. Umeona? Sasa ukiangalia katika hali hiyo, unaangalia mtu leo hii kaondoka, anakuja anasema kwamba mimi ni hustler. Umenipata? Ametoka katika familia ambayo haijiwezi, leo ni hustler. Unaona ni kitu ambacho hata akileti maana. Huyu bwana amekaa katika wanasema second in command, DP of Kenya, Republic of Kenya. Umenipata? Ni mtu ambaye ana nguvu. Leo hii leo anakuja na kwamba anakuja na pazia kwamba ni hustler. Ukiangalia ufungue hiyo pazia unapata kuna ufisadi, anawiza, naiba, wash iko ndani. Leo hii anakuambia mimi ndio nitaangalia mwananchi wa kawaida, nitaangalia mama mboga, nitaangalia boda boda, nitaangalia mkulima. Na ile hali alikuwa katika wizara ya kilimo ameiba katika wizara hiyo. Unaona? Haiwezekani. Kitu hakiwezekani. Na cha pili ni kwamba ukiangalia Ruto alivyoingia katika madarakani 2013 to 2017 wakagawana na Uhuru katika ministries. Wewe angalia ministries zake alivyochagua, alichagua kaeka nani? Kama ni mtu mwenye akili, ministry yake alichagua kaeka nani? Ameweka kabila yake tu. Umeona? Ukiashiria mtu ni kwamba huyu mtu ni mkabila. Umenipata? Huyu mtu ni mkabila, ni mtu anapenda ukabila tu. Na maana katika nadhifa ya kuwa rais ni mtu ambaye ataweka rangi moja tu. Rangi ambazo zingine hizo ataziweka kando. Hii ni kitu ya kwanza. Ya pili, umeangalia katika mambo yake ya mambo ya kuiba pesa ya nini, unaona ni kitu ambacho akileti maana. Huyu bwana bila mingia uongozini kurudi mwaka 2013 alivyoingia, alisema kwamba watatoa serikali yao na Uhuru laptops, watatoa watoto wadogo wale wa chekechea, nursery school, laptops watatoa. Cha pili, wakasema kwamba watakuwa wanatoa milioni 100. Milioni 1 kwa kila mwaka, milioni 1 kwa kila mwaka kazi. Unaona? Kazi kwa kila mwaka, kwamba kuelezea kupea vijana kazi. Yaani ukiangalia katika hizo hali zinavyokwenda, Ruto hajawahi toa kazi yoyote, wala hiyo laptop hajaitoa. Umeona? Haya. Na leo hii anakuja na slogan kwamba ni wheelbarrow, vijana wapate wheelbarrow, wafanye kazi, wafanye nini. Unaona kitu ambacho hakiwezekani, kitu ambacho kuna mtu mwenye ana akili hawezi fuata vitu kama hicho. Yaani kama ni maneno ambayo ni matupa, yana uzito wote. Umeona? Sasa mimi nilikuwa naomba wananchi yani muwe na makini sana. Wewe kimfano naomba tu mfano wananchi ni kwamba shule ambayo imekuwa ikifanya mtihani, imefeli. Sio zaidi ya mara moja, zaidi hata mara ngapi wamefeli. Wakasema kwamba tubadilishe uniform. Unaona? Tubadilishe nini? Uniform. Hiyo shule bado itapita ama si bado tu, yani bado mambo yako pale pale. Wamesha tu uniform peke yake. Uangalie nani Ruto amekuwa katika Jubilee. Ndio yeye ameamka amesema nani amekuwa nini? Amekuwa hustler nation. Haya, turudi nyuma, tuache maneno. Turudi tu nyuma, uangalie. Wewe ni kama wewe ni Mkalenjin. Wewe kama unapenda watu wako na unapenda wananchi wa Kenya. Unajua wanasemaga charity starts at home. Ni lazima uanzie nyumbani. Ruto yeye amepatiwa project ambayo ni ya Kimorel na Roll Dam, ambayo itawasaidia Wakalenjin, itawapa kazi, watapata kazi, watapata kipato, watapata nini ili watu waendelee. Unaona kilichofanyika, watu wote wamekula nini? hiyo pesa ikaenda hivyo na maji. Sasa ni kitu ambacho hakiwezekani. Unaona? Ni kitu unaangalia mtu anachokiongea ni kama hakiwezekani, ni kitu ambacho kiko impossible yani. Unaona? Sasa mimi nikiongea mambo ya Raila, mambo ni mengi ambayo Raila amefanya. Tukianza na moja, democracy. Raila amefanya democracy, amefanya. Ya pili ni kwamba hii katiba ya Kenya yende meleta hii mpya ambayo yenyewe sasa hivi ipo. Yende amepambana mpaka imekuepo. Na yende ndiye alikuwa yes, Ruto alikuwa no. Leo hii Ruto anasema katiba ni nzuri na mwanzoni alikuwa anasema katiba mbaya. Umeona? Sasa kuna vitu ambavyo ni vingi ambavyo venye Raila amefanya ni vingi sana. Hizi multi party ilikuwa haipo, ndio ameleta Raila. Unaona? Umoja ameleta Raila. Sasa katika huyu azimio ya Raila, yani ile ni kuleta wananchi pamoja, kujaribu kutoa ile fikira za ukabila, za dini, za nini, kuleta watu pamoja na kujua hali yao inavyokuwa. Umeona? Na ukiangalia katika siasa za Kenya, au viongozi wote, Ruto, sijui nani, hao wote hao na Kibe wote wametoka kwenye mikono ya nani? Mikono ya Raila. Hakuna sehemu wametokea. Chimbuko lao ni kwa Raila. Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa kwa Raila, ODM. Unaona? Leo hii unaona hata juzi anasema yeye ni mzee, eti Raila ni mzee. Na ametoka kwa huyo mzee. Sasa unajua vitu vingine nashangaa. Unajua Ruto shida yake ni moja. Yeye anataka vile nani amesema hapa, naona RMJ akasema kwamba mtu ambaye, hii ni msemo ulikuwa wa mzee Nyerere Tanzania, mtu ambaye anakimbilia katika uongozi au kuwa rais, mtu ambaye anajipiga kifua, yani anajikaza kuingia pale, yani huyo mtu lazima umfikirie mara mbili, maana ajui nini anaenda kufanya pale. Kuna vitu uangalie. Wewe angalia Ruto ni naibu rais. Anaondoka katika nchi ya Kenya, anaenda mpaka Uganda kupata Museveni. Anafuata nini Museveni? Museveni amekaa katika miaka 37 uongozini, urais, dictatorship. Ubabe, anakaa na ubabe. Anaenda kufuata nini pale? Mbona siende hata kama ni Zambia? Ama siende mpaka South Africa? Ama siende mbona anaenda Uganda? Kuna nini pale? Mpaka unaona mpaka hii ya juzi kati imesemekana kwamba kulikuwa na investor amekuja Kenya, Ruto akamfanyia dira akapata bilioni 6, aende afungulie biashara ya Uganda. Unaona, invest Uganda. Na hii ilikuwa ni uongo. Unaona, hii kitu alivyoitwa alisema ni uongo. Sasa ni vitu vingine lazima wewe ukao ukifikiria. Hii mambo mengine naona ni bottom up, si nini hizo. Hii vitu havipo. Mimi nakupa mfano, mtu ambaye shule ambaye imeferi mtihani, leo hii mnanunua uniform mpya, mnabadilisha kwa hiyo shule yenu, alafu shule unataka kuniambia shule itapita tena? Hii shule haiwezi. Mpaka ufanye mfumo wako, lazima ubadilishe walimu, ubadilishe teacher, ubadilishe nani, kila kitu ubadilishe. Ina maana hiyo shule ndio itakuwa na uwezo wa kupita, sio kubadilisha tu uniform. Ruto alikuwa katika na Uhuru, wametuferisha. Madeni yapo mengi China. Sasa hivi kila kitu kimechukua na China. Airport imechukua na China. SGR iko na China, anda China. Port ya Mombasa iko anda China. Mafuta yanatoka Turkana yanaenda China. Kuna pipeline inapitisha Turkana inaenda mpaka Lamu, inaenda China. Ni crude oil. Inaenda mpaka China. Sasa unapata kila kitu katika uongozi wao umeenda China. Sasa raundi hii inabidi tubadilishe mfumo. Tupe Raila aongoze nchi, tuone na yeye atatoa nini. Hicho ni kitu tunafaa tuangalie. Raila atatoa nini? Sababu yule ni mzee, anajua shida za wananchi. Ndio kwa nini yeye mbona ingekuwa ni mzee, kama alikuwa hana nia ya kuona wananchi wanateseka, sasa angeacha tu. Maana ana uwezo, mali anayo, ana uwezo. Ni vitu ambavyo lazima tunaangalia. Wananchi lazima tuwe vijana wengi wanaompigia kibekimbia na Ruto ni watu wanakunywa chang'aa vile shilingi 2,200 3,000, na hizo pesa anazowapea, tuasimu leo ameingia uongozini, hizo pesa atarudisha, mpende msipende, kuiba mpaka arudishe hizo pesa. Sasa lazima muone, na hii na mimi nimewambia, nitaje kunikumbuka, nimeongea hapa, in case Ruto atakuwa rais, atatoka mamlakani, mkijue mamlakani hizi toka unless mweke tu vita mumtoe, lakini hawezi. atakuwa dikteta vibaya, atakuwa kama enzi za Moi. Ulikuwa ukisema kitu anakutafuta na kuua. Mimi nimeongea katika wewe mweka tu record yenyewe, mtaje kuniambia in case atakuwa rais. Mimi sijui kama atakuwa rais, lakini mimi naomba mpigie Raila awe rais, aweke inchi sawa. Inchi inapotea, la sivyo itakuja kutokea kitu kibaya Kenya, mimi ninavyoangalia. Sasa katika masuala mengine ni kwamba inchi hii mnavyoangalia vijana, asilimia kubwa ni vijana, na vijana wengi hawana kazi. Hizi shilingi 6,000 hizi mimi naona ziko sawa kama zitakuwa ni kweli, sababu mimi sijui kama unajua wanasiasa, mimi hoga siwaamini, maybe ni ukweli ama ni uongo, ijulikane. Kama itakuwa ni kweli iko sawa, maana hiyo 6,000 itakuwa inasaidia vijana, hata at least wanalipa nyumba. Hizo pesa zingine wanatafuta ni chakula, maisha yanakwenda. Sio kama vile mtu atakwambia wheelbarrow, sio ni bottom up. Bottom up itatokanaje? Pesa lazima itoke juu serikalini, ishuke chini. Pesa hizi tengenezwa chini. Pesa lazima itoke juu. Budget ipitishwe iletwe mpaka chini ndio ifanye. Alafu cha pili ni kwamba kitu cha pili kinapendea Raila ni kwamba viwanda vifufuliwe. Viwanda vikifufuliwa, viwanda vyote Mumias, Shoni Sugar, kuna sio gani zingine ziko, mpaka kuna zingine kuja Mombasa, kuna vitu vingi ambavyo nimeona kampuni zingine zimekufa. Unaona? Ukiangalia kwa mfano sasa hivi hapa Ruto kila sehemu yuko. Kenya Power yuko ndani. Health sio nini yumo ndani. Yaani kila kitu amevuruga kila kitu. Yaani tunaomba hata tupate rais ambaye ni kama Magufuli. Miaka 5 tu. Mwenye atakuwa na tabia kama za Magufuli, miaka 5 tu Kenya imenyoka. Wale wanani wote wanaingia wote ndani. Shimolatewa wote. Yaani ungepata kama mtu kama Magufuli, mwenye anakifua kama Magufuli, au waizi wote wafuatiliwa wote waingizwe ndani wote. Kenya inapotea. Yangu ni hao, sio kama Bernard yupo.
Kama shaenda.
Bernard yupo.
Kwa hivyo wacha niseme hivi.
Ninaongea kidogo na Kifaru.
Ongea bana.
Nafikiri Onyari ndio alikuwa
nataka kucorrect ndugu yangu kidogo.
Okay.
Nataka kucorrect ndugu yangu kidogo.
Aya, correct ndugu yako.
Wacha ni correct. Si ati kusema hakukuwa na deni wakati ya mzee Kibaki. Actually Kibaki alichukua serikali ikiwa na deni ya 600 billion, akakopa 1.2 trillion kwa miaka 10, lakini hawa wamekopa zaidi ya 7 trillion in 8 years. Hiyo ndio uhakika. Umeelewa? Kwa hivyo hakuna inchi inakaa bila deni. Vile iko ni kwamba deni inachukuliwa kwa njia ya ustandi na ikatumiwa vizuri. Ndio sababu hatukuwa na shinda kubwa wakati ule wa mzee, kwa sababu kulikuwa na pesa kwa benki. Ungeenda kwa benki ukachukua loan, lakini saa hii serikali hata yenyewe inakimbia kwa benki kuenda kuchukua loan kama mwananchi wa kawaida, na ndio sasa imekuwa kizungumkuti. Unaelewa? So niseme ni kweli vile umesema, ile shinda tunayo ni ya uchumi, na uchumi unakumbuka Moses Kuria akisema kwamba walitukosea kwa sababu walianza kuenda kuchukua deni ya commercial loans ambayo inaenda 9%, sababu hawataki kuscrutiny, ndio wakaenda kule Uchina wakachukua commercial loans, wakati wangeenda kwa IMF ama World Bank wangepata loan na 1% or 2%, lakini kwa sababu wale watauliza maswali mingi na wataangalia kuona kwamba kila kitu iko swali, hakuna pesa ya kuiba, waliona waende upande ule mwingine. Sasa hiyo ndio shinda ambayo moja tunayo saa hii.
Okay, sawa. Sini pia mimi ninazongea kidogo na Kifaru. Hello?
Amna moderator hapa.
Okay,
Kifaru. Hello? Kifaru. Unanisikiza?
Nakusikia, ongea.
Okay, Kifaru ameongea vitu mingi sana kuhusu Ruto, na kuna vitu mob sana nataka nimwambie amesema vibaya. Kwanza issue la deni tumekuwa nayo hapa Kenya. Hii deni, nani amekuwa akiendanga China, akienda kila mahali akitafuta deni? Amekuwa ni Uhuru ama Ruto? Hiyo ni swali ya kwanza. Mimi nimeona Uhuru ndiye amekuwa akitembea China, akitembea kila mahali akileta deni. Sasa dhambi ya Uhuru unawekea Ruto. Hapo umekosea. Hata kuna wakati Raila mwenyewe
Yaani nikujibu hapo. Siende. Hapo.
Okay. Kuna wakati
usiende mbali hapo.
Kuna wakati Raila mwenyewe amesindikiza Uhuru wakaenda China.
Nakujibu hapo kwa deni.
Waende walete deni. Unaweza kumbuka Raila mwenyewe akiescort Uhuru wakienda China wakanyimwa deni. Unakumbuka mwenyewe? Ruto hakukuwa kwa hiyo kikundi. Walienda wawili, Raila na Uhuru. Kifaru, unanisikiza? Haya, hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, umeongelea issue na hustler, mambo na hustler. Ruto alikuwa hustler. Ukiangalia history ya Ruto, akianza alikuwa ni mtu kawaida. Alikuwa anauza kuku pale barabarani. Sasa Ruto anapea wale vijana kama sisi kuwa hata kama saizi uko kwa umaskini, siku moja unaweza fika ukawa juu. Kama yeye mwenyewe alikuwa chini wakati fulani na saizi amekuwa ni nini? Naibu wa rais. Unaona? Sasa kuna hiyo nini anatupatia, hiyo inawezekana. Inawezekana kama wewe saizi uko chini unaweza panda juu na ukawa mtu mwenye pia ako na kitu. Sasa hii mambo ya hustler, sasa sahi ni hustler, alikuwa hustler. Alilala njaa.
Hapo kwa hustler unatudanganya.
Unaona, alitembea mgutupu some point kwa life yake. Sasa anaelewa ile shida ya ule mtu mwenye sahi hana. Ule mtu mwenye sahi analala njaa. Mtu kama Uhuru alizaliwa pale State House, alipata kila kitu iko. Alielewa nini?
Wewe subiri. Mwango subiri hapo. Usiende mbali.
Okay, sasa naongea
simama hapo
kidogo tu, napiga points zako polepole. Kila moja, kila point. Ulikuwa umeongea. Sasa ndio najaribu kuziangalia moja venye ulikuwa unasema.
Point yako iko chini. Point yako
haieleweki. Nataka kukuambia Ruto alikuwa hustler, alikuwa ni mtu mwenye ametoka kwenye familia. In fact Ruto ana jina nyuma, ana baba nyuma mwenye alikuwa anajulikana Kenya hii. Ukiangalia au wengine wote, akina Uhuru babake alikuwa ni president, akina Raila babake alikuwa vice president, akina sijui Mudavadi baba yake alikuwa nini kwa hii ya government ya nini ya Moi. Sasa yeye mwenyewe ana mtu nyuma kusema that baba ya Ruto, unaona, ayuko aonekani mahali. Sasa alikuwa hustler, alikuwa ni mtu mwenye hana. Familia yake ilikuwa ni ile ya chini, lakini amejaribu kukuja juu hadi amekuwa nini? Naibu wa rais. Hiyo inaonyesha kuwa inawezekana hata wewe mwenyewe siku moja pale sahi huko unaweza panda juu na uwe mtu mwenye.
Unaongea kitu unajua ama unaongea kitu hujui wewe?
Naongea kitu unajua.
Wacha nikwambie. Wacha.
Wanaongea.
Mwango usiongee kitu ambayo huwezi jua ama kudhibitisha.
Okay, sawa, hapa hivi ni watu kuwaji na kusema points zao. Sasa
wewe sikiza wewe Mwango. Unajua kuna vitu unaongea wewe elewi. Kuna vitu unaongea wewe elewi.
Wacha kwanza tu nimalize alafu ndio waanze sasa kuniambia.
Mwango, just a minute. Please, can we nominate a moderator because I can't see Bernard on the show.
I think James has to moderate it, please.
Okay. James, moderate the session.
Yes, go ahead.
Wacha niendelee tu polepole. Haya, tena umeongea
1 minute.
Give nani? MRJ.
Hello?
Yes.
Nakusikia.
Okay. Kifaru tena ameongea mambo na ufisadi. Ruto anasema sijui ameiba, ni mfisadi, Aror, Kimwarer, nini vitu kama hizo. Na tukiangalia kwa watu wote, au wanasiasa wote, awe Ruto, awe Raila, awe Uhuru, kila mtu hapo ameshaitwa kwa mambo ya ufisadi. Raila mwenyewe amekuwa on record akiprotect wale watu ambao wameiba nini mali ya umma. Iko on record. Mmoja wao ni Anne Waiguru. Unaona? Sasa uweze niambie sasa ati yeye ako msafi. Hata kuna mpaka wakati alianza kuna jina litoka siji yeye ni happy siji wash ana sanitize wale wenye ni wezi. Kulikuwa na hiyo slogan. Sanitizer. Aliitwa kitu kama hiyo wakati fulani.
Okay, sawa. Kifaru
alikuwa ana protect wale watu ni wezi ambao wanamsupport.
Kifaru,
I have a question.
Yes?
Mwango, naomba uniambie namna hii. Kwa sababu nimesikia ukisema kuwa wakati Uhuru anapoenda kuchukua China hizi madeni, Ruto aendangi na yeye. Basi swali langu ni hili. Mbona wakati hizi madeni zimekuja zikafanya infrastructure hizi projects, William Samoei Ruto anachukua credit, anasema kuwa hii gava sisi ndio tumefanya ABCD. Mbona anachukua hiyo credit kama yeye hayuko part and parcel ya kuchukua hiyo deni? Because kama Uhuru angechukua hiyo deni, hizo infrastructure azingefanywa.
Okay, sawa. Community, unaitwa community nani? Something community. So, okay, Uhuru, Raila, Ruto mwenyewe alisema yeye ni nani? Msaidizi wa Uhuru.
The chair has come back.
Yeah, msaidizi anasaidia kwa zile kazi amepewa fanya. Hata sasa anasema kazi zake zote zimenyang'anywa zikapewa nani? Matiang'i. Sasa yeye ana kazi kama ni rais. Hajapewa kazi kama yeye ni assistant wa rais. Rais ndiye anampea kazi, nifanyie hii. Meaning rais asipompea then ana kazi ya kufanya. Unaona?
Okay. Sasa kwanza niseme chairman amekuja, the moderator, lakini kabla sijamrudishia ningekataka kukuambia kwamba we cannot personalize governments. In fact, that is why countries that respect themselves like South Africa, if you carry the responsibility as a political party, because when you go to ask for votes, you ask as a political party and give the people the manifesto that you have, and you carry what we call collective responsibility. So it is sad that somebody like you now can separate two leaders who came around telling us what they will do, and then you want to put one of them back and blame the other one. The chairman take over.
Okay. Kidogo.
Okay, hold on, Mwango. I'm sorry, my internet misbehaved. That's why I disappeared without notice. But I'm happy that you proceeded, and we are going to proceed in that order. Mwango, you seem to be telling us that the president can go out of the country and see mahali pameandikwa Shylock, naingia hapo na achukue loan tu kwa jina la Kenya. That's not how government work. As much as he is the president, he does not take decisions as far as international or local loans are concerned by himself as an individual. The DP is part and parcel of the cabinet. And when matters are approved in the cabinet, they either vote for or against, and then that becomes a collective decision. You cannot say that the president has been working without the DP. I know it is a narrative that DP has been feeding us with, which in my opinion, it places his character in question, because we uko kwa cabinet, mambo yanapitishwa kwa cabinet, alafu unatoka unasema umetengwa. That is being dishonest. And if we are going to discuss matters Kenya, let's accept to be objective. Accept to be objective, whereby we can interrogate some of the things we are told, not just to take them because we were told.
Okay, Bernard.
Yes. Yes.
Bernard, I have a question. Swali yangu ni hivi. Between DP and na Uhuru, nani ako na powers? Because from what I've been seeing how things are, DP seems to be having very limited powers. And there are so many decisions that he cannot make that Uhuru can make himself. And we have seen that even hapa hivi juzi hapa alinyang'onya maskari waka exchange. Na hiyo order ilitoka kwa Uhuru.
Mwango, unajua wewe ni mtu mzuri sana, okay?
Yeah.
Na ni kama umepewa script ya kusoma. Sikiliza. So, mambo ya Uhuru na Ruto, okay? Ni mambo ya serikali, okay? Ukishasema ni serikali, they are equally responsible for every decision taken. Then I am the assistant to my senior pastor, okay? Any decision my senior pastor takes is my decision, whether he consulted me or not. Okay?
So you can be killed.
And there is no way I can go to the church and tell them on Sunday, ambie Bwana asifiwe, hiyo sadaka Bishop ndiye alisema mimi sio siku kwa. The moment you accept to be a deputy, it simply means you are the helper of your master. That means your master will think you will do. He thinks you do. Then if a matter requires discussion, you call a discussion. But you cannot be in a relationship. He's your boss, you are his assistant, and you are opposing what he's deciding. That is why he leaves you behind, because if you are no longer pushing where we are going, why should we go with you? So I don't know who gave the illustration yesterday of a bicycle. Okay, it's a bicycle. If the back wheel follows the front wheel, the moment the back wheel refuses to follow the front wheel, the bicycle will not go. It doesn't matter how much you push it. You will have to either dislodge the back wheel so that the bicycle can go. So the DP is, we will analyze him later. I don't want to spend more time on him, but any Kenyan who want to see what is there, he will clearly see there is somebody who has his personal agenda, but he wants to use the presidents to fulfill his personal agenda. He wants to be in the office, then use the office to ascend to the higher office. He's not in the office to serve the government at that point in time and deliver.
Sasa hapa nikapotea tena.
Hapo kumeenda kisungumkuti.
That's where the problem
is back now.
He's back.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, let's
get back.
Just one second, Bernard.
Bernard, 1 second.
Hold on.
Let me give him a brief who has to come next, because he has been away.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think probably the way I saw, there's Mike, Community, and then Penny. If you can go that way, but before you proceed that way, probably I would like to question Wango.
RMJ, before you ask your question,
no, you are mute. Hold on, Robert. Let him finish executing his question, then you come in.
Okay, before you go the way I've just given to you, Mikey, Community, and then Penny. Mwango, step up, brother. I think you're my age mate. Step up, brother.
Hello?
Are you sure you really want this country to raise leaders like your deputy president, who can tell you that he went with barefoot to school without shoes, and then he was a chicken seller? Step up. Do your homework well. and think you can help a lot of youth in this country.
Okay,
That's the only thing I
RMJ,
can say.
RMJ, what I've known about DP is that from maybe a little of history that I've known about him is that at some point he was a nobody. He was a nobody at some point. And then he all raised up to this level. It's really a motivation to us who are also still down here. And we also expect that one day we also climb.
Tafadhali, naomba hivi tuelewane, okay? In fact, the reason why there was an issue in Makerere University, okay, where they were putting up a blog and say an education something in his name, okay? The professors came up and say, now what are we going to study about this person? What is there? DP's history is there, yes. But for it to be a source of inspiration and a reason to be studied remains to be questioned, okay? And then how did he translate? He tells us he used to sell chicken. How did he translate from chicken selling to now owning 5 choppers? And that translation in a period of how long? He joined Y2K 1992, okay? We are going to 2022, that period of time. When did the miracle take place? That Jesus appeared, picked him from the chicken yard and placed him at Moi's gate. And from Moi's gate, he was given his first vehicle, he was given his first million, and things took off that way. You can't even study such a person because the wealth he has, he did not make it. He was either given or he organized it. Organized wealth is I don't know. So Mango, if you want to defend the DP, just get the details. He's still alive. The Simba where he grew is still around. Chukua tu muda wako, enda uongee with his best friend. He was on TV the other day. His youthful friend atakueleza ukweli. Ndio ukikuja hapa kwa platform unatuambia alienda shule na fulani anamjua, fulani anasema hivi. Lakini kama tunasema kile tulichoambiwa tuseme, hiyo inatuacha kama hatuwezi tosheka.
Bernard,
Yes.
just
Can we move on,
a question.
please? Now,
from 1992 to 2022, I don't know, yeah, something like that. How many years? So many years. And even those who were born during that time are now married, I think so. Don't you think that if somebody started business at 1992 up to this time, this guy must be super rich?
Can I help you, please, Ben?
Okay. Let's
he just wants to provoke us.
Let's do this. Let's make progress. We will study the DP. He's here. He's our deputy president. He will let us know how he made his money. But for Mwango, it is not even in the length of time. It is not even in how long somebody has been. What brought down Nakumat? Okay. It was one time a giant and one time it is fizzled out. We can't tell how it was expanding. That is how we can't tell how it collapsed. That is just food for thought. Mike, take from there. Let's move.
Thank you.
Bernard.
Thank you.
Yes.
Before Mike comes in, actually, I was the second person after Ayaga.
Oh,
But I didn't have that time.
Let me just make my brief.
So Mike came after me, so it will only be respectful to wait.
No, I've been in and out. It is network.
Robert,
the same way Bernard has just come back.
Hold on, both of you. In the, Robert, we are just people, and we want to give you the justice that you deserve. All right, but the problem is the ruling has already been given, so we cannot overturn it. If you would have raised that issue before the ruling, then we will have reviewed. Just a little patient, he will make his submission, then you come next. Sawa.
Okay.
I beg. Thank you. Mike, go on.
Thank you. Bernard, it's unfortunate that Mwango has really forced us to have a very narrow discussion about the personality of the DP. Information and details which are very well known to us. But just to comment, because I cannot go without commenting, I think Mwango, if as the rest have told you, if you just took time to look at the biography of our leaders, it is even in public documents. The most privileged politician living in Kenya today is the DP. He's the most privileged person ever, because after university, now let me give you the brief. After university, the deputy president has never worked in any office as an employee other than being a politician. He has never had any business initiated outside politics. All businesses that the DP has were started after politics. At the age of 29, how many people have had the privilege of going to State House and being given hundreds of millions at the age of 29 under YK92? The friend to DP had money named after him, 500 note, which just come in. At the age of 29, the DP was already handling millions, not out of employment, out of handouts from President Moi to campaign under YK92. That is how Deputy Ruto came into public limelight. He was a CU member in the university, and once he met the president in one of the church functions, he was adopted into politics, and that's how DP became DP in the politics. And at the age of 30 and 31, he was already an assistant minister. And from there on, it is the government contracts that you get in the line of tenders and whatever that made the DP what he is, not chicken. So Mwango, don't say he was a nobody. DP was a somebody at the age of 28, 29, something that you can never even dream of. So he was not like you. He's a very, very exceptional breed of Kenyans. But let's come back to what we are also discussing. I've just looked at an article. The Taiwan transport minister resigned from his position just because a train lost control and killed people, and he was not the driver or the pilot of that train. But out of principle, because that is his docket, he couldn't reconcile himself sitting in an office, and the ministry in which he's in has, out of either negligence or accident, caused the death of 20 people or 40 people. That is called being principled. It is never written in law that when somebody dies in your ministry, you resign. It is a matter of conscience and principle. Jaramogi Odinga resigned from his office because of conflict with his
Mike,
boss.
Is it everybody or Mike alone? Jeez.
What is it? Hello?
I think, Mike, you can continue. Bernard seems to having some
having a problem. So
yeah.
I'm giving some history to just help Mwango that out of principle, when things are not working well, it is the most logical and respectable thing to do when things don't seem to work according to your principle. Because if you stand for something, if you stand for the poor people, and the government is borrowing 200 billion to put up an SGR which is going nowhere, and you stay in government from 2013 to 2017, and you even take credit for that, and that money was not used for the poor people you're now fighting for, you should have said, this philosophy, this policy does not work well with what I stand for. We cannot spend billions putting up highways, SGRs, airports, and all this when poor people are suffering. But you cannot, as somebody was saying, fly around saying we are the ones who did very good work in 2013 to 2017 building 10,000 kilometers of road, putting up an SGR, which is now problematic, using the money that we have borrowed that is now causing us pain, and then come and say that the government policies are wrong, we should now concentrate on poor people. Surely that is very double standards, and it just talks about somebody's character, that you really don't start for anything, because you cannot have stood for the same government that spent billions, over 9 trillion shillings, putting up big projects, and 1 year to the end of your term, you say these big projects was misguided. We need to have leaders who stand for something, and there is a history and a pattern of integrity all through, that if you stand for bottom up, it should have been bottom up from 2013. Bottom up is just a modified word from devolution, and devolution is something that the DP cannot associate himself with because he fought it. So he has to look for another name for devolution, which is just basically taking the money to the grassroots. And even the BBI was to even make it better by making sure there is even more money going to the grassroots, so that it helps address very specific issue, not just business. By the way, panelists, if you want to help the mama mbogas address certain things that affect their livelihood, health, education, access to water, and infrastructure, devolution was supposed to help us do that. And Kibaki helped us in education, whereby poor people were able to take children to school. That is better than giving them money, because one, you are empowering the children of those people who will tomorrow become able to become doctors, to become teachers, to become lawyers, to even help their families. Two, health is supposed to be made affordable, available, and even free. Most households are spending hundreds of and thousands of shillings on treatment. Even if you gave those people, mama mbogas that you are fighting for, 100,000 and their medical bills are 200,000, you have not helped them. Make health affordable or free. Make education affordable or free. And that is what devolution was trying to address. Taking hospitals, taking schools to the villages and making them accessible and affordable, so that every county now has almost every county now has a cancer screening and a dialysis unit. People are traveling from Bungoma to Nairobi on a waiting list to get dialysis. Whether you give me 20,000 or 30,000 in bottoms up, and have a patient who has to travel to Nairobi for a simple medical exercise, you have not addressed the holistic issues that affect a household. When a government addresses the basic needs of a human being and empowers them, then they're able to do that which can bring them livelihoods. People are not looking for handouts. And even Raila's approach of handouts is a reaction to Ruto's bottoms up, because we have to now sound very, very, very attractive to the poor. But in an ideal situation, taking money to the devolved units where health, education, water, and even subsidies for agricultural products is done, will spur up the economy without necessarily giving out handouts. All the developed countries that we see, including America, they talk of a country of equal opportunities. It is opportunities, not a country of equal handouts. It is just a government creating the right environment, opportunities, that if you merit and if you have an idea and you work hard, you can become anybody you want to be. That is what we should be working for. Not a centralized government that the current the Tanga type of government wants to come up with, where they will have all the money with themselves and then walk from one county to another, dishing out money to small businesses as handouts and saying they are empowering them. It should be a policy that is enshrined in the constitution, that people have a right to access certain services, certain facilities, so that it doesn't sound like the president or the government is giving you a favor, as was suggested by devolution, where money has to come to counties, and county governments have to sit with the people through public participation to discuss on what is their priorities. We want health, we want water, we want roads, we want farm subsidies, and all these other things. So that when you demand from county government, you are not begging. You sit on a table and discuss on what is your priorities as a community. But let's not talk of somebody saying that he'll be walking around with a sack of 20,000 to give to poor people and youths so that they can uplift their livelihoods. That is also another source of corruption. How will you monitor how and what merit will you use to identify a poor person and somebody who is able to make a living? I think that is my take on that. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And we are going straight to Robert, only on the aspect of handout and it being a reaction to bottom up. I question it. I don't know how the rest of the panelists will do that, but I will let Penny to respond to that when it's her turn. Robert, take it away.
Thank you, Bernard, and the co-panelists. Today's topic is very interesting, given the time where we are heading to an election in 2022. And it's just about time that Kenyans has to make a decision on how they're going to be governed in the next 5 years. Bernard, I'm really a concerned person. Haven't listened to my fellow panelists, and also looking into what is going on in the country right now. Our youths are being persuaded with just narratives that cannot even be substantiated in any way. It is a concern that each and every person in this country should be very keen on. Take for a good example what we've just heard one of the panelists talking about. That is how the Jubilee government has been running this country since 2013 up to 2021, or up to where we are today. And at some point, you had some people taking credit of some part of that period, and some disharming some part of that period. And that should also concern us as Kenya. What kind of leaders are we having at the helm of power? And some of these things should really inform our decision in 2022. Allow me say a few things before I sleep, or before I give other people a chance to speak. Everything rises and falls with leadership. I repeat, everything rises and falls with leadership, including supporting that mama mboga that we keep on talking about, we keep on referring. For example, we've seen people going around the country donating push carts, donating wheelbarrows, donating water tanks, donating some little tokens to some of the small traders, which is not a bad thing to help. But what should concern us is how sustainable is that? That is a question that we need to ask ourselves. How sustainable is that? Because there are things that if we keep on doing as a country, then we must be very careful not to plunge into more problems than what we already have. What culture are we introducing in this country? If it is a culture of supporting people, then there are structures that can be used. Some are already existing. But if we are going to introduce a culture of tokenism in this country, and somebody saying that when I assume power, I will create a ministry of having this kind of circles to support mamas and whatever. Take, for example, we already have a youth fund in this country. Have we even asked ourselves how youth have benefited since that department or that fund was created? Take, for example, a youth who just left maybe university last year or a year before last year, and maybe has got an opportunity to be a entrepreneur, for example. He has opened a company, maybe just participating in these tenders ABC. And maybe through luck, he has an LPO and walks into that youth funds office with that LPO. Do you know that that youth will still be asked to produce what we call a collateral for him to be supported or for him to be financed for that particular LPO? Now, looking at that situation, this is just a person who had just left university a year ago or 2 years ago. Where do you expect him to get that collateral? Where do you expect him to get a logbook, for example? Where do you expect him to get a title deed for a parcel of land so that maybe he can be supported for a loan, for example? And what culture are we cultivating in these youth? Because if he doesn't produce either logbook or a collateral like a title deed, he will not be given that loan. Then you are introducing a mindset in this particular youth that there is that kind of life that I have to live for me to get a title, so that I can enhance some of these things or process some of these things in the best way I can. The culture that you're introducing into this person is either to go and steal so that he can have some of these properties. So that in the event of tomorrow, if he's given an LPO, he's able to go, or he's able to finance that LPO, or he's able to walk in to a youth fund or a bank with a title deed, and maybe be given a loan. That is the culture I'm talking about. Now, the problem is our leadership. Because if you have a good leadership, you will have the best policies that will look and take care of the country's interest, the mwananchi, the common man interest. And that is not what we have in this country. And that is what we should look for in 2022. What kind of leaders are we putting into power? Are they leaders that are going to change the current situation? Like just an example that I've given that is ailing this country. As I conclude, as youths, and I can see most of the panelists who are here are young people. And even those people who go beyond the time to watch some of these shows are young people. And the young people compose about, in fact, exactly over 70% of voters in this country. It means if we want to shape this country into what we want, then we can do it in just a second by just casting your vote in the right place so that you get the best leadership that will give you and your children and your future the best services that you need. And here we still have the same youths haven't known what is really expected of us. We still find ourselves actually singing some of these narratives, following some of these leaders blindly, without asking ourselves questions that we really need to ask ourselves. For example, we have MCAs, we have MP, we have governors that are currently in some of these positions. They've been there for at least now 4 years. They were charged with responsibilities. How many of us as youth are asking them or taking our leaders into account of those responsibilities that they were given, whether they are done, and if they are not done, why are they not done? You see, that is the kind of culture as youth we need to create for this country if we want to shape this country into the direction that each and everyone, even your kids, would want this country to be. Because without doing that, we will still have the same leaders coming back to us with 50 shillings, 100 shillings, and then buying some of these voters. Then tomorrow, you won't see him until the next 5 years. So we must put a stop to some of these cultures that we've seen in this country. Some of these people promised us stadiums. Some of these people promised us so many things that we haven't seen up to now. They are now again bringing new promises. What happened to the promises that they gave us last, or for the past years? Who is actually taking them into account to explain where those promises went? That is the kind of leadership, that is the kind of citizenship that we should have as Kenyans. If at all we want the leadership that we are talking about here in this country. But if at all we still want to remain in the status quo, then let us continue debating on the hustlers, the dynasties, the Raos, and the Rutos, and whatever. The individuals, the personalities, we should take really into account the characters of these people that we put in power, so that in the future we don't make the same mistakes that we made in the past. As I conclude, fellow Kenyans, this is another opportunity that we've been given again. It is up to us to make the right decision. No one will make that right decision for you. It is you and me to make that decision now. And there's no any other time, but the time is now. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Mr. Onyo. Unmute, ask your question. If it's a question.
Okay, I think you are getting me clear, all of you.
We'll get you clear. Is it a question you have or a submission?
It is a submission at the same time a question I want to ask Robert. Because...
hold on. It can't be a submission because there is a particular pattern we are using. There are people who came before you. They need to make their submission. Then when it comes to your turn, you will do that.
I was first before Penny, before Community, and Sam. I was the first. I was following Robert.
I didn't see you. I was next.
I think, yeah, he came
Okay,
out and then he came back again. That's
Mr.
the reason.
Onyari.
I think RMJ can tell you.
Yeah, you were here and then you disappeared. When you disappeared and some other members came around, and that's why
A new
the
admission is taken as new admission.
pattern has missed you. So ask Bernard how he's
All the
going to accommodate you.
same. Let's just relax. We get to Penny community, then we get back to you. And then I also want to let Penny to moderate.
Bernard, WG was way earlier here.
Hey, and he has come in like 7 times when I am here. So WG, relax. I'm the one who throws you in and then you drop out. I throw you back. So I count the times you are punishing me to put you back. All the same, you will come. Will come in that order. I want to leave. Penny will be moderating. I need to go, but Wekesa will come to take over, and then he will close the show. But I want us to give civility. Give your views, support whoever you're supporting, but please, let's do it on what is factual and what is securing a future for our country. We can fight for somebody to get in office, but have we made Kenya better? Have we succeeded in securing a Kenya that will hold our children's children with pride, or we just succeeded in winning an argument? So let's put that in consideration even as we share. So I will let community, since you are our ancestor, hold on. And on this platform, we give priority to the ladies because of gender sensitivity and affirmative action. We will jump you, go to Penny, then Penny will give it back to you, then you give it to Onyari, then WG, then Sam. Until there is another ruling, let that pattern remain. If you have a question, unanyanyua kidole hivi, unaonwa, unapewa nafasi. Kusikuwa na ile exchange ya fight ya I said, you said, I said, you said. Please, I beg. Thank you. Penny, you can take on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll try and make my submission as brief as possible. And I think Bernard had tasked me to comment something about the stipend that is being promised by the DP, and I think it was coming out as a mechanism meant to counteract the fund that was promised by the DP, but I beg to differ, because the stipend, the main aim of introducing the stipend by Raila is the fact that he acknowledges that in the society there are those who are very vulnerable. We have people who cannot even afford as basic things like food and stuff like that. They don't even have places to live and they are so destitute. So I think that is what informed him to come up with a social welfare program, because it is true that Azimio la Umoja is also going to make affordable basic things like health, education, and housing. But you see, it's a process. It's a process, and we can't promise that within the first 100 days in the office, he'll be able to achieve this. So because we have these vulnerable people in the society, their needs are rather immediate, that needs to be addressed. So I think there are so many mechanisms that will be at play in trying to salvage the economy. And at the top is the most vulnerable people. So I don't think it's a handout as such. We have to acknowledge the fact that there are people who are very vulnerable and they are in need of such a mechanism to take care of them. So that's my take on the stipend. I don't think it's a handout or tokenism or anything, but we have to appreciate the fact that we have people who are very, very vulnerable within the society. Yeah. So I'll make my submission. Maybe you can ask me a question after that. Mwango, you'll ask me later. Let me just be done with my presentation. Yeah, so today's discussion was about the hustler narrative and the Azimio la Umoja. So the hustler narrative is quite synonymous with the mama mbogas and border borders. So we can see that according to the UDA, the hustler, when they mention the name hustler, they are referring to the low income segment, the low income earning segment of the society. So I find this narrative quite divisive, in the sense that if your government is all about hustlers, if your government is all about people who are low income earning in the society, then it means you have nothing to do with the middle class, and you have nothing to do with the people who are the owners of the means of production, such as the Mount Kenya Foundation and the rest. So I find this narrative quite divisive, us versus them, wale watu, You want to create an impression that there are people who are suffering in the name of hustlers, and the reason why they are suffering, the rich are the ones who are responsible for their poverty. So you're trying to arouse a war, a class war, that is very dangerous for our nation. So for me, this hustler narrative is just a no from the word go. It is not healthy for our country. We are trying to create a united nation. We acknowledge the fact that we are diverse. There are so many, we are a nation that consists of around 42 tribes, 42 or more tribes. So we cannot afford to begin profiling ourselves in terms of the communities where we come from, or in terms of the rich and the poor. And when a president ascends into leadership, he'll be a president of both the hustlers and the rich, the middle class and everyone. So I find that narrative quite divisive. I find it also quite populist. It is meant to appeal to the emotions of the masses, and especially the youth who were promised the laptops and stuff like that. So this narrative is supposed to quench the youth's thirst, so that they are not questioning. They are not supposed to hold the DP accountable for the things that he promised. So he comes out as this person who really cares for the youth, whom he promised so many things. So this narrative is meant to hoodwink the youth into accepting their poverty. You're being told that you are a hustler. When you're poor and someone is telling you, yes, it is okay, you're poor. Yeah, so for me, I think it is not the right narrative. And when we look at the Azimio la Umoja by Baba, you see Umoja, it's all about unity. It's all about unity in diversity, acknowledging that we are different, but we can actually have unity of purpose. Yeah, so I think the UDA team still have a long way in trying to convince us that they are after unity, and they are not after quelling a class war. The hustler narrative is also meant to intimidate the rich, the owners of tools of production, and it's meant to make them feel guilty for the wealth that they own. It is meant to intimidate them, because your government will focus so much on the poor that the rich have made a mistake to be rich, to be who they are. So it is quite intimidating to use the term hustler, because it is not inclusive. Your government should be a government of the rich, the poor, and the middle class, not just the hustlers alone. So the Azimio la Umoja for Raila He keeps talking about liberation, economic liberation. He keeps talking about industries, reviving the collapsed industries, and encouraging local investment by discouraging unnecessary importation and building factories that would be able to employ the youth who are employed as part of the solution to the poverty that is biting at this time of COVID, and when we have suffered the effects of corruption. So we see Baba trying very much to put in mechanisms of rekindling our economy by reviving the industries and coming up with the factories and promising many more things that would revive our economy. But then, even the symbol in the wheelbarrow, that wheelbarrow symbol, for me, is quite a problem, because when you promise people laptops and you come up with a wheelbarrow symbol, and then you are telling people that kazi ni kazi, you promised them 1 million jobs per year, and then here you come telling them that kazi ni kazi. And we have graduates, so you expect graduates to accept the fact that kazi ni kazi, wasukume wheelbarrow na mikokoteni. Kazi sio kazi. We all are different. We are different. We are gifted differently. Yes, there should be mama mbogas. Yes, there should be bodabodas, but we also have people who are learned and ambitious who have to look for, who have to chase their ambitions. So when you say kazi ni kazi, you're telling youth that wheelbarrows ni sawa, mkipatiwa wheelbarrow, kazi ni kazi. So for me, that's a no for me. That is retrogressive. We are trying to make our youth not be ambitious, and we are trying to tell our youth that yes, it's okay to be poor. You mama mboga, you'll die a mama mboga. A mama mboga is not supposed to die being a mama mboga. A mama mboga should graduate from being a mama mboga to probably owning, a bigger business. The bodabodas should not die being bodabodas. They should graduate from earning the bodabodas to tuk-tuks. They should graduate to owning Ubers and stuff like that. So this idea of just being comfortable with being a bodaboda and a mama mboga, it is a glorification and a exaltation of poverty. Yeah, so I think the hustler narrative is it's still quite misplaced for me. And as the youth of this nation, we cannot be going to aviation schools only to be given wheelbarrows. We cannot go to school to come and start pushing mikokotenis. Yeah. So I find the narrative attempting to curtail the ambitions of the youth, including the highly learned, to take up the wheelbarrows and mikokotenis as an alternative means of earning, Whereas in the Azimio, you can see that Baba is quite consultative. He tries to consult various leaders from various places. He holds meetings with the youth. He holds meetings with the professionals and the different people from different walks of life to find out their unique problems and how he can actually solve them. The hustlers, on the other hand, are quite they are not accommodative. They are looking for followers. They are not looking for partnership like the Azimio guys. They are looking for followers, and that is why it comes out very clearly when the DP tells other people that for you to join UDA, you have to fold your party, So we are actually marching backwards to the single party era when we only used to have KANU, and KANU was the mama and baba. So we are beginning to fold our parties because someone is playing retrogressive politics, taking us backwards to one party state, whereas we are a multi-party state. So it comes out quite clearly that when these hustler people take up the government, we will go back to the single party era, and they'll be dictators, and they will tamper a lot with the constitution, which they so seem to be protecting, and it is very scary to imagine that they would even be able to ascend to positions of power. And we pray that they do not clinch the power by all means. Yeah, I think I'll stop my submission unless someone has a question. Any question? Any comment?
Do you have any questions for Penny? I'm taking over moderation from Bernard. Bernard has gone to relax. He's a pastor and he has to preach tomorrow. So he's gone to prepare his sermon. So I'm taking over the moderation at least moving forward. So any questions to Penny? I see Mwango has a question to you. So Mwango.
Yes, I have a question to Penny.
Yeah.
Okay, Penny has talked about wheelbarrow as a symbol.
Yeah.
And he seems not to be happy with that symbol of wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow, as we know, is just a symbol of job, something that people use to do some jobs. And I think that all these parties, they have got symbols.
Yeah.
ODM has got orange.
Yes.
Does it mean that now, if we elect, if ODM gets power, now we'll be eating oranges? Does
Okay,
it mean
that's a
something like
good
that?
question. That's a good
Because
question.
you have said that if Asla takes power,
Yeah.
then youth will be given the wheelbarrows.
That's a very good question. In fact, I expected that question.
Yeah.
The
So
reason
can you
why I have
explain
a problem, the reason why I have a problem with the wheelbarrow symbol is because initially you will appreciate the fact that the DP has he has donated several wheelbarrows. So for him, it was not only a symbol, but it was also a tool of production for him in the 21st century. It's very unfortunate that he has distributed so many wheelbarrows. So for him, it was not just a symbol. He only used it as a symbol when people came out and they were like, we are graduates, we have gone to school, we cannot come back and be given wheelbarrows and mikokotenis. So as far as we are concerned, it was not just a symbol, but a tool of production in the 21st century. It wasn't just a symbol. It was actually a tool of production in the 21st century. Kazi ni kazi, sukumeni wheelbarrow, go to campus, get your degrees, get your PhDs and masters, come back and get wheelbarrows, and it's okay, kazi ni kazi. So Mwango, it wasn't just a symbol until people made noise and protested.
Another question on the same line. Okay, you've articulated very well that people are using that tool in the 21st century. Are you aware that the most population in Kenya are using the same tool to earn their living in this century? So do you have to blame on a person of that, or we have to blame the economy of our country that has been actually struggling and has led these people to definitely use that tool, despite the fact that we are in the 21st century, as you said?
Okay, that's also a very good question. I'm not ruling out the fact that wheelbarrows should not be used where it is deemed necessary. Like I know in the construction industry, wheelbarrows are mostly used to transport the building materials and like cement and stuff like that. So I'm not implying that now we should not use wheelbarrows. But you see, the context in which the DP was introducing the wheelbarrows was such that it's like everybody across, according to him, it cut across. Everybody was supposed to be given the wheelbarrows. Let the wheelbarrows be given to people who deserve it, but let the people who have gone to school also be given the jobs that they deserve. Because in the society, we have different capabilities and we have different abilities. We can't all be PhD holders. We can't all be pilots, we can't all be this and that. But when you want to bring some things to us to give our children wheelbarrows, whereas your children have, we have invested so much in our children, and then they are busy distributing wheelbarrows to graduates and stuff like that, we cannot allow it.
Thank
Can
you,
I
thank
add
you,
something?
Thank you, Penny, for that. I know that people, the Hustler Nation meant well when they looked for the symbol, but also you need to appreciate that you may find yourself in such similar situations as you move on, having to try and defend whatever symbol you pick. So I think it's okay for us to interrogate the symbols. It's okay for us to, and it is one strange effect. It is the first time in a political competition where a symbol is being discussed in political debates. I've watched severally PNU, the 2007, 2008, a symbol has never been so much controversial like it is right now. So probably there's something about the symbol that the UDA people like Sam and Mwango may have to keep explaining every time. And I think even your strategizers and the people who are coming here, they must have known that it was going to raise a lot of questions. So the questions are coming in fast and furious, and I know there are so many questions as to the use of the wheelbarrow. You may have to keep repeating many times. Hopefully a time will come when Kenyans will appreciate what you meant with it. As it is, of course, you realize there are quite varied understanding of it. And to the extent that Penny has said, you have gone ahead to even issue some of those tools to graduates. Obviously, it is bound to, it's a political competition, and whatever thing you put out there is going to be questioned. So I think you just need to be ready. I found it a little interesting that some instead of saying that, explaining the symbol, you went ahead to explain, to say that you shouldn't be blamed that people are using that. I found that a little interesting, instead of going ahead to defend your symbol. But let's hear WG add something in a minute.
Yeah. I think why it's raising that heat, the symbol, than the oranges and those other umbrellas, is how it was packaged. And when we are being told that a wheelbarrow pusher should be having a privilege over those other jobs, it raises questions. But yet, these are people who should be, okay, we shouldn't criticize them, but we should empathize with them. It's a job that you only find yourself in that kind of a job, unfortunately. So when you are raising it up to the extent that now you want to belittle any pilot around, any doctor around, any driver of a matatu, or you see, so therefore it brings it to question, and again. That one also, why it's gaining a lot of heat is because they are trying to use it to segregate, to bring this the class thing. So when you, it is not just a wheelbarrow like that. In fact, they are now just putting it politely, just like Penny says, because of the panel beating they received from the public regarding how they were presenting it. Otherwise, they wanted to make it appear that there is a class of people who are privileged this time round. But you see, it's very painful when you say kazi ni kazi and using the wheelbarrow. When, like I live in Kisumu, which is a very hot area, and you find you go to Central Bank, you get members of one tribe occupying that office solo, or one or two tribes occupying a particular office. You go to the police station like that. You go to KRA like that, Communications Authority of Kenya like that. And all these buildings are in some particular region where the inhabitants are not occupying those offices. They are toiling outside there in the heat. You see? And you see, the only thing they can stand there to do is sell those things, the goods, and the rest are there. And you see, looking at William Ruto's background, you find that he's advocating the wheelbarrows to other children and other kids, yet his own are ambassadors and mention it, and enjoying all the tenders of the land. It is kind of abusive. So when we analyze these things, they bring a lot of emotions, and I don't just understand why some people are, still not seeing any sense in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Joseph Mbinda, Grace Kamau, Colin Sonyuka, we can see you. You are following us. Continue writing. Wambua, George Mutua, we appreciate your comments, and we appreciate your discussions on the other side. Now, one thing we need to appreciate.
Submission.
Yeah, okay. You are the one who submit. It is you, and then let me see the order. It is you, then who? Then
Onyari,
and then WG.
And then Sam.
And then Sam.
Sami.
Okay.
Sami.
Okay, so one thing we need to appreciate, I'll let you in. One thing we need to appreciate, we all want an equitable society. We don't want any side of the society being left behind, or us creating a society one against another. We don't want the rich to be against the poor and the poor to be against the rich. We don't want anything that is happening within the society of Kenya to disadvantage you. Because a few years from now, Ruto's son or Ruto's daughter will want to be the president or want to seek a position in this country. We don't want the same narrative to be used against them. Because right now, Ruto is the one seeking the presidency, and he's going to probably use that, the idea of hustlers. His children have never sold chicken anywhere, have never sold a wheelbarrow anywhere. Is it therefore true that a few years to come, when they want to rise into position of leadership, we tell them that you guys are not hustlers? You see, there are narratives you create that will work for you maybe at the moment, but will disadvantage a generation. He is wise, him who plants a tree, not hoping that he is the one who is going to enjoy its shade. Whatever it is that is being planted right now, a few years from now, the people, the MPs and the people who are so strong in the house narrative will have their children seeking the leadership of Kenya. What is it that they'll be standing for? If right now you're saying all of us, we are fathers of nobody, whose children will they be? Will they be fathers of nobody? Will they be fathers of, they rose from nowhere? The daughter has been an ambassador. Does it mean that she will never want to be a president in that country or an MP? Sometimes when we think, we need to think beyond even the leaders that we are following right now. Because right now they are billionaires. Akina Gachagua, those are billionaires. The chairman of VUDA is not a hustler. That's a billionaire. So when their children will come and start and want to be presidents and want to be MPs, what will you tell them? Will you tell them that you guys are not hustlers, your fathers were dynasties?
So there's a point you're not getting it right.
No, wait, Sam.
Let me put this one. Wait, no, you cannot
wait,
Sam. Let me just put it.
Wait, Sam. No, hold on. Let me finish. I'll give you time. You'll have time to respond, Sam. I'm just trying to give a premise in which we need to argue. So when you are arguing these things, even when you are saying, oh, these are hustlers, they are parents of nobody, they are a common person, those people, their children and grandchildren will one day want to lead this country. What narrative will you be selling to them? So even as we discuss, let's put all that into perspective. But you have a right, okay? You have a right to hold whichever side of position you want to hold. You have a right to defend it. And there is already going to be questions. And when these questions, be ready to, of course, defend your side. It is not obvious that you'll sell something and it will be taken. I know that was the narrative, that if we just come and say we are all poor, then let's just take it. No. So something has to be interrogated. And this is the stage where we do that. I want at this point, Sam, just hold on your horses. You'll have your time to respond to everything that I've said and all others have said. Sometimes when you respond, when you're emotional, you will say something that probably you didn't mean to say. So I want to go straight to community ancestor. Community ancestor, kindly make your submissions in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Who is that? Who is that? Hold on, community ancestor. Who is that? That's Onyari. Onyari.
Yeah,
Onyari,
actually,
okay. Onyari, 1 minute. Okay, go on.
that is the question I wanted to ask you about the minute of submissions, because it is getting dawn and we are not giving that kind of timing. But you have said 3 minutes, let it be 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes. Let's be conscious that we are many, and I know some of us probably also will want to give submissions and go and rest. So if you are still around, you don't have to give all your points at once. So there's no problem. Just be conscious. What you need to be aware is there are other people on the forum. So don't give all your, your points if they're taking 10 minutes. Just 3 minutes, please. Ikifika 3 minutes, I'll alert you so that you kind of finish. So you are starting right now, community ancestor.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question to youths of Kenya is, what will happen if the originator of the hustler nation, of the hustler narrative, or Azimio la Umoja, or economy can't ascend to power? I repeat my question to youths of Kenya. What will happen if the originators of hustler narrative, Azimio la Umoja, economy can't ascend to power? Kenyans should be very much careful. Youths have been promised goodies that they can't be able to get enough stores in order to store those goodies, because I've seen them. Youths have been told 100 million will be pumped into your groups. Mama Bogas also, they have been promised 6,000 is coming. So youths are anxiously waiting. Now, my question to Chebukati, are you going to give us credible elections? To Raila Amolo Odinga, William Samoei Ruto, Mudavadi, and Kalonzo's, mention all of them. Please, in your campaigns, tell youths that this is a competition. 2022 will be a competition. If I lose correctly, I will concede defeat. If it is Raila Amolo Odinga, go Bondo. If it is William Samoei Ruto, go Sugoi. If it is Mudavadi, go to Western. If it is Kalonzo, go to Yayata home and wait for another 5 years. And if Chebukati cannot give us credible elections, to you Raila, to you Ruto, to you Mudavadi and Kalonzos, kindly, Mother Koome is there at the Supreme Court. Don't incite these youths whom you have pumped that you'll bring heaven to Kenya on them. Don't incite them. Go there, launch your case, Mother Koome and his team to handle that. I see youths in Kenya as like a time bomb waiting to explode if they cannot be held carefully. Now, my 3 minutes is over. I rest my case. I'll come again to the topic of today.
Thank you so much for executing your 3 minutes. I think that is the best use of 3 minutes that I've ever seen here. So kindly let's follow suit. You don't have to give 10 points. You can just expound on one within 3 minutes and you're done. Onyari?
I want to start with Azimio la Umoja, or Declaration to Unity. First of all, we are saying unifying factor, and that is the mzee called Baba. First, as Benny said, and I wanted to echo on her words, all the professions, all the businessmen, all people who are lower earners, and the total who doesn't have anything. Papa is listening to them to make a unifying factor of solving their issues. Secondly, on him, he understands better of our country. He knows from Pondo, Wachil, Turkana, Marsabit, Marakwet, Marindi, and all the areas. He knows how people are being separated due to issues that comes from their region. That is the reason why he has made this kind of movement of a declaration of unity. First, to bring all stakeholders together into one basket. Then he started to interrogate them and give them an hope that it can happen if we act on unity purpose. Secondly, on Azimio la Umoja, I want to assure you today, when Baba says there is a third revolution that is coming for reparation of the Kenya economy, he is going every point on point. First, we are having our industries that have been since 1970s, 1980s, 90s, that were producing products of Kenya. Currently, they are stalled, they are down. Baba says economy grows down when your products are not in the market, are not processed. We just rely on the imports rather than we have our own manufactured products and what we take as consumers from our own. That is when economy goes down. Because we buy, our money goes outside. It doesn't remain in our country. Second, loan production. We need burn paper to start working so that we can make viberiti, toothpicks, and the rest. We need Mumia sugar to start grinding sugar. Zoia, the same. We need Rivertex as it is now working. Let us plant Pamba to give the subsidy, fertilizers, and the seeds to go and grow Pamba or cotton, and these factories to start processing our product so that mkulima apate yake. Our dairies, we had KICC. Me, I was taking milk to KICC in those area times when the KICC was working. But today, I don't take. Even our society that we were using is dead because it was curtailed down. But we need to restructure and bring it back. When I come to Asala Nation, please, even the word itself, as I'm a Christian, I don't want to use that word because it has no any sound meaning of Christianity. And most of people, we are dwelling on there and we call ourselves Christians. That is the one point I need to dispute about the Asala Nation. Secondly, we are being cheated with the person who says that he wants to be an evangelist and is an evangelist on this matter. How can he cheat people on the same platform and want to be given a mantle to take the lead of the nation? It is very hypocritical. It is very, very absurd to see such a kind of people who are saying that they want to be the leaders. For example, my Madam Benis has said very categorically, we are learned people. There are doctors, there are engineers, there are all sorts of people with their own careers. How can we be given a certain tool that can cut across all the careers? It cannot work. Please, youths, mostly, we are the people who are affected. You know, for example, peer influence in the age set and the age group, it was making people to arouse and start making a lot of interest because of the peer influence. Now, the tactic that has been deployed by those UDA team is most youths, they are unemployed. Mama Mboga, she's a raw Anna. Now, how can I capture these people? I will capture their mind so that I use them to step on them so that I can achieve where I want. And that is not the Kenya we need. Let us come as readers of that team called UDA. Come with a structure that money that was going as CDF, are they building classes? Are they building what that are allocated for that money? If they are doing so, and the roads are not built, which money or which policy are we going to deploy for the roads? Okay, for the business ladies and the men, which money are we going to allocate from top to down to come and help these people directly? I think it
Mr.
was
Nyari,
being. Thank you.
thank you for. You may need to mute. Really been given a little latitude with the time. We are many. I don't know if there's any question for Nyari. Okay, no questions. WG, 3 minutes.
Okay,
Three
thank
minutes.
you.
3 minutes after that. You don't have to prosecute all the points. You can just prosecute one in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Themba. It's good to see you after a long time. We've not met. So I just want to say, Themba, this guy known as Dr. William Samoei Ruto, he's a very cunning gentleman and very wise. And I think he has mastered the art of politics, and he has just decided that he wants to get to State House through the shortest cut. And that's why even his packages, his package for the narrative of, the hustler, kazi ni kazi. All this, if you study them carefully, they are very short because it is a narrative that is packaged very, very casually, and you see, if it doesn't, if it's not, if it is not, defeated at the ballot, that narrative, then I know William Ruto will discard it the moment he is elected. And that's why he's not packaging it well. Even in his campaign, when you look at it properly, he has to assist it, or he has to support it with handouts. I'll call it handouts. And I wonder why he's calling some of these things that Baba is proposing handouts. Yet he cannot even, a man who cannot go to convince people, just talk to people and let people listen to him and just let people digest whatever is telling them. He has to, he believes that something must be given to the people. Those things to blindfold the people, so that these people get so excited that they don't go ahead and interrogate what he's telling them. This is what I'm seeing William Ruto doing, and that's why I'm calling it the shortest. He has devised a method whereby it will be landing him to State House very fast. From this kazi ni kazi narrative, I wanted to say that will Mama Mboga, because after, I want to believe, let's say that what William Ruto has proposed to them will now, empower them so that they are able to even educate their children. How many of the Mama Mbogas would want their kids to come and inherit the job they are doing and not just get to those other professionals, like professions, sorry, like the doctors, the teachers, So at one point, those people will be somebody. At least their status will have come up. So how is Ruto, just like Themba was saying, that at that point, when now that status has come, like you've really told people that people who are have gained something, who are being called the dynasties, now you've empowered the Mama Mboga, which way to follow again? And therefore, that is why we must be very careful with these narratives that we are being peddled to, just like that. And I want to say, talk to the youth. The youth, it is time to know that this country belongs to you. It belongs to you more than any other generation, especially the old age, especially not the Railas. So instead of just jumping up and concluding without interrogating things deeply, please sit down and and chart your ways. Interrogate people, what people are telling you, what the politicians are telling you, instead of just jumping. Because the way things go, you may just find that at one point, just like that, they will just push William Ruto to the throne. And then from there, it will become catastrophic, because I can't see another 5 years of this Kenya, this economy, going the way it has gone for the past 10 years after Kibaki. And be sure that when you put William Ruto there, the same thing that happened when they were with Uhuru Kenyatta will be the continuation. Let us not cheat ourselves. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, WG. I think there are points that you're saying there that are very important for us to appreciate. I just want to throw this to the UDA people, because I know quite a number of them are here. Now, it has been purported by your candidate, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, that they are busy saying that they are condemning the rich. I mean, the people who have risen to the top, like the Equity guy, Equity Bank guy, who actually implemented the bottom up. They started from down, went up to up. Right now, they're busy educating the children of those Mama Mbogas. Many of them are getting scholarship through Wings to Fly, issued by Equity. But now, the other day, your UDA people were busy condemning the same people who are solving some of your issues, some of your problems which are school fees, health issues. So you're condemning people who have made themselves self-made and are rich. These hustlers, you are promising them that you want to bring them up to be rich. Do you see the irony? You are already condemning people who are rich, and you are telling the hustlers you want them to rise up and be rich. Don't you find irony there? Because if you want us to be rich, why are you condemning the people? It's like someone telling you, these people who are in this particular building are bad people, but I want to help you to come to this building. So do you want to help me to come and be condemned? You see? That's the irony. Why I don't understand why we don't see that, why the hustlers, because he says he wants to bring you up. It's bottom up, to bring everybody up. Where? To where these rich people are. And then when these people are rich are here, you are busy condemning them. So do you want to, is it genuine that he wants to make you rich? Is that a genuine statement? He doesn't want you to be rich because he'll condemn you. So I mean, I'm just putting it right there so that I can hear somebody maybe comment on it as you move on. Was that a question or a comment? Was that a question or a comment? Someone raising your hand. Is it a question or a comment?
It is a comment.
Actually, it's a question. I thought Mr. Onyari had a question for me. I've been waiting all here for him. I wanted to hear his question before I sleep.
You just come, Robert. Okay, you just came, but it's okay. We can allow Nyari to ask you a question, and then maybe you can respond to it. Then we allow you to sleep. Onyari, go ahead.
Actually, I was asking Robert, but he left, so even my question actually get shut down at the same time. But I can't frame it well to him, but I want to ask him, if you are at a point saying that you are not in part of the Azimio and a part of that UDA, because me, I've really principle, I can't talk about hustler. That is a dirty word. So where do you belong? Because you are saying that inakuja, watakuja na hawatakuweko. In case, what will it happen? Because I didn't get you where you are. Because if you cannot choose a place where to be, then you are not with us, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Onyari. Actually, I'm a Kenyan. If you want to know where I am, I'm a Kenyan. And the fact that I've not aligned myself with any political affiliation does not exonerate me from being a Kenyan. I'm only urging the youth to make an informed decision come 2022. And when that opportunity comes, when that time comes, I will also make the informed decision based on my assessment as a Kenyan. That is what I was advising youth. Thank you.
So that means you are also digesting of the policies being cut across so that you make your own mind.
Onyari, it's okay. It's okay, Robert. Robert, it's okay. You know, there are people. Robert is speaking for many. He's just here representing a cross board of so many Kenyans who are like him, who are neither in Jubilee, neither in neither in Tangatanga, neither in Kieleweke nor ODM. It's a particular section of the society. Some of them basically at the time of the ballot they move in and say, let me go and maybe vote for a specific person who represent what I think is right based on what he believes. Having said that, though, I think I like the participation of Robert now that he's able to actually actively participate in political discussion and even map out the leadership process that we want to see. I only hope that that does not mean as a Kenyan you have a right to vote. And therefore, at the time of the voting, you will exercise your democratic right that comes in with voting. Because by not voting, or rather by voting, some of us say that we are not politically active, we don't want to participate in politics and stuff, and then you don't even go to vote. But we wake up every other single day. We complain about the leadership, Now, leadership, according to our constitution, is chosen by universal suffrage. That is voting. So whatever it is that we believe about it, it is your right, constitutional, to go and vote if you gotten to the age of 18 and you have an ID. So the best thing that you can do is go vote. Because when you vote, your voice is heard. When you don't vote, your voice is speaking, but in silence. Because the person who will get the majority is the person who probably should have gotten a vote against him. But he has gotten a vote for him, which is silent. So that's why at this time, as you are going to register as voters, encourage all your people, all your friends, your relatives who are 18 years and above to take their vote and wake up and vote. Because that vote changes a lot. We can complain about leaders, we can debate here, but if we don't vote, we can't change anything. So I hope that, yes, Robert has a right not to lean onto any side. And we are hoping also those people who are listening to us and you are pro-Oka or any other political formation, you'd want to come here and debate, we welcome you. We don't sit and say that only UDA and ODM or Bab and Raila supporters have the link and come in. Come, anybody, come here, prosecute your point, support your candidate, let the public get to understand. When the public understands, they're educated, when it comes to voting, they'll be having an informed decision in voting. So let's move on. I want to bring in Mike. Mike, since you are coming in, I don't know if it's the first time or you have been here.
I've been here before, Themba. Thank you.
Okay,
But he
so
has
then
already talked.
I'll give you 3 minutes and 3 minutes. If you have talked, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Even 2 minutes. I just want to bring everybody up to speed on character and the principles our leaders stand for. I've just gotten an extract from the Nation newspaper, and there's a YouTube clip for those who don't believe that on newspapers, verbatim. On November 13, 2011, the DP William Ruto, who is now the leader of UDA, said, "Kazi kwa vijana is outdated." And this is the statement he made. "The government should launch a comprehensive youth program if the economy is to be revived." According to Eldoret North MP, that he was an MP by then, jobless youth are not sufficiently equipped with skills to be productive in Kenya's economy. Mr. Ruto said Kazi kwa Vijana program was outdated in this era of e-commerce, computer, email, and other modern technology. I've posted that extract on the private chat. You can look at that newspaper and also go to the YouTube of 13th November 2011. That is your leader saying 10 years ago that kazi ni kazi is outdated. Kazi si kazi. The kazi for Kenya's youth is e-commerce, computer, and modern technology related. And that is the platform the DP came on to power with, the Uhuru with, the digital platform. So whichever way you put it, whether you remove the wheelbarrow and say you shall give Mama Mboga money, that is not the program or the ideology the DP stood for 10 years ago. He strongly believed that for Kenya to move forward, we needed to modernize our country through modern, actually he called it modern, equipping youth with the modern skills. And that is technology, manufacturing, and all other things. Now, unfortunately, he's able to get away with that because 10 years ago, the people he's addressing were 14 years old, were in either standard 7 or form 1. So they were not interested in politics. They were not aware of what was going on. So he can flip-flop and come up with a totally different agenda and get away with it. And that's why I really pity the UDA followers, because he will change tune without blinking an eye 5 years from now. And the same youth will not remember what he said. So character to me has also become important. Do the people we look up to stand or mean what they say? Or are they saying that just to get political mileage? And for me, the person who has been consistent is somebody who has been fighting for money to be taken to the grassroots. And he started with the Majimbo. Actually, the first word for devolution was Majimbo. But Majimbo sounded very radical, and we changed it to devolution. In 1992, when we were fighting for multipartyism, And that's why when you say 92, the youths were, some of them were not even born. So that's why when you talk of people's character and people's principles and ideologies, the youth who are being addressed by UDA cannot relate with the multipartism and devolution, because they cannot relate with what they are being told now, that we shall saidia mama mboga, we shall saidia boda boda, we shall saidia vijana wa kuosha magari. And that is very attractive because those are the things they can relate with. So I think it's upon some of us who are not 10-year-olds 10 years ago to tell people the truth, that what you are being told now is not what you were being told just 10 years ago. Somebody told us 10 years ago that kazi si kazi, but now he's telling us kazi ni kazi. And you are not asking him what has changed in the last 10 years that makes you have such radical changes without an apology. People change, by the way. We are not static. The only constant thing in life is change. But as you change, you also need to explain why you have changed. Because as we move forward, I think now we are even more technological advanced than we were 10 years ago. So we should even be striving to be more technologically advanced than what was promised 10 years ago. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike, for bringing that up. Actually, I remember the song Tumetoka Analog to Digital. That was a song that really went around and captured a lot of people's mind about Tumetoka Analog to Digital. How a wheelbarrow has become a digital equipment 10 years later, it still baffles. And I think, Mike, you have brought in something very interesting. That the same person who actually chastised kazi kwa vijana because of how heavy work it was about creating digital villages for youths. But now 10 years later, they are talking nothing about digital villages. They are busy defending a slogan of kazi ni kazi. I think youths, and one thing that has happened right now is that yesterday there was Mr. Mwangi who, when we started this debate, was really strong on supporting Ruto. But they have realized that actually the slogans are becoming hollow as we move by the day. And if you realize lately, even in Ruto's forums, public forums, people are generally very, very, they're like, just speak so you go, or give us what you're giving us. And he was even the other day in, I think, Taita, where he said that hii pesa, najua kuna pesa ya serikali, najua kuna pesa ya nini, lakini hii milioni imetoka kwa mfuko yangu. You see, you are outwardly saying that alafu anasema if mkikaa hivi muone kuna shida, nitakuja tena niongeze milioni nyingine. Then there was a little bit of a scuffle in that situation. So how many millions are you going to give across board? You cannot buy people to vote for you. You have to just sell your agenda. But that is becoming at all order, because the things that he had said zinatolewa, they're crumbling one after another. And it's becoming a very hard narrative to sustain. Mwango, I can see you want to come to the defense of the other side. Go ahead. You need to unmute yourself, bro.
Okay. I think that what Ruto has been doing, Themba, Ruto has been doing these things as an example. And he has been saying that apart from today, I've given you 1 million from my pocket, okay? But when I take this government, I will set funds now to help in this program. And he has been very, very clear, saying that apart from the 100 million CDF that constituency get, he also set another 100 million that the mambogas and the border borders people will be getting. Now, if you compare that with the 6,000 stipend, which one is better? Because
remember,
with me,
6,000 is per month.
I believe that if you empower me on how to make money, is better than giving me handouts.
Themba, can I assist?
Mwango, you have said something very important. And I just want to tell you, sir, don't be happy when a politician spends money on you. That is one thing I want to tell anybody. Because once that politician gets into power, the first thing will be to recover the money that he used on you. The moment someone spends money on you in politics, he says that he has used his own money. There's a place where that money is coming from. His first responsibility once he gets to power will be to recover that money that he gave to you. And that is the way corruption thrives in any place. So the moment you are here telling us in public that, oh, he used that money from his own pocket, it is not his own pocket. He is a businessman. Which businessman wants to make losses? Then you get him into power and he tells you he's still going to set aside some money to give you. And you're happy as a young person. I think we need to get ourselves out of this, all young people. In developed places, people contribute to politicians to get to power. You need them, you contribute for them. But in this place, you are here busy telling us, Ruto gave that money from his own pocket. The moment he gets into power, the first thing is to look for a contract to return that money. So you'll be crying here about how corruption has thrived and this has happened and contracts, but you are the same person who was happy when he was using that money on you. So I think as a population, as young people, think beyond Ruto. Any politician coming in to try and use his money to get your votes, to buy you, when he gets in, he's gonna get that money from you. Okay, and then you start coming to cry. So
now,
I think
Temba, okay, this is the thing, eh? All these politicians that you see, all of them normally gives money. All of them. I've seen politicians campaigning. They all give money,
but not openly.
So for you to assume that now you'll now elect one that does not give money is a lie. Because
there's a leader.
Wait, and I've seen people. I've seen people that today they are going to eat from so and so. Tomorrow they're going to so and so.
Mwango. Yeah. There are politicians who have come to power, and the people themselves have said, "We are going to vote for you. You don't even have to give us anything." Now, the people like you who celebrates politicians who have come to use their money on you are the ones who encourage. In fact, politicians sit back and say that, you see, now I'm just going to wait the last day, then I'll come and give them money, and then they go and vote. Then for 5 years, you don't see. Do you know your MP? Who is your MP?
I know my MP.
Who is your MP?
I know my MP.
Who is your MP? That's what I'm asking.
That one is
Mwango should be coming
from question.
From South Nyanza.
You want to know where I am?
Do you know your MCA?
I know my MCA. So this is the thing.
No. Wait, Mwango. You want to create responsible debate and responsible leaders and responsible citizens. Do you know your MCA?
I know my MCA. I know my MP. I know everybody. I know.
When was the last time you saw your MP?
Okay, I've not seen him. Okay, like that frequently. But
you won't see them for 5 years because they gave you money, bought the position, then disappeared. So right now they're coming back.
Okay, now
anyway,
Temba,
let me
finish.
Okay.
Temba, this is the thing. We have
ask Mwango a question.
Wait, Mwango.
Yeah?
There's a question from Robert. Let's have Robert ask you the question, then you'll answer all of them as you give your comment. Robert, go ahead.
Mwango, my question to you is very simple. William Ruto came into the government as a deputy president in 2013. In 2013, we used to have borders, we used to have churches, we used to have mama mbogas. How many of those Harambes did he do in those churches between 2013 to 2017? How many borders did he support during that time? I wanted to give us this analysis according to the information you have, and how many Harambes is able to conduct within the last 2 years, and why now and not then?
Okay, Robert, An ideas normally comes, okay? An ideas might come today. You might have a new idea tomorrow, okay? Maybe this idea was not in the past, and now that idea struck right now. This now the right thing. Are you getting that? So it doesn't mean that now this idea was all along with him. These ideas might have just come in right now. Like today, the way I think is not the way I'll think tomorrow. Tomorrow, I might have new ideas that are not now. I can't even know that how tomorrow I will act. Are you getting that?
Mwango, my question is very
Now,
straight. Did
yeah.
we have border
So maybe
borders
the ideas of
between
Arambe and
2013 to
the border borders.
2017?
Okay, the ideas of Arambe and the border borders might have come.
Mwango,
Yeah.
Robert has asked you.
Yeah.
Robert
Did we have
amekuuliza.
mama mbogas and border borders between 2013 to 2017? Did we have them?
Yes, they were there.
At what point did the deputy president realize that actually these people need help?
He realized this thing after 2017.
After 2017. So the whole of 2013 to 2017,
that
let's
idea
assume
was not there.
Let's assume his mouth was full, or maybe he was muscling the resources that now we see him distributing. Can we assume, sir?
You see,
Can
Robert,
we assume
ideas normally come at very different times. I'm not okay. Today, I might think differently from tomorrow. Are you getting that? And even Raila, let's even talk to Raila. Raila has been coming with ideas after ideas. At some point, it was NASA how that idea went. It came through BBI. That idea went. Now it is another idea, Azimio la Umoja. So you see, there's these ideas keep coming, and even after this Azimio la Umoja, there's another one that can also come, even after this.
Mwango.
Maybe
Mwango.
something different, like
Mwango.
Yeah.
Those are slogans.
What Robert is asking you is this, yeah? Let me break it down.
Slogans and ideas, are they different?
Yeah, they are
Wait.
different. Ideas are
Mwango.
implemented.
Mwango,
Slogans are for political.
What Robert is asking you is,
yeah,
you have a door that you have been passing hapo kwako every day.
Yeah.
You've been passing that door every day. You use that door every day. Use that door.
Yeah.
Then one day you wake up and you say, "Oh, there's a door here." Have you come up with a new idea?
Idea might come that I want to. Maybe an idea can come that door I want to change the shape, or I want to change the material of the door. For example, if the door was maybe wooden, I want to now to change it to maybe a metallic door. Is that a new idea? Maybe the door is still there, but another door, maybe I've changed the material, I've changed something. Or even the door was white, I want to change it to black. Is that another new idea?
So all these other times when you have been changing doors, you've never discovered this door needs a change. Now it's a new idea. You know, the thing we're saying is that the assertion by DP and Hustler is hollow. And the moment you guys will sit and put yourself together, and you're dealing with what Mike said. Mike said you're dealing with someone who is not consistent, someone who is constantly changing, someone whose interest is only one. His interest is to be the president. Hivyo tu. It's not about bringing you up. It's not about praising you. Yes, Mike.
Temba, just a minute. Yeah?
Sorry. Mike, will you hold on? I see RMJ has been quiet for a while. Let's give him a second. He talks and then maybe we can. RMJ, kindly go on.
Sorry, Mwango, let me go personal a bit. Which part of Kenya do you come from? And are you vying for any post? If you can answer me this question, probably I might be satisfying with the way you do support the DP Ruto. Can you answer me those questions?
Which part?
Which part of Kenya do you come from?
I think because I'm in a public forum, I will not
Yeah.
want to
No, because
mention where I come from.
That's why I say let me go personal a bit.
Why you are
No,
ashamed?
this is a public forum.
Mwango, you are
Okay,
ashamed of you. You are even ashamed
No,
of your
no, no, no.
community
It's just
because
a
of your.
private. Why do you have to force someone to
He's
tell you where he's
ashamed.
Okay,
coming from?
why do you want to know where I
Why?
come from?
Because I'm trying to
You see,
establish an
UDA
understanding. The way
guys,
you're trying to
UDA guys,
the way you're trying to back up, you backing up your DP, things they're not adding up. You know, it's 1 + 1, but you're telling us the answer is 3, which completely here is not making sense. You know what I mean? But the way every time you're trying to back up him.
Okay, what I've been trying to do, okay, there's something that I want to say something small, is this, I don't know, Mike talked about somebody like Ruto is not inconsistent, something like that. But this one is a character of all the politicians. They're not always consistent. They're
No,
not always consistent.
Mwango,
And now if you want to paint only DP as the one who is inconsistent,
Mwango, wait.
And leaving the rest.
Mwango, you don't. It's a very wrong point to start in anything, any argument. When someone tells you
there's somebody
wait,
something like that.
Hold on. If someone tells you that Mwango, you are a thief, you don't come and say, you see, even Mike also steals. So you're actually justifying that you are actually a thief.
Okay.
You see, if someone comes and says that Ruto is inconsistent, you should try and come out and argue that he is consistent by the following fact. You don't say all politicians are inconsistent, therefore DP is inconsistent. That is not an argument. You're decampaigning your guy.
I've gotten your point.
So do you think Ruto is consistent?
Fairness, so that as we say that DP is inconsistent, is a politician.
No, do you think do you think he's consistent or not?
Okay, to me, what I know with politicians, all of them, which
No.
Wait.
Do you think Ruto is consistent or not? Yes or no, and then you go ahead. Yes or no?
Okay. He's not consistent.
Okay.
Like any other politician.
No, you go on. Make your case now.
Now, my case is if Ruto is inconsistent, just like any other person, I don't think why now we should take that one now as an issue with him alone and leaving the rest. Okay? Because Raila himself has been first of all, Raila himself in 2017, he said that Uhuru stole elections. Few weeks after that.
Which was true.
Few weeks after that, he is now with the Uhuru eating on the same table. So you are eating with a thief, and then you are saying that you are not a thief. They are saying that tell me your friends, and I will tell you your character. You say so and so is a thief, and then you go into bed with that person. What do you mean?
Let's allow Mwango to finish. Yeah. See, you relax.
Yeah.
Mwango is on the floor.
What do you show
Just
to
relax.
us when you tell us that someone is a thief? And
help
then
us timing for making his case, please.
Okay. You know, Uhuru stole election, and then Raila went handshake. At first, I believed that Raila was right, but the moment he went there for that handshake, and then I said Raila was lying that Uhuru had stolen. I think we should be having one principle. The principle is, if so and so is a thief and I'm not a thief, then there's nothing in common that should bring us together. And that's why I like these countries like US. If you are a thief, they will not allow you there in their country because that's their principle, that thieves, they don't interact with them. But now in this case, you call somebody a thief, and then later you embrace that person again. And even you try even to again sanitize him until he becomes so clean than even he was. Same to people like Anne Waiguru. Anne Waiguru was a thief, NYS.
Can I say
demonize
something?
Anne Waiguru. Demonize her, seriously. And then now later, is embracing Anne Waiguru and even protecting her again from being impeached after being accused of the same issue of thieving. So I think if the person who has been inconsistent in his principles is Raila Odinga, he should stand firm and say, so and so is a thief. And nothing should bring you close to that person.
Themba, I think Mwango has made his point. He let him allow us to rebut.
Let me just finish. There's this thing about principle.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Mwango, finish in 1 minute.
If I believe in something, I should always believe in that thing. But not today I'm here, tomorrow I'm there. Tomorrow I'm this way, tomorrow I'm also that way. If you go to America, if somebody is maybe, let's say, a Republican, he remains so to be a Republican. If so and so is a Democrat, he remains so to be a Democrat. Raila should have remained so with one thing, that Uhuru stole elections and I'm not a thief. So I will not relate with Uhuru, regardless what, because I stand that I'm clean. Are you getting that? But the moment he crosses floor, and even Raila put so many people in trouble. People like Miguna were really fighting hard. And now, where are they?
Your time
Raila
is
is
up.
sitting with Uhuru, and those who are helping him, like Akina Miguna, are now suffering in Canada outside that. They were deported.
Mwango.
Yes?
Your time is up.
Really?
Yes.
3 minutes? No, I don't think.
No, Imeisha, Mwango.
No.
Thank you. We have heard you. So let's hear some. There's a rebuttal. Let's have Penny and then WG, and then I'll come to Sam.
Okay, my response to Mwango, in as far as inconsistency is concerned in politics, we cannot term it as inconsistency when today I disagree with a certain politician and the next day I agree with them. That is quite normal in politics and even in our day-to-day interactions with our friends, our neighbors, and members of families. So I can disagree with you today, and tomorrow I am at liberty to come and make up, and we forge ahead, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not supporting the action of I'm not supporting Baba having sanitized Waiguru regarding the NYS scandal, you know. One thing that we have to appreciate that in politics, there are no angels. What we normally do in politics when people are presenting themselves as candidates, we tend to go for the lesser evil. You know, all these guys, they have their flaws. But now you need to come out with an analysis. Who has more flaws than the other? So that is what normally happens in politics. We are not choosing, there are no angels in this particular race, but we have just tried and come up with an analysis of who would be the best candidate for such a time in this. And then on the issue of inconsistency, you cannot be having someone disagreeing with the constitution in 2010 so as to oppose it so strongly, and then come 2021, you are the person now who is really in support of this constitution. The very thing that you opposed so badly in 2010, what is it that has changed? Those are the kind of principles, the shift in principles that are causing us to say that the DP is not consistent in his principles and in the way he looks at things. My brother Mike has just brought an illustration of the Kazi kwa Vijana. You can see what his stand was in 2011? He said that the Kazi kwa Vijana thing was an outdated mode, and given that the country was at an advanced state of being able to use e-commerce and stuff like that. So right now, he decides to bring a tool of production that is so out of date in the 21st century that does not cut across. So by then kazi haikukuwa kazi, but now kazi ni kazi. You see, he's a master of doublespeak. Go to the BBI. He was neither here nor there. He neither supported it nor opposed it very openly. He only came to oppose it so strongly when the judges had made their ruling. And long after the ruling has been made, you find him now trying to lure some aspects of BBI, to sneak some aspects of BBI into the parliament to be able to pass these things. Yet he's the one who has come up as someone who was opposing, and even thanked God so much after the ruling was made in favor of the guys who are opposing it. So those are the kind of principles we are saying those are the kind of inconsistencies we are talking about. He's not consistent. He does not stand for anything. He blows with the wind. You see, he does not stand for anything at all. I hope I've brought
WG.
up the point.
Thank you.
And
WG.
now, Mwango, I'm surprised the way you argue. You're arguing your cases, but I'll just stick to what I want to say here now. First of all, the issue of Waiguru. I really don't agree that it is Baba who sanitized Waiguru. The mere fact that they talked and Waiguru went to him does not mean that the very guys who sanitized Waiguru first was anti-corruption. We saw them going to Waiguru's house. What did they come up with eventually? There was nothing tangible. So was Baba the one that played that role? So we must be careful how we are. Sometimes we just mention Raila's name because we want everything that Ruto does. Raila also should also be, attached to that end, which should not be the case. So Waiguru was not sanitized by Baba. Baba only went and talked to Waiguru long after the anti-corruption had either failed to come up with tangible something to pin her down, and even after that, even her own people, the people of what is that county, Kirinyaga. The people of Kirinyaga had even confirmed her as a governor. So who is Baba to go and change all these things? Now, the issue of the handshake, you are saying that you got disappointed. Why Baba? And you see, those are some of the things that I'm very much reluctant to elect William Ruto as the president of this country. Because once he's decided it is this way, he does not care where that thing will end. But you see, what was the prevailing moment that prompted the handshake to happen? Unless people, you are away from this country, maybe you are abroad. That's why you can say that Baba did not just willingly went to shake hands with Uhuru. What was he up to? Because this country was at the verge of splitting into two. Was that the kind of country that we would have hoped for, even as we were going to election of 2017? That was not the case. So instead of you castigating Baba, actually you should be clapping for him for entering into handshake with Uhuru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, WG and Penny, for bringing that up. Now, I want to tell Mwango, the things you are saying here are not new to this forum. The problem with the people of UDA, we wish you could come here and give us some very nice, concrete support for your candidate, other than coming here and now starting to cast aspersions and even talk out of facts. Did you know that Trump initially was a Democrat before he became a Republican? So even when you're talking about US and you don't understand it, it becomes you're not making any case for your candidate. So number two, the first people who sanitized Anne Waiguru was people of Kirinyaga. They voted for her in spite of the NYS saga. And then now she's coming. Actually, right now you are talking. Anne Waiguru is tending towards moving to UDA. Are you aware of that? Are you guys going to say, you are a corrupt person, we don't want to deal with you? Gashagwa has cases of corruption. He is in court. But who is the biggest spokesperson for one William Samuel Ruto UDA in Central? Is Gashagwa. So when you're talking about certain things and before you start talking as UDA, now that has been the problem. It's not that UDA, we don't like them and we don't like your submission in this forum. It's because you bring here things that are very hollow. When you're told is DP inconsistent? Yes, he's inconsistent like other politicians. What kind of argument is that? You need to demarcate your candidate against other. What stands out in your candidate? Your support cannot be coming here to attack the other person. Come bring what stands out in your candidate. And here we'll interrogate what you're bringing. I think there has been that sense of even the people who are commenting, they feel like maybe we are against UDA. We are not. It is because you guys come and the things you give us are not based in any facts. They are based on that sweeping statements, which can be interrogated and can be taken down. So I want to plead with you that the UDA people who come to the debate, when you come, kindly come to educate, to inform, to even remove, because we are not so much interested in convincing the person who has decided I'm UDA and I'm ODM. We are here to make a case for that person who is tilting in between, like Robert, who is trying to make sense of now, which side will I go to? So you should come here to make a case for that person. Now, when you don't make a case for that person and you are busy blaming every other person for what is happening, you don't even, you don't make it useful to the person watching, that undecided voter. The decided voters who are here, maybe ODM and UDA, they probably are so clear of what they want, but there's Robert. So can you make a case for your candidate? I think that is where we are going, other than just coming in and saying, he's also inconsistent. So when you're told he promised Kazi, he said he wanted a digital economy 10 years ago. Right now he's taking you to manual economy. You are supposed to come out with a defense for that. If I were you, I would come and I say, okay, this is why he's moving to that direction. This is why he's using that. You don't start saying, hata nyinyi pia nini mko hivi. Apana, that does not make a case for you. It only says that we are right on what we are saying, which is not helpful to your guy. Allow me to bring in somebody else. We have been joined by Mulumbu, a very wise gentleman that has always been coming here to give us very able contribution. We have also been joined by one, let me see this name. The gentleman, I'm trying to get your name. Your name is being blocked by that there. I think I'll get your name as he's left. He's left. Okay, so I'll want to bring in Mulumbu. Mulumbu, I don't know if you're coming for the first time or you were here earlier.
No, I've been watching you, but I didn't enter yet. I just enter right now.
Okay, fine.
But I've been
okay,
watching.
Mulumbu, I'll give you 5 minutes. At least you have given your submission for the first time. And then now we go to community ancestor. Mulumbu, go ahead.
Thank you so much, guys. This forum is, as I see it, has started growing up. Some of you are growing mature now. You have become to realize that you are talking for your country. You want a good country that all of us can enjoy and work for it. But some of you, if I've said several times that if you want to come on this forum, go research. I think for most of you, you are educated. Well, even Omango, I see you look to be a guy who is well educated. That you don't have to just to fish out some other things that it doesn't help up. Go back, read the history, read every competitor or those who are vying for presidency, because we are not talking here about the MP, we are talking about the presidency. Read every presidency, soma kwa kila presidency historia yake na mienendo yake. Because if you don't read and come the tangible information, tunakuchukua ni kama wewe unakulanga kitu kidogo ni kama wale wengine, so you still live in the same thing. Eksema hata wale, kwa sababu wenye sema unajua mwizi anasemanga yule mwingine pia, but kama wewe haukulangi wewe sema kama yule mwingine pia, utaenda on the point, because you need tusema hii ni boma yako, una mandugu zako, your father has a home, ni home inataka iachie mtu. One of your brothers akipewa factory anaangusha, akipewa kapelekea anaangusha. Sasa wanasema wanataka mtu ambaye anasimamia hiyo mali. Utaacha huyo mwenye anaangushanga mali yenu asimamie mali ya baba yako, mali ya family? Will you? You won't. Utasema afadhali tupatie fulani ndiye anajua kuangalia mali. Hatuwezi patia mtu ajui kuangalia mali. So please, before you come on this forum, I've said several times, and I really appreciate, guys, Mr. Temba. I really appreciate this forum now is becoming mature and professional. You have done a very good job to put out those people who just come here to heckle and they have no points. Because here you try to educate watu wako kama Robert and decided to know the way to go. Na wale watu wanaingia chini, wale ambao wako chini sisi huku hawaoni, wanasoma, wanaelewa what's Kenya. Before we didn't have this, so people are voting blindly. Kama wewe uko Ugenya, wewe unatoka tu Ugenya, you don't know what's happening in Nakuru, you don't know what's happening in Malindi, you don't know, kwa sababu news yenye inasoma kwa TV haikupatia everything. But right now you can discuss somebody who is in Kiambu, you can discuss somebody who is in Mandera, you can discuss somebody who is in Kajiado, then mnakuja mnaingia pamoja, unasema kumbe I'm just the same as that guy. The problem is going through is what I'm going through. Sasa mambo hii tutaingiliananga na differ, it doesn't help. We have to come together. Kumbe in this country we are the same problem, the same people. Unaona? So inatakikana when you come here, go and do research and come back with the real thing that you can educate us. Si kuja kutuzungusha hapa kitu moja, unatuzungusha on one thing, and while we know what you are doing is not right. For example, there was a guy here from Tanzania. Huyo jamaa articulate hii contribution yake hata kutushinda sisi, because alifafanua na point to point. Huyu jamaa alikuwa na scandal, akakuwa na scandal, akakuwa na sijui karibu ilikuwa 6. But when akatoka akakuja kwa Raila, hakupata hata scandal. But scandal za yule mwingine zilikuwa zimejaa. Na akakwambia vile kwao wametengeneza. Ilikuwa hivyo, but Magufuli alipoingia alichukua waliangalia this the person na akafagia kila kitu within 5 years, na akawaambia mkifanya hivyo within 5 years Kenya will be somewhere. Then unapata Mwango baada anakuja round, ameambia the truth, but he has eyes, he has ears, he still doesn't see, because maybe he grew in corruption, so he believes in the corruption. When you are if you grew in corruption, unajua unapeanaga kitu kidogo ndio upate ile kitu. Akija hapa hawezi kubali, he never accept, he will always be on the defending side. Mwizi mzuri, let me tell you, mwizi mzuri akishaiba kitosheka anaachana nayo, anaenda na kuambia ndugu yangu, hata kama naiba hii sasa yafaa uachie hapa, because if you continue you will be killed. If you continue you lose whatever you are having right now. You need to stop. That's the best thief. Lakini thief ule anaiba ana continue kila siku, huwa survive. That's what Mwango are trying to do. You need to come out from there. Do something that can help your brother and your sister. What we are fighting for here is not for only me, it's for you and your grandkids. Kwanza una watoto wadogo. Jana kama una wajukuu, you still want to feed your kids and make them people. You yourself, yafaa uwe umesimamia kama Raila. Raila alianza kama na miaka 20 kitu akienda. You're supposed to be like him. But where you are, wewe kazi yako ni kupinga ile maovu. And some of them. You are supposed to hear, to articulate something that way tomorrow ukienda kusimama ubunge, ama council, ama MCA, you are supposed to win. Go help the country and your people. Don't support something that you know that 1 + 3 is not 4. Please. So nikirudi upande wa Azimio la Umoja.
Time.
Yeah, time. Nikirudi, yeah, 1 minute. I just I have 1 minute, okay. Sasa niwacha niende kwa Mwanga. Alisema kwamba USA wanafanya USA, raia kama nyinyi ndio mnachangia pesa ambayo president anaenda kufanyia campaign. Wao wenye wanafanya campaign ya presidency wanataka pesa, they never pay, they don't donate money because wanatafuta kazi. Na ukipata mtu ambaye anawapatia pesa ndio sasa mchague, that's not a leader. That one yule mwizi anaenda kuwamaliza. Kwa hivyo nikikata ile tuendelee kuchanga, guys, please, let's make this forum to be professional so that we can educate those people who are back at home who cannot reach here. Let these competitors ambao wanataka kuchaguliwa wajue ya kwamba we know what they are doing. Let's fool ourselves. Let's be wise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mulumbu, for that contribution. I think it is clear. Now, one thing we need to know, we have 3 kind of people ambao wana watch the forum. Number 1, we have those people who have already decided which side they are going to. We have people who are there, they have already decided Baba is the guy. We have those who have decided already Ruto is the person. We have those who have decided maybe Oka, if they will make it, is the people. But we have these people who are not decided on anything. Now, this should be your target. So as you come here, you'll be trying to not help your campaign or their person if you don't project more of the things that are positive on that person, other than coming in to project more on the attack on the other people. Your points will be interrogated. You should be ready to defend the person that you're bringing on. That is how debates become balanced. It's not about feeling like you just have to be as attacking and as possible. That now, if Mwango, I give you a chance to talk, you'll take 10 minutes just talking about Raila, even Raila this, even Raila this. That does not help your person. You ought to come out and give strong points about Ruto that you think this person fits the ballot for me, so that that person who is undecided will look at you and say, anyway, your points make sense to me. So don't be so focused on offense and defense than focusing on trying to bring out a case for your candidate. Try and look at this person who is undecided, sell your candidate. So if we question his consistency, you say he is consistent because of ABCD. If we question his track record, you say his track record is clean because of ABCD. If we question his whatever narrative, you say that narrative makes sense to me because of ABCD. That is how you make a case. But if you come in and you say, you people, now you leave this place having wasted a lot of time attacking other people, and you've made no case for your candidate. And the person listening will even leave more confused than when they came. So don't come to the forum just because you want to come and fight for Ruto. No. We know you are decided. You are for Ruto. You are trying to convince that person who is undecided. That way, we will find ourselves a little bit more, because again, you don't want everybody supporting Raila or everybody supporting Ruto. We want to have a debate. You can't have a debate when you're all on the same side. So that's why, Mwango, whatever time you get, don't focus on trying to attack the other side. I want to bring in community ancestor.
Yes.
Community ancestor has waited. WG has waited for a while. So
I
think.
wanted to leave, but there is a suggestion I wanted to make before I leave.
Oh, you want to leave? Okay, fine. Okay, maybe community, you can give him 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, please, just 1 minute. Yeah, I think we've been so silent over Oka people. I think it's some days that we've gone without mentioning them. And even as we say so, they've also become quiet. We want, I would suggest if we can have sometimes tomorrow or any other day, so that we can probe where they are currently, even after losing that Ukambani seat, and everyone has gone mum. We need to know what are they talking about, what are their situation, because we may be thinking we still have Oka, kumbe the outfit is gone. Thank you. That was my suggestion, and we can meet tomorrow.
Thank you, WG. I know. Yeah, the topic today was Azimio and Ruto's Hustler Nation. I guess that's why the debate has taken that tangent. I'm hoping that when we bring in a debate about Oka people and others, because I know there are many other people that are on the race, but we don't get to hear them much, or their people don't get to come to this forum. If you know anybody who has a different kind of people that persuasion, we invite them on board to make a case for the people, because this forum is watched across and many people will come and listen, and maybe you can have a convert by just how you make your case. Be sure when you come here, you are making a case. Someone is out there waiting to decide, and they might just decide for your candidate. So that should be the focus, not us. Some of us are already decided. We are convinced beyond reasonable doubt on certain positions. Like we know for Baba, people are convinced. I'm persuaded that Baba has the good interest for this. So no amount of persuasion you can do to persuade me. So is WG, and so is Mwango. Mwango is persuaded that Ruto will make his case, which is good. So now all of us are supposed to make our case for that person who is undecided out there.
No, Mwango, very soon. Themba, we are calling an altar call for Mwango very soon.
Yeah, I've noticed several of them are starting to change their mind, but it's okay. We will see. Now, community ancestor, kindly, it's your time now.
Yeah.
I'll give you 5 minutes.
Asante. Patriot, my brother, welcome to the show. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, in fact, Mr. Mwango, I have seen you are a learned guy. Mimi si kuenda sana kimasomo, but kuna question hata wewe ungerusha kwetu utuulize baba huyu mwenye mna support hii 6K atafanyaje? Ni mbinu gani atatumia kuenda mpaka pale mashinani kujua huyu is a less fortunate in the society, so that apatiwe hiyo do. Hiyo ndio maswali inastahili uje kutuuliza hapa sisi kama diehards wa baba, but amuulizi. So kama amuulizi, mumeridhika kuwa kweli 6K itafanya nini? Itashuka, na hakika itashuka. Now, empowering mama mbogas is not pumping money to them. Just my advice is that reduce the tax ile yenye hawa mama mbogas wanatozwa kila siku. If wanalipa 50 shillings, what you are supposed to do is to reduce that 50 shillings to 10 shillings. After that, huyo mama, hiyo 40 shillings itakuwa ni profit kwake, and then from there, pale mahali huyu farmer, yani huyu mama mboga anatoa hamburgers, that farmer, he or she should be his affairs in terms of farm inputs like fertilizers, like seeds, the price be reduced down, so that this mama mboga will go buy the mbogas, he or she come and sell in a good amount of money, and then at the end of the day, he or she will have her or his own profit. Na aende nyumbani akismile akidance one reggae, one love ile ya baba bodabodas na kuja kwenyu
kidogo. Kuna kitu umesema hapa, nataka kuongeza tu. Kuna kitu ukisoma hapo umesema hapo, bwana wewe unafundisha mwango. That mwango ndio sababu yafaa tuambie hiyo kutoka kwa upande wa UDA. Ni wewe sasa umerudi unafundisha hao jamaa ndio wataenda kutumia kwa campaign. Thank you.
You are muted.
Yeah. Nimetoka hapo, sitaki kuwapatia mwa Kenya. Raila is a political genius. Why? Let me answer you. When Ruto came up with Hustler versus Dynasties, it took Raila and his team to come up with a counter mechanism so that this class of wars of haves and have-nots cannot lead our beautiful country into turmoil. So remember, all those who have started from somewhere, because all of us, we came naked on this world. In fact, Mwango, these people, you always, you UDA people, you call dynasties. They were born from their mother's wombs without nothing. So Raila Odinga, being a genius, he took something he is riding off instead of William Samoei Ruto. Inawezekana could have been of Ruto, such that Ruto right now he can be bragging, saying, I didn't have anything, right now I have. So even you who don't have, I know if I get into power and I empower you, then you will have what I'm having right now. But inawezekana tuliichukua na tunathank baba kwa kuona hiyo. So Azimio la Umoja has now brought together hustlers and dynasties. They are now one thing. Because right now you can, if you try to talk of dynasties versus hustlers, that one we will hit you hard. So you stay with your hustler term, but dynasties, if you bring it already, it has broken down. So Azimio la Umoja has now brought the togetherness of hustlers and dynasties. Now they are one. After Raila diluting the hustler versus dynasties narrative, Ruto has now abandoned the hustlers versus dynasties narrative. He has now come up with bottom-up approach. Now you see, I brought you to the point that Raila truly is a political genius who is living. So I'm gonna say congratulations to you, Baba. I rest my case. I wait for another round.
Thank you, community ancestor. You have brought in very important point there that I think the Mwango and his team have a lot of homework to do. Mwango, you have a lot of homework to do in terms of trying to, outdo Baba, because at some point you guys thought that the BBI was gonna kill all of them, but before long, Baba was already out there with Inawezekana going around. So you see, there's something, and then another thing that community ancestor said, there's something about music that unites the mind and captures the mind of people. The song that Baba chose, whoever chose it, one love, one people. What can beat that? Even the hustler narrative cannot beat one love, one people. You want to be one together. because Kenya is one. Where can it be beaten? So where you'll have your chance to prosecute that and maybe give your point. I want to give Patriot, because Patriot has joined us. He's been waiting. Patriot, have you been here or you've just come?
Yeah, I've just come.
Okay, I give you 5 minutes. If you have been here, we give you 3 minutes. If you have just come, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
And let me
hello, my
welcome.
fellow.
Let me hold on. Let me welcome Richard Mokogotio Queen. That's a Mokogotio Queen, and then McKenna Gishuru. Karibuni. I don't know if that is one and the same person. Karibuni. So we'll give you time. So just hold on right there. So, Patriot, your time.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, my fellow panelists. Good morning. Yeah, just a clarification. Mokogoti means the last born. Mokogoti is last born in Kisi. That's what it means. And you pronounce it well, Themba. Next time, I hope it will come out clearer than the way it is today. Yeah, so allow me to go straight to today's topic. And I think I have so much to weigh into, but I'll try to summarize as much as possible.
Let me give you let me give you a suggestion. What we are doing, you have a lot, but you stay in here. You can prosecute 2 within the 5 minutes, and then you can wait for the other time to prosecute the other, so that we can move around. So you can prosecute the first 2, and then you'll have another chance. Thank you.
And then you add the 30 seconds that you have interrupted.
Definitely. I put the stopwatch when I interrupt, okay. So don't worry. So
all right. Okay, thank you, Tim. So as I was saying, so allow me to go straight to my today's submissions. I think you have helped me to know how to weigh into these, and of course, bearing in mind that we have minimal time that must be balanced. Let me talk about what the hustler has turned out to be today as far as the narratives of the deputy president and his movement is concerned before I weigh into the Azimio la Umoja, which Baba seems to be, selling to Kenyans with the high expectations and with the way Kenyans are receiving it. Of course, it is a story to tell. The hustler narrative, which the deputy president has been selling for quite some time now. From my standpoint, I think it is crumbling. And it's crumbling just directly, correctly, the way my brother community ancestor has put it. The main reason why the hustler narrative is crumbling with a lot of sound, it's because of the genius mind and genius, faculty of Baba as far as his political capacities are concerned. It is true that Baba is genius and he knows when to hit. And trust me, he is a man who gives you a blow that throws you into confusion. What has happened, I am sure you are alive to it, but I'm just trying to put flesh to the reason why the hustler narrative seems to be crumbling the way it's happening today, much faster than people might have expected. The problem with the DP, he is a man who is full of populist, what do I say, populist terms, which do not seem to be coming out clearly, and that is confusionism. For some of the people who know what Christianity means, when you talk about Babylon, Babylon is a mixture of the truth and lies. When you have the truth and lies, it means it's neither here nor there. And sometimes one will ride on one side of his truth only to drop you into the lie side of the bench. So what the narrative of the deputy president, hustler, he's been doing is throwing people into confusion, and I think he's been happy because he thinks most of the Kenyans are fools. Wajinga hawajaisha Kenya hii, which it's a paradox. You know very well, he's a man who's been telling Kenyans, "Oh, Kenya wajinga wameisha," but when you sit back and analyze, it is all hogwash, because you cannot tell people that you're hustlers just because at some point in your life you are struggling. So what? If one has been a struggler as far as his personal history is concerned, now he's not struggling. For heaven's sake, why would you attach him to the history terminology, which he might, some of them might not even remember? So let me give an example here. It will be correct to say then, the deputy president who has a PhD today, he should call himself a nursery kid, because at some point he was in the nursery. So why does he feel offended to be called a nursery kid and feels good to be called a PhD holder, a doctor, the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya? But I'm sure if you tell him that you're a nursery child, he will be offended. But when it comes to the financial ladder, as far as his success is concerned, he wants to pick the down layer as far as that is concerned. It's only a populist who goes with this, and with the, of course, the great brains people have, starting with our Baba, I knew this was going to crumble with time. We really know that Asla does not mean anything other than confusionism. The other thing I wanted to weigh into this, and as you can see, it's coming out very interestingly. When the deputy president started his, movement, he literally sold wheelbarrows. If he didn't sell them, then he donated. If he didn't donate them, then he promoted. If he didn't promote them, he carried them and gave to, the so-called hustlers. He looked for the name of this young man. He forced them to be called hustlers. Then he gave them an identity. He told them, listen, hustlers, they drive these things. I'm sure the other thing that was going to come in handy, had it not been that the handshake-minded fellas came in very strongly to oppose this, I'm sure the next thing that he would have done was to introduce driving licenses for these wheelbarrows. And probably that is something that he didn't manage to get to. So quickly, he went around it and realized that the wheelbarrows were not going to be accepted, especially the areas where people were already sensitive. And I'm sure even in Rift Valley, it would have been very difficult for him to actually give wheelbarrows in Eldoret. And we kept on asking him. Kenyans kept on asking, why can't you take wheelbarrows to Eldoret? So quickly, his think tanks decided to tell him, please, Deputy President, I'm assuming this is what they must have told him. The Deputy President, this thing is not selling. Turn it to a simple. And then quickly find a way of giving reasons why it is as simple. It's not the real wheelbarrows. But unfortunately, there is evidence we can bring to court. We have these physical wheelbarrows which are in people's houses that were donated. And I remember some people defending this, saying, oh, even a graduate, you can push a wheelbarrow around before you get the real job. Why can't we start from there? It's unfortunate. That was a demeanor. That was an insult to Kenyans. And I thank the good movement of Baba and the handshake to actually brought this thing down in there. And trust me, it's us who pushed him to make this a symbol, and moving it from the physical wheelbarrows. And maybe also the suppliers of the material to manufacture wheelbarrows became adamant to supply them. So those are the things that have come out very clearly here. And I think, yes.
You need to be finishing. It's actually 7 minutes.
Okay, sorry, then let me just finish that. So and with the Azimio la Baba, as you can see, he's bringing it with a lot of calculated thinking. He's brought it at the right time. All of you, I think you have really seen that. And in politics, strategy is very important. When do you release what? Okay, like why Baba has not announced that he is vying up to now. Trust me, it's a strategy. But when you dig deeper into the heart of Baba, Baba is a president in waiting even before he has announced. So strategy is very key. And I think the few days to come, they are very critical to watch. So lastly, on this, very submission, I want to say that the deputy president is a confused man today. He doesn't know where to protect. His house is leaking. He doesn't know where to seal. Mount Kenya has leaked a half down, and God forbid, things are not going to be very good for his political life. I can see that going that direction. The national anthem of Azimio la Umoja, I think you've put it very clearly. We are going to see more songs coming to actually foment the Azimio la Umoja for this country. I wish you well, and back to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Patriot, and I hope you're still here, because you're going to still need the other submission that you're supposed to make. Let's I can see that someone was there, came before. I don't see Richard. So Makena umeangukia. So Makena Gishuru, kindly, now that you and Penny are here as ladies, I think it's time we also hear what the ladies have to tell us. So welcome, Makena.
Asante sana. Dadangu Penny, you've done good kuwakilisha the two dance gender. My brother Mwango, umejaribu sana kuwakilisha hustlers. Na niko hapa. Wacha nikusaidia kidogo. Anyway,
I'm not alone. I'm not alone now. Eh?
I know.
I was alone, all along.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. So, first of all, before I enter, I touch on Ruto Raila. I want to go back to what is happening, because Raila and Ruto are both on like kind of a similar approach. One is a hustler, one is, anyway, I want to go back to a few things that are touchy. Corona is here, that came with a scandal in Kenya, that also exposed how rotten our health sector is in terms of an NHIF insurance that doesn't help at all, So as we discuss or go into Raila Ruto, really, I keep on the corona keeps on reminding me on how touchy or how the common mwananchi is suffering, because I've heard of people selling their land, to cater for their patients in the hospitals. You wonder what the current government really prioritizing on. Issues, economy also, even as much as this corona, the common mwananchi is hurting. So now back to Raila and Ruto. Mwango, niko na wewe, hustler, all the way. I've had my brother Patriot saying that Ruto has lost it. Losing it doesn't mean you're out, We are going to pick momentum, and we are coming for you. We are coming. We have, when we talk, we have a point. We know what we are doing, and kuteleza sio kuanguka, we can only actually, now that Raila is in, and he's soon going to tell us if he's the one we are facing in 2022 or somebody else, then I can promise you that hustler is coming back, and more powerful, And Mongo, I listened to you. Too bad you're not able to no, you really tried to bring it out in terms of what really hustler, or what the old hustler narrative is. But I wish you came out more clear. I'm abroad, and I'm trying to also catch up as much as I associate myself with the Ruto side. I feel that there is a lot we need to do in terms of revamping the hustler move. We need really to come out clear to people and look at where we lost it along the way, because we began well. I don't know what has happened, but I feel we are not clearly out. We are still on the move. We can only strengthen ourselves. But again, for me, is to remind Kenyans to really come out in large quantities, in large numbers, to register as voters, because it doesn't matter how much we selling Ruto or Raila. For as long as we don't vote, then really it means nothing. So please, Kenyans, tokelezeni, go register yourselves. It's very important. This is the only way you're going to voice to have your voice heard. Then finally, it doesn't matter what side you're into. We can only debate in an unhealthy way. I've watched Mwango. Anyway, Mwango, you did good. Anyway, and everyone else, we can only debate in an honorable way. We at the end of the day, even after August 2022, we go back to normal lives, and we can also preach a lot of peace, because doesn't matter whichever way, really, we need a lot of peace. We need to preach peace. We need to remind people. And I'm impressed with what I saw in Kericho. That told me actually that our politics is going somewhere. There's some moving we are making, The fact that Raila was there and given that reception, to me, really felt good. As much as I'm an hustler, I felt good that Baba was listened to,
That was Eldred McKenna. That was Eldred.
Eldred, yes, Eldred. That was impressive, the tolerance. We need to remember that, as even if I'm on Ruto's side and you're on Raila's side, at the end of the day, we don't have to hate each other. We still have a Kenya that is so lovely to run, And at the end of the day, we need someone that has the best interest of Kenya at heart. We need to see Kenya coming together even after we've lost. As an hustler, really, if that day comes and there's a loss from my side, really, I want to embrace, and I want to move on, without I want to see a united Kenya that is not divided again, Ruto supporters and Raila supporters, even after elections. And we, on this platform, we are the people to remind people that really, even as much as we are into this Ruto Raila thing, at the end of the day, we are Kenyans. Doesn't matter what tribe you come from. We are Kenyans. We need a united country. This is the only way we can move forward. Doesn't matter who is on top there, Ruto, Raila, doesn't matter. We can only move our country forward if there is unity after 2022. And this is my focus. Even as I'm hustling, Mine is now after 2022. I want to see a united Kenyan. I want to see us living as brothers and sisters. I want to see us embracing who we are in our tribes, because we are unique. People should not take our tribal affiliates as any Cubaya, we should embrace. If there were no lawyers who could, I won't use that though. There's how we stand out as tribes, This is how we stand out. This is how unique we are. And I don't like it when people say, "Oh, we are tribal." Yes, we are, but we can use that tribal thing of ours positively, It doesn't have to come out negatively. We cannot refuse that we are tribal, but let's use it positively. And finally, on again the Azimio and the hustler thing, I feel like both leaders have Kenya's interests, both hustler and both Ruto and Raila. I've heard the Patriot, or I can't remember who it was. We cannot judge, let's not judge. If Ruto wants to use the church, and if he wants to give, let him give. If today someone wants to distribute oranges, let them. Whoever wants to give wheelbarrows, I don't see any harm from where I sit. I want to be corrected on that. There is no harm on giving wheelbarrows. It's not a gun. Hello, we still use wheelbarrows. We do. I see them. There is no harm, unless I'm told there's a harm with Ruto giving someone wheelbarrow. Hello, I want to be told. I want someone to tell me where the problem is. Again, I want to look at the 6,000 that Raila is giving. I want to look at it positively. I'm this hustler that wants to really look at what these leaders are giving in terms of wanting to take Kenya to the next level. Really, I'm not a fanatic. I'm kind of neutral, but my side is really hustler. I strongly feel that Patriot. I strongly feel that both leaders they have Kenya at heart. So we can only tujiandikishe as voters. This is what I'm emphasizing on. Tafadhalini, even when you talk to your brothers and sisters out there, please encourage them, remind them, but we need a mass voter registration. This is important. And I'm out. That's it for me.
Thank you, McKenna, for your submissions, and you've really brought some points that we've been trying all along to try and make Mwango understand, but he hasn't understood for a long time. But you, in just 3 minutes, you made him understand. We've been all along trying to tell him here that UDA is struggling. They have faltered. Your opening statements just said that we know we are down right now, but we will come back. So you see, that's exactly what we've been trying to tell Mwango since we started, and it is good. It's coming from his own camp. That is McKenna, who is supporting UDA.
Correction, though.
Yeah.
Remember.
I didn't get you. You wanna correct? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Remember.
Hold on, Patriot. I'll bring you in, and then I bring Mike. Okay, McKenna, go ahead.
Yes, when I meant probably you've seen Astra struggling. Probably I might have not made myself clear. Raila just came in, He brought his Azimio. And here we are as hustlers. We could look like we are down, but we aren't. We could look like we are struggling, but we aren't. In this platform, I think it's only me and Mwango on the hustler side. You see? But again, still doesn't mean we aren't enough to make our point, It doesn't mean just me and Mwango on this platform. Doesn't mean that still hustler is struggling. Well, we just began the campaigning. I mean, now that Raila is in, and there's a lot. I mean, they say one day is enough to make some is enough to make a big huge a big change politically. We could be a little slowed down, but doesn't mean we are out, or doesn't mean we are struggling as such, or not a big deal.
McKenna, that's my point. But let me bring in Patriot, and then I bring in Mike. Patriot, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Temba. So, thank you. I think that's okay. I just wanted to weigh into McKenna's contribution, and I'm actually I'm amazed. I'm mesmerized. I'm amazed. I'm surprised. I am with a lot of happiness mixed the way McKenna has actually managed to bring up her point. What do we need to let our sister know is that for sure, when I listen to you very keenly, and you've just from your own submission, that you are a neutralist, you're a liberal-minded person. Because I was really wondering, how come this character has really eluded the UDA people? You are a straight shooting person. You look honest, but unfortunately, that is the character of Baba supporters. So let me finish, McKenna. So I'm actually impressed the way you have spoken, the way Themba has put it. We have been struggling with our counterparts to some of them have really smiled on this platform. Trust me, it has been very difficult. They come in with faces that are really stuck with annoyance, with insults. So I want to give you kudos, and I'm sure we are very happy to have you here, regardless of whether you're supporting Baba or not. The way you have brought up your points, trust me, you have enlightened us. You have given a life to the UDA. Yeah. So what we need to do, is to give you more chances and opportunity to listen to what Azimio la Baba requires. And trust me, being an open-minded person, the way I hear you speaking, I know at some point you will make informed decision on who to support at the end of the day. Personally, I am comfortable the way you have submitted. You are not abrasing. You are not an extremist. You choose your words carefully. So God will touch you. I am sure you, within a short time, in due course, you will be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriot. Mike?
Thank you, Themba. I share the sentiments of Patriot. I admire the maturity of McKenna, the sobriety, and very level-headedness in how you approach all issues. That is a fact, and we all share those observations and sentiments. But like all of us, McKenna, as you are speaking, we could notice you are struggling to bring out even the content or the things that make you get attracted to Hustler, as much as you have passion for Hustler. And indeed, Hustler is very attractive. Even here in Kenya, it's attractive. But now when you get to the details of getting the content, what they stand for, that's where we part ways. And like Patrick is saying, you as an advocate of Hustler, I think you can be a very good advocate of sitting down and coming up with the issues that Hustler stands for, so that you can share, because you are one person who can convince very many people within a very short time. But at the same note, you have said, I don't know which country you are in, you have said you have no problem with people handing out handouts to lure their supporters. There is a problem with that, because as a country, we have really tried to bring legislation to control bribery of voters as a way of convincing them to vote for them. It started with the 2010 constitution that almost illegalized Harambes, but somehow politicians came around and killed that. All countries are in the developed democracies, the amount you spend in campaigning from the t-shirts you make have to be accounted for, and they have to be monetized to have a certain value. In Kenya, you can spend 20 billion on campaign and you don't account for it, and nobody asks you a question. And that's where corruption starts from. If somebody can spend 20 billion in Kenya and you don't ask them where they got their money from, and that person becomes president, why would you start complaining about corruption when you didn't arrest that issue from the onset through legislation? So I think the reason why these issues of controlling how much money somebody spends as a tool of enticement is because money should not be the motivation. Handouts should not be the motivation for which people will vote for you. In fact, somebody was saying previously that in developed countries or in developed democracies, it is people who donate money to the politicians, not the other way around. But in Kenya, it's politicians who give out money to voters in form of donations, either weddings, funerals, or church donation, whatever. It is not bad if it is not directly given as an inducement to seek favors. But I have a problem with that. I'm just answering. You said you want to be told why it is bad to give weapons. I think it is bad if it is an inducement to convince a poor person to vote for you, because poor people are desperate and they'll definitely vote for you if you have money. And they'll not know that there is a bigger picture besides just the food on the table. You know, there are people who are living on hands to mouth. So if you give me 200 bob, I will live for that day. So I will say rather I live today than wait for a promise of somebody who is telling me about 2022. But other than that, I think we are on the right track. The discussion we are having is opening up our minds to look at things more critically, more soberly, and more logically. And I thank McKenna for that level-headedness. And you make even some of the sycophants in Baba's side also tone down, so that we all look at things very soberly and logically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that. And McKenna, even as you want to come in on weigh in on what Mike has said, I think we need to. You have talked very well about the idea of Kenyans going to vote and to remain Kenyans, but for purposes of progressive development, the citizens, we don't want to move back to eras of Moi. You know how Moi used to win elections.
Wow.
Moi used to come in and give you unga. You know, there used to be those handouts used to, and most of us knew Moi for that. For every place that he would go, he would leave something, handouts. You know, so when you, as a very as people have said, someone who looks like is well informed and of course well traveled, when you seem not to have a problem when we are being taken back to the politics of handout, I find that a bit ironical. Number two, McKenna, you have really presented well. Other than saying that UDA is struggling, you haven't come out clearly why your preference for UDA. Because even when you started in your opening remark, you started by saying that the country is doing bad, right? And
very bad.
Yeah, and it is the same you who probably, if you voted for Jubilee government 10 years ago, said kumira kumira, and you went hoping that there will be a change.
I did.
How is it that the same you person and the same person who is still in the same government, the person you are saying is Asla, is it the same government that you are struggling to say that we are struggling right now, and you still want to attempt to give him another chance? McKenna, make me understand. You know, those are the things I don't understand when UDA people talk. By the way, I thought you'd come out clearly, but I'm happy as a I'm happy as a supporter of Baba, because you have confirmed something we've been trying to tell Mwango, that UDA is struggling right now. Their structures are crumbling. Whatever plans they'd put in place had been put in place for 9 years. It is crumbling before the 10th year. Now you are telling us that, you know, 1 year is such a long time, you will recover. I still want to understand how you are going to recover what you have prepared for 10 years and has crumbled. Your party, the other day you put for us some list and you purported that it was the members. It has been criticized because some of those members, they are saying the strong people are deputies. And in all the deputies, in every post, there's a Kalenjin. In every post, Secretary General, there's a Kalenjin deputy. Treasurer, there's a Kalenjin deputy. Organizing Secretary, there's a Kalenjin deputy. So it is still a tribal party. So we want you to tell us, how are you going to rise up after that? I'm just trying to bring you up. Okay, McKenna.
Then, first of all, you said you talked of 10 years of UDA. It is in 10 years.
I said,
I don't know how.
It is 10 years.
No.
It is your party leader. Wait. It is your party leader. I can send you a clip on that. Your party leader said that, as UDA tumejenga barabara. As UDA tumejenga, it is your party leader. So I'm quoting your party leader. If you want he said as UDA. Yeah.
UDA was part of Jubilee until the handshake.
Let's start from here.
Handshake was yes.
McKenna, hold on. Do you agree UDA imejenga barabara?
As part of Jubilee, yes.
So imejenga barabara?
As part of Jubilee.
Imeweka stima?
As part of Jubilee.
Yes, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. We thank God UDA imejenga barabara?
As part of Jubilee, yes. UDA is part of Jubilee.
Okay, so imetujengea barabara?
Until the handshake.
Sikwende pole pole McKenna.
Yes.
Let's go slowly. Imejenga barabara ikaweka stima. Ikatupatia pia, wamepatia some places wameweka maji, wameweka, si ndio?
Yes.
Okay, so now endelea.
Now, I say yes because, again, like I said, UDA was part of Jubilee until the handshake. We all saw what happened. Yeah, the handshake was a brilliant thing, but how I wish it was more defined, more involving in terms of the three key men on top there. These are the men preaching peace, unity. Then that begins with them, So how I wish the handshake was well defined. If it was today, I think in terms of so many things, Kenya would be a step forward. But again, because it wasn't well defined, that's why we saw the falling out of the DP and the president. And as I hear most of you saying, that's when the DP started his campaigns. I mean, he was left no choice. As a UDA supporter, this is what I understand. And just before I get deep into that, I wanted to answer Mike on the handouts. We can be realistic here, Mike. You cannot have people shouting the tialalas and T-beams all day, and those people don't even get a soda from you. And when I mean a soda, it can be a physical soda, like you buy them. I mean, does that amount to handouts? Does it, Mike?
That doesn't.
Then
those niceties, McKenna, are not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is when you replace policy with the personal contribution. Instead of getting a policy that makes education, health accessible and affordable to people, you make it like a personal contribution that you are donating money to take somebody to hospital, or you are donating money to pay for school fees. Those gestures that look very good, but are very individualistic. They're not policy driven. Those are the ones that I have a problem with.
Mike, give McKenna an example of today in Taita. I want to give you an example of today in Taita. If you agree with it, just say, yes, I agree with it. If you don't, it's okay.
I followed Taita.
Yeah, the deputy goes to Taita. And then at some point he says, najua serikali iko na mpango wa kuwapatia chakula. Najua kuna vitu zingine wanapeana. Lakini mimi nimepeana milioni 1 na nimeleta unga. So I want you to start. Is that handout? Is that just a normal thing that can be done by any politician? Or it's okay with you? I mean, if you can argue with that as an example. Go ahead.
Remember, from where I sit, I have no problem with that. Why? First of all, we are in difficult times. Really, if really the vice president today, DP Ruto, can reach out to someone in a way that looks like a handout, and that handout really touches somebody in a way that, for me, I don't see, okay, fine, like Ruto wants, okay, it's campaigning time, and now it's looking like, now if Ruto has given somebody something, then that's that's amounts to handout. But to me, and I could be wrong on this, but to me,
Now,
really,
let me help you, McKenna.
if Mike, just a minute, Mike, just a minute.
Okay.
If really along this campaign period, Ruto and any other politician can touch somebody's life in a way that uplifts them somehow, I have no problem. Why? And Mike, you asked which country I'm in. I'm in Israel.
Now,
And we've also had our
there,
challenges of our politics, which I don't want to go into now because it's not the topic for today. But now, on the handouts, really, along the way, if that handout that is being called handout can help someone, and because now in Kenya we are used to politicize everything, every single thing, it's politicized. I want to try and see this thing in another way, and I could be wrong, Mike. I could be wrong, but
let me
again,
tell you why. Let me tell you, McKenna, why I have a problem with that. You see what it does. When you equate leadership with personal contribution, then you make it very impossible for somebody who is not a billionaire like Ruto to aspire to be a leader. Do you know how many leaders have gone to places and have been told, hakuna kitu umetuachia? Kalonzo once went to a place, the former DP, and he talked to people and they told them, you are just leaving us like that. So we are trying to create a culture that a good leader is somebody who gives you something from his pocket. If he leaves you without anything, it means he doesn't care about you. I remember sometimes back, Obama, while he was still in office, came to Kenya, and he went to Kogalo where his ancestors are. He literally didn't leave even a single cent, and Kenyans almost cursed him. They said a whole US president can come to Kenya and go back without. He just came and opened the foundation for the sister and went back. They expected him to bring millions of money and make the village drunk with the beer, free beer and all that. It's because of the culture where he comes from. He believes in creating opportunities. Even as the president of the biggest the biggest economy in the world, he couldn't bring a single cent to Kenya, but he brought advice to the government. He told the government of Kenya through Uhuru during that time that you need to create a country that's accountable, deal with corruption, do audit. You will get enough money to feed everybody, to take everybody to school, to provide free healthcare, because we are losing 2 billion per day, and you don't need handouts to sort Kenyans' issues. You just need good policies.
Thank you, Mike. And then McKenna, you see, you have said that pretty well, and it's good you have said that, because now we understand, you know, the way the UDA members are thinking. Because when you guys are saying it's okay for me to be given handout, the other side, we are saying create systems that can make us grow, that will not need handouts. Because if you are going to say that whatever leader comes, it's okay to give me handout. Let me tell you, McKenna, there's no politician who will give you money from their pockets and not look for ways. Wait, Patrick, not look for ways of how to recover that money. Remember, it is not free money. And you said we are talking about corruption, fighting corruption. Part of what brings corruption is because leaders have given handouts and they have to recover their money. If Ruto goes into 6 rallies and in each rally he leaves $1 million, those are 6 million in a day. This means that this person has to recover that money. So what happens when the person gets into leadership? We get the things that we are getting like Rinyaga. Hold on, Patriot.
You're going out of the way, Themba. Please just an adjust.
No, wait, Patrick. Patrick, just hold on.
Yeah, let's
It's okay
clear
to
this
just be patient.
handout thing. Yeah, let's clear this handout
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
But
just be
also,
patient.
remember,
Yeah.
let it also not look
So
like.
can I finish my point and then I'll allow you to talk? So when you say that it's okay to give handouts and you have no problem with that, then you are basically telling us that whatever handouts that are going to be given there, the UDA people don't have a problem. And that is where now we are finding a demarcation, a difference between money being given as a handout and systems and structures being created to lift the person up. So you can give a comment in that, and then I'll bring in Penny, and I think also Wekesa is here. Patriot, you'll come in at some point.
Thank you, Themba. Apparently, it happens, or it looks like only Ruto is giving out handouts, right? Well, apparently, yes, apparently,
McKenna, we said that the best way to defend. Wait, McKenna. We said the best way to defend your candidate is not to say that even so and so, is to either deny that fact, give it a support, and get it away, or agree with it. Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen Ruto making donations in churches, donations in his, touching one or two people in his rallies. Does that amount to handouts? I leave it to you, Themba, and the team to judge. But as for me, really, every time if it's touching a life or whatever Ruto is doing, if that amounts to handouts, again, I leave it to you people. But again, we must not forget that, and I like what Mike said about the culture, that we have to try to kill the culture of handouts. Yes, I agree with you, Mike. But again, we have to be realistic. As much as I'm an advocate of really this culture dying, well, we have a lot to do as a country, as Kenya, in terms of corruption, because we cannot preach water and drink wine. You know, I look at everyone, or every single person, or every single time someone speaks about corruption, and how I wish we meant it from the grassroots until to the top. If we only meant it, because then there is the talking bit and there is the doing bit. For how long will we talk about corruption? For how long? Because it has been there, it is there, it is looking like it is not going away any soon. Why? Because we are not doing anything. We are just talking about it. So the reason we are going to see more handouts, the campaigns have not even begun. We are going to see them. Again, nothing is being done. So again, what amounts to handouts, you know? So Themba and Mike, the culture is here. How are we going to kill it? For how long is it going to kill it? You and me can begin it, but really takes a lot. And I'm impressed, Mike, that you mentioned, yes, it's a culture really, and it's one that we really need to kill. The culture of corruption really is the root of all these things you see, the handouts and everything.
Thank you, McKenna. Penny?
Okay, yeah, McKenna spoke and said that the DP built roads and connected electricity when UDA was part of Jubilee. So I think I need some clarity on when UDA became part of Jubilee and when was UDA formed.
My brother Mongo can help me. I remember. Wait. I remember
something. I thought UDA was a formation of the DPs working out of the government. So I failed to understand how UDA has engaged in building roads and in connecting electricity.
Okay, can I help? Can I help McKenna?
Yes, Mwango. Yes, Mwango. Yes, Mwango, please.
Okay, you know, UDA, it was first formerly known as UDM.
Thank you.
And UDM was part of Jubilee. It was like something like a coalition with Jubilee. So
Thank
they just changed the name to UDA.
No, it was PDM,
PDR.
not
Yeah,
UDA.
PDP.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it was PDP.
Yes,
So
yes.
there was a party in the Jubilee coalition. So that party changed the name to UDA. So we can assume that UDA did something while it was in Jubilee, while it was part of Jubilee.
Not assuming, Mwango. Not assuming. Our deputy president and the president are one thing.
Okay.
So
You know what? You know, McKenna. Don't be so confident with that. Hold on.
Constitutionally, yes.
Hold on,
Constitutionally,
McKenna.
yes.
McKenna, hold on. You need to be careful as you respond, because there's a direction that question is going. If you don't think about it, Patriot and Penny will be on your neck in a few minutes from now.
It's okay.
So
They can bring
don't
it
really
on. They can
celebrate.
bring it on. They can bring it on.
Don't celebrate too early. Okay, Penny, go ahead.
Constitutionally.
Okay, McKenna, you have said that the DP and the president is one and the same thing. And
Yes.
here is the DP busy taking credit for the projects that have been launched by the government, whereas it is so clear that he's not part of the government by the fact that he started campaigning early and he never even attends meetings in State House. So I want to understand, at what point does the DP feel justified to take credit for the projects that have been launched and he claims to be part of the success? And at what point does he separate himself from the failures of the government? And why does he deserve to be given another 5 years after not performing in this current government? Why do we want to give him another 5 years to come and mess up the economy the way they have done in this current regime?
Constitutionally, Penny, the president and the DP are still together until the next electioneering period. We can agree. As per our constitution, the president and his deputy are still together. Now, physically, not. Until the handshake, the two seem to not work. But I can't remember one occasion where the president came out complaining that he has assigned Ruto any assignment, and Ruto said no, or I didn't hear the president complain that his deputy has not has abstained from work or anything. As for if Ruto should get another 5 years, from where I'm sitting, I feel he should. We can judge him from his track record. Patriot, I can see you smiling. You will.
What makes you think that what he has not achieved in 9 years as the DP, what makes you think he'll achieve it in 5 years if given 5 more years? What he has not achieved in 9 years, what he has not achieved in the past 9 years, what is this special thing that is going to make him achieve it in 5 years?
If you give DP Ruto 5 years as the president, he is going to be at the driver's seat. He is going to dictate what happens. As for now, he is the DP and he's getting his duties or instructions from his boss, which apparently isn't happening since the handshake when they fell out. So if Ruto is on his own,
McKenna.
Allow me to support McKenna on that.
McKenna. Wait, Mike. Wait, I want to bring Patriot, but McKenna, you need to remember. You said a word that is very tough there. That is going to dictate what happens. Do you know Kenya is a constitutional democracy?
I very understand that. Yes. Yes.
And as a constitutional democracy, there are things even Ruto himself in the driver's seat he cannot dictate. For example, the country has a constitutional democracy, and 2010 constitution has national government role and county government role. Ruto cannot make the rural roads. He cannot dictate how they're made. All the budgets have to be passed by parliament. So parliament can decide, we are not allocating that. Everything, there is a way that government is run. It's not run like someone being in the driver's seat. Even Uhuru Kenyatta, there are things that he hasn't been able to do because they were defeated in parliament. So even as you said, he'll be dictating. We don't want a dictator as a president. And I think at this point, I want to bring Patriot also to give a rejoinder. Patriot.
Okay. Temba, can I say something small?
So
Temba?
it's not just dictating.
I know. Wait.
There's a constitution that runs this country. It's not just dictating.
Okay, wait. I want to bring in Patriot, and then I'll allow McKenna and Mwango. Mwango, you'll come after. I know McKenna will want to respond. I like it that the two of you are here today to give UDA the support we've been waiting for. We've been missing out here. People can help UDA, but we don't get them. McKenna, keep coming.
Temba.
Yes, go ahead, Patriot.
From my observation, I want to donate my first 1 minute to Penny to finish her rebuttals. I think we suffocated that. I mean, I will donate mine. Let me donate that to Penny to finish, and then I continue from there. Penny, do something, because I think you didn't finish what you wanted to say.
Then you'll have only 2 minutes, okay?
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Penny, go ahead.
Okay. What I was telling McKenna is that what the DP has not been able to achieve in the last 9 years, even if he's given another 20 years, he'll never be able to achieve anything. He doesn't have any track record of having achieved anything or stood for anything. The DP has never stood for anything. So I don't think that by giving him any 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, he'll never be able to achieve anything, because we have a history of him not achieving anything. And his leadership has been characterized by corruption and scandals. So I don't think he's the right person for us to choose. He's not the right person for us to elect into such a serious position as being a president.
Okay. McKenna.
Okay. So now.
McKenna, wait, Patriot.
It's my time, Temba.
No, wait, Patriot. You don't just take it.
Yes, I took it. It's
McKenna.
I remember buying.
McKenna.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I want to remind.
There's a suggestion that Ruto doesn't have a track record. Can you give us at least in the least time possible, maybe 2 minutes? Give us 3 things you think Ruto has done that makes him good as a track record that you can use.
A very good one, Penny, that I remember, because I'm also a farmer. I remember buying fertilizer at around 1,700 something when Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture. Today I'm buying the same bag for 4,000.
Thank you.
Is that enough?
Did you watch yesterday's rally at Eldoret? Did you see how the citizens were very annoyed at the maize scandal and all that?
Well, we have 2-3 people here that are mad. For me, I am giving what I know that Ruto has done in terms of his track record.
So what he gave with the right hand, by reducing the fertilizers and stuff like that, he took with the left through scandals.
Well, that's an up to, but for me, really, that's something I remember then that was really, really vital for me. If I could buy a bag of fertilizer for that much then, and today it's a different story, then I am amazed. I'm like shocked.
Okay. Like, that is one.
Okay,
the second thing.
Just to add on.
Wekesa wants us to watch that. Let's hear that.
Kwa sababu mvua hakuna iko chini, hapana. Lazima iwe wa control their own market. Ni mambo ya KCC.
Na wale wanatugula ni wetu tena. Sio gina weta gina Orengo, tunawajua nyinyi. Murgumin Jerarge nilisoma na baba yako 1954. Nyinyi siku zinahesabika. ni kunyongwa, heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Mnasikia? Heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Heri kipo kabisa. Watoto watoko naenda cheza na sisi namna gani? Weta na Orengo na Moi, nyinyi ni senior. Inji hawezi endeshwa namna hii hata nyumba yako.
Thank you for earning 1 million plus. Sisi wakulima hapa, watoto wetu hawaendi shule. Yours, I know they are in Australia. They are in United States of America. Wakulima hapa.
Thank you, Wekesa, for putting that up. McKenna, you are giving us the second point of the track record of Ruto. Do you want to do that? Do you know of anything that you think is a track record for Ruto?
Of course I do.
I can help McKenna. The
Who is that,
second track
Mwango?
record.
No,
Yes,
wait.
I can help
We
McKenna.
want McKenna. Are you donating that to Mwango?
Please, Mwango, yes.
McKenna.
Yala, Mwango.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was at the university. Ruto was, he was a minister of education, of higher education, and he came up with a policy of double intake. As you remember very fast, people used to stay at home after finishing Form 4. You'll stay again like 2 years before joining. But when he took that position, he came up with double intake, and people now could not wait. So just finish Form 4, and then the following year you join. So there was that backlog that now was cleared. Of now, like people will wait for long before coming to school. So like in a year, people will join like in January and also in September. So that one, like for me, it was a very good policy because it cleared that backlog, and it came during the time of Ruto as a minister of education. I think that one was also a second track record for Ruto.
The third one?
So can I go on Tempa?
Question.
The third one, Mwango. So those two zimeisha, sindio?
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
you asked
helping
for two.
McKenna.
You only asked for
I was
two.
helping McKenna for the second one.
McKenna gave the first, you gave the second, there's a third one. The third one is which one?
Then, just before I go on with the list, that what Ruto has done, or what I can remember Ruto of for, like the reason I'm supporting him, I want to remind you something. Someone cannot be entirely bad, because this is what you Baba supporters want us to believe today. I may not support. No. I may not be a Baba supporter, but if I were to list things that I don't like about Baba, I will equally list things that I like about him, because I remember Baba for good things. I also have my reason of not choosing him over Ruto. So even as I list, you people, you okay. Baba people,
McKenna,
you Baba people.
You know, McKenna,
McKenna,
you know, I've given you an opportunity to give at least 3 things that your candidate has done. Now, instead of selling your person, you start attacking the other side. Now, I want to give Patriot his time. Patriot, I want to give you your 2 minutes. I know community ancestor is coming in, but hold on, because I know if you talk, it will go back to those to Mwango and
track record.
No, hold on. Maybe you'll find a need to weigh in after Patriot has had his 2 minutes. Patriot.
That's a question.
So thank you. I hope I will not be able to forget where I should have picked from. So thank you, Penny, for how you have used the 1 minute that I donated. I think you have arose a lot of agenda-based argument here, and I think we are happy. Besides the content of the argument, I am happy the way we are engaging our new, comrade of your end. Penny and McKenna, she's your comrade because you're women now.
Patriot, listen. When I give you time, you start by preambles. Inachukua your time. Go straight to your point.
Lakini sasa, that's the way. No. Pana Tembo, that's the way I speak. Please, Please, Themba, we've listened back and forth from your end, and now I'm speaking, you're interrupting. You should tell me my time is up.
No, wait.
You should tell me when my time is up. I don't mind how I use it, please. That's the way I speak.
Wait. I want to help you because by the time you reach your 2 minutes,
No.
you have left a lot of points, and you have wasted 1 minute in preambles.
I am a politician. I know how to speak. Allow me to do my points without interrupting. When my time is up, you hang me, please. That is the way to go.
Wait, I have interrupted you. Your time starts now, so you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Themba. That's kind of you. So I was giving credit to my two sisters. So and I always do that. So thank you for that. So what I wanted to, as you can see, I'm doing an encouragement so that we get them at the right place. It is correct to say, from what Mwango has said, that of course there are some track records that define the good side of the DP. The issue is mentioned about the university intake. That was true. But there's something he did that neutralized that thing. Why would you have people have a high number of intake? Why would you increase the intake of the university only to end up giving the same graduates wheelbarrows? You see, that if that is the reason, if you're taking them to the university to give them wheelbarrows, then it beats the very logic as to why you look at that as a virtue. To me, it's not a virtue if that is the end product at the end of the day. If you told me, you see, the DP is going to give jobs for these graduates, and now you can see, we have more professionals in this area where the DP has followed up. But you see, when you give people education, then on the other hand, you go around and give them wheelbarrows. I wonder why you took them to the university in the first place. Okay, I think that's what I wanted to rebut on Mwango. And then the other thing about my sister, it is clear that when I say that you have given exemplary, debate qualities here on the platform, I meant you can be a good student. I didn't mean the way Mike put it, that you can convince people. I meant you can be a good student. If you are taught well, you will be able to understand. So I wanted our platform to use this opportunity to give you the insights, the details as to why, because you're a good listener. That's the credit I've given you. So we need to actually use this opportunity to tell you, because once you get the reality, in my view, you'll end up being a Baba supporter. Why? UDA, for instance, has been formed after the handshake. Okay, and then number two, if you're talking about the government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, there's a very thin line between the DP and the president. That is very true. If there is success, let them own up. If there is challenges, I think it's for both. That is very true. And some of us, it's true even today when Baba was speaking about the tablets, the computer tablet, the tablets that they were supposed to be given to the kids. When we put that, we fault the president too. That is the truth. It doesn't mean that we're really hammering this to the DP, because he's actually the one who should have advised the president on how to deal with that. But what we do as the ODM people, as Baba followers, we decided to seek for peace. We decided to seek for a united country, which all of us want. So regardless on how our politics go, we are able to point even to our friends that what you're doing is wrong. That's why today, if you ask me, the issue of the tablets, it is a faultiness of the Jubilee administration, where of course Uhuru is included. And I'm not saying that because of the handshake, I am giving kudos to everything the president is doing. He has failed in many areas, and that is why it's high time we need to have the right president. The fifth president of this country will do the following. One, he's going to deal with this thing of tribalism once and for all. The nepotism, the unfavorism that has been so predominantly dominating our country, and you can see the kind of cabinet allocations in terms of regional balance. When it comes to the side of the DP, he gave all his people jobs at the expense of Kenyans. What does that tell you? He's somebody who has his tribe at heart at the expense of Kenyans. While the president, where we give him credit, he balanced the equation of national outlook by giving those positions to Kenyans here and there. So lastly, the thing I wanted to mention is about the handouts, Themba. Handouts, I think we've both not understood it from both sides. This is my view. This is my personal. I stand to be corrected. There's a very thin line, or it must be very clear that it is not very easy to draw between helping somebody who is in need, and you're helping the person with material. Of course, this is money. It can be food. These programs, in my view, they are anchored in the culture of humanity, because even the Bible tells us the hand that giveth is the hand that is blessed. So I want, as we argue forward, to be honest, because some of these things will remain here for record, that when your neighbor is sleeping hungry, for heaven's sake, I don't see it as a problem for you to help the person. So when do we call it a handout? Okay. And when do you treat that as a good Samaritan helping the person? To me, when it's a handout, is when you have a hidden agenda. You're doing that with an intention. You know, I'm helping community ancestor publicly because I want Mike to know that I'm a good giver. With the objective in my heart, then that changes the story. But if I'm doing that because community ancestor is in need of what I'm giving him, you know, he requires it, for heaven's sake, that stops being a handout. So the handout, as far as the 6,000 is concerned, to me, it's not a handout. Handout is the wheelbarrows, is the money you give to people, 5,000, 10,000. Oh, umeongea vizuri unapewa 10,000. Those are handouts. So I think we need to do a lot of research to understand how we weigh into this issue of handouts, in my view. That's what I'll say. That's my submission paper.
Thank you, Patriot. You know, you have really talked well, but the demarcation you have given a demarcation that when Ruto is giving, that's handout. When these are sides is not giving, it's not handout. Now,
I didn't say so. I didn't say so. If you got me right.
No, when you are finishing. Now, listen. Anybody that is not creating an environment for you to fish is giving you a handout. Now, what we have not, we have to anytime, for example, I need to eat. If you come today and you give me food on my table, that's a handout. But if you give me a job to go and work so that I can get my own money and buy food, you have not given me a handout.
So are you telling me if I buy you food is wrong? That's what I want you to elaborate, Themba. Are you saying if you're in need of food and I buy you food, since it's a handout, it's wrong? Let's be clear on that.
So the question we are asking is, what is the position? What is the level of the person who is coming to give you food at the moment?
I think the timing is what matters, because this idea of people being philanthropic during elections and campaigns, you know,
that's handout.
It makes it so clear what they are after. You know.
And you need to create a structure instead of coming in and then, like for example, what you are saying right now. You have people, yes, they are hungry, but why are they hungry? Because of probably policies or corruption. So the corruption has been created, and that has been written the world over, where people actually create an environment where people are poor and they rely on you so that you can give them the handout, and they feel that you are responding to their immediate need. And as long as someone makes you that they are responding always to immediate need, you become their slave. That is, you rely on them for the basic need. Like if I am going to rely on you to give me food today to eat, I'll beg on you. And the Bible is clear on that. You remember the case of Esau and Jacob. He actually sold his birthright. Wait. You cannot say I'm wrong. It's my opinion. You're okay to differ. Give your opinion, I give mine.
But you said mine is wrong, Themba, too. Okay.
So when Esau reached a point he's hungry, he's so hungry, what happens? He tells the brother that I'm so hungry, give me food, even my birthright you can take. That shows a person who is hungry, who has an immediate need, can fall for anything. So when you go to poor people who probably for maybe circumstantial or systems created have not made them be able to access their own way of living, and then you come in and give them something and tell them, with this, I'll be able to provide for you more in future. Yet you had an opportunity to create those structures before. Definitely, that is going to create a system of people who are going to rely on immediate need, not long-term. Not working for themselves, but on someone who is giving them the food, but not fishing. themselves. So if we want to create such an environment and such a population, then it's for us to choose.
So my take on that,
So when Baba comes in, Baba comes and says, I'm giving 6,000 per vulnerable population. But in the meantime, I'm working on structures for these people to get to work. And yesterday, I think Community Ancestor was able to give, and I think also a case or someone else gave how that is going to work. On this side, what they are giving, the Mwango and I think McKenna, what is being given has not been clearly structured and given out how it is going to work. So that is the point of demarcation. And if we are going to, McKenna said something that we need to focus also. We have created a culture of a handout population, a handout, a handout culture, where when someone comes in, we're always telling them, give me, I go eat today, and that's it. Now, what has that done? It has created leaders who later go into power to try and recover what they gave you. Hence the cycle of corruption, which doesn't stop. So, Patriot, I wanted to make a response to that, and then maybe I bring in Wekesa.
Thank you so much. I respect people's opinion, Themba. You know that. We are just trying to rebuttal with respect. But where I have an opinion, because I'm also entitled to it, let me just make it. My thinking is this. This is my position, and it will for the purpose of record. Personally, I don't think handout is necessarily a bad way of responding to temporary mitigation of a problem. To me, handouts are not bad for the following reasons. It's not necessarily a vice. It is either way. It can be a virtue and it can be a vice. This is my standpoint. And let me be very clear on that. That's my point. It's not necessarily that you agree with me. The reason why I stand for that, last time when Themba, they were introducing the issue of curbing Harambee from the public, they did what they called a county edition on response on what Kenyans thought about this. In Nyamira County, where I come from, I happen to be the one who spoke about the Harambee issue. And I wouldn't want to change that position today. What I said was this. As a Christian, I know what vulnerability means in a society. There's a reason why Harambee has been anchored in our country as a culture. Harambee has actually taken many people to schools. It has been able to elevate people from difficulties, especially in a country which had no proper structures on how to deal with the vulnerables. So my stand was, we could not all of a sudden abolish Harambees, because Harambees are actually the means of mitigating the poverty that had ravaged our country for so long. That's what I said. And I still stand with that today by saying, giving is not a bad thing, whether you call it handout or whatever you call it. The motivation behind the giving, to me, makes it a moral question. Once it becomes a moral question, then it is up to the public, it's up to us to know whether that was a handout or not. Otherwise, if you leave it to politicians, they will always define handout to their definition. Just to give you the last statement, the DP, when he was talking about the 6,000, he quickly picked it to be a handout. And I think it's clear to elaborate that handouts are not bad, but once you start bringing the political objectivity on when you are giving it, then it becomes a wrong thing. So for me, for Baba, 6,000 is not a bad thing. It might be a handout, yes, but structured in a country to mitigate on a problem temporarily as he prepares for the next whatever. That's my position. For me, handouts is, I can't leave my neighbor sleep hungry just because I'm vying for a parliamentary seat and I leave his children dying because it will be treated as a handout. I'll have to help the neighbor.
Thank you. I think you're free to hold that view, but we need to appreciate that in a governance, the role of a politician, interestingly speaking, in developed democracies, you don't see handouts. You see structures where communities, where there are issues, that policies that respond to issues of the society. policies that respond to issues of the society. What are issues of the society? If you have issues, for example, issues of hunger, issues of this, there are policies that are put in place to respond to that. So a politician doesn't have to reach a point where they're going into their pocket to give you money. You know what that has done? It has made even some of the policies not to be implemented, so that you think the politician has done a lot by giving you even what you deserve. So they don't create those structures, they don't bring them on. So there are those loopholes in your system, so they take advantage. And that is now where handouts come in. I think there are social welfare issues, like, for example, the charity organization respond to certain things, the vulnerable of the society. But a politician who is seeking a position, they're already at a position, is a politician where they can create policies that will respond to all those issues. As to where now, again, they are coming back to their pocket, that's where now we're having this culture of give me. So people will not work and wait for you to give them. Politicians should create structures to respond to societal needs. That's why they are politicians, to create policies. As long as we keep having this cycle of we are looking forward to a politician to spend on us or give us something, then only the rich, those who have money, will be getting to power. When they get to power, they recoup what they have gotten. I want to move on the debate to a different, but before I bring in Wekesa right now, because I know Wekesa has been waiting, I want to Mike to, is burning, he has something burning. I think he wants to ask McKenna a question, he wants to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
Not to ask, but I wouldn't want Patriot and McKenna to go before they get my view on handouts, because I wouldn't want to sound like I'm very, very arrogant to deny Kenyans help from fellow Kenyans. Handouts is just maybe the wrong name to use, but helping people is a very noble idea. What I'm saying is, and I'll just give you very many examples. Equity Bank, for instance, has an equity foundation we call Wings to Fly. This Equity to Fly foundation has sponsors from individuals, MasterCard foundations, and very many organizations, pulling together resources and creating a very, very organized platform to help kids who come from poor homes. Bill Gates has a foundation in which very many other rich people, including Warren Buffett, puts their money in to help African countries maybe do research on malaria, feed poor, and address HIV issues. When you want to help, you don't help with the intention of being noticed that you are the one who has given. The handouts we have a problem with from politicians is where you go to a church, you want to be given a podium to stand and say you have given money. And in that church, all of us go every Sunday, we give our offering in envelopes without shouting that Mike has given 20,000. What is the motivation of you making it public that every time you help somebody, you have to call a TV crew to photograph you helping a child, to photograph you buying bananas from a poor child? People help every day, but as Patriot said, the motivation should not be to seek mileage and political mileage from those gestures. And that's why Patriot used the word, the moral issue now comes in. What is your motivation? But helping as a gesture, McKenna and Patriot, is a very noble thing. I do that every day. I've helped my neighbors' kids go to school. I've given bags of maize from my farm to help those children homes who don't have farm. So I cannot say I don't give handouts, but I've never asked for a public session or baraza to say now I'm helping my neighbor who has slept hungry. If our politicians were giving with a good motive, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if you give to discredit other politicians like the Kalonzos who don't have money, so that when they go to that place, they are told, you don't have money, what are you bringing for us? I think that is where I have a problem with the handout issue.
Okay, thank you. I think we have explored the handouts ably. Now, I want to, McKenna, what is it? Go ahead. You are muted.
Yes, I am. Yes, I totally agree with Patriots. And for Mike, I want to remind him that politicians will be politicians. And let's be realistic. We are a third world country with third world problems. Some of the things you're seeing there, really, some of them are unavoidable. I think this is us, really. I'm not, and again, don't get me wrong, Themba, don't get me wrong. I am trying to be realistic. I mean, we're in a setup where, Mike, if you're helping out because you're not a politician, you don't need cameras out there, you know? I mean, if Uhuru now as our president is out there, Raila is the, all cameras are on him. So whatever he has to give has to be on camera because he's a politician. This is what he does. We are together, Mike.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yes. So at times something is on camera, but really it's given from their hearts. And how can we judge them? I mean, because they were on camera and they gave out. You get me, right?
But again, McKenna, just because we are a third world country, it doesn't mean that we cannot instill values. Being a third world country does not mean that we cannot instill values.
I get you, Penny. Yes, we are getting there. We are getting there. We are crawling. It's slow. It's slow, yes. You saw what happened in Eldoret. We are getting there. Slowly, slowly. The values are there.
McKenna,
we are getting there.
we won't get there if you guys don't start the conversation and say what we need is a country that has no handouts. How can we respond to policies that can make us run away from handout?
But also,
we don't need a handout economy.
Let's not ignore. Let's not ignore who we are. Let's not ignore who we are. Let's not ignore that.
We are not ignoring that.
No, let's not ignore who we are. Yes.
Moderator, this is Joe. I've just come in. I've been following from the background.
How are you, sir? You've been coming in and leaving.
Yeah, I think I'm being sanctioned or barred from coming in.
What is happening? I've been seeing you on and off. I want to give you time. You disappear, you come back.
No, he has been having a challenge with his mic. I saw it. You see, when you are connected, the mic is not connected. There's no way you can.
Yeah, when I'm just about to give you, you drop off. So I don't know. I was to give Wekesa. Wekesa, do you want to donate your time to Joe?
No, let me. There are so many issues these guys have raised and I've been waiting to respond.
Okay.
I've
okay,
just
so
been
Joe,
I've
so
just
Joe,
been I didn't want to interrupt.
Just a point of order.
Will you come in after Wekesa?
I think I have something very little. Wekesa might take long. I just want something very little on the current debate.
Okay. Wekesa, I give you 1 minute. 1 minute, Joe, and then I cut you off.
Exactly 1 minute. I totally agree with what is he who let's see what Sam has said about handouts, and it's very clear. And actually, our lady McKenna is even agreeing, but she's not saying it out. If you want to bring, if you're bringing camera, that means you have an intention, an objective. Yeah. And that objective is what we're saying should not be there. You should give your kind of donation quietly, like others do in a foundation. You know, in a setup in a village, you can always feed your cuckoos. But when you want to catch one, you'll throw the maize, notaka palo kitegea. So that means you're killing the cuckoos. You want to kill it. So this is exactly what Ruto is doing. He's giving out with a trap to trap these people. Just the same as if you want to, if you want to kill a mice, you give it maize in the pretext that you're feeding it. But actually, it's a trap to kill it. And that's exactly what Ude is doing. That's what I wanted to say. The other issue of the good deeds Ruto has done, like the fertilizer that you bought at 1,000 shillings, I think you did it under the Kibaki regime. It was the Kibaki administration, and that one goes to the Kibaki administration. Even the take-up in university, it was the Kibaki's administration, not Uhuru Ruto. So the credit goes to Kibaki. No. The other issue, just a moment, let me finish. The other issue is you should actually tell us exactly what Ruto has brought into this government or the country, not what he has done under people's watch. We'd like to, like you see, like Raila has come out with things outside he's outside the government, but he brought the constitution, he brought the democratic space. That his track record can be attributed to him directly. I hope my 1 minute is not over. So we want this kind of thing. Not the things that people,
your 1 minute is over.
not the things that people have done under somebody. You see, in a family, as the head of the family, you can do something like upbringing your children, and they might do something good during your parentship. But once they are there on their own, they should show us what they can do on their own, not what they did under your parentship. That's what we want. Okay, I don't want to go overboard. I think I'll contribute later.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, McKenna. You've heard, and I know you may want to point to pick. I don't know, Mwango left you alone, but don't worry, just sit right there. Wekesa, kindly prosecute your points. I know you've been waiting there for a while. So,
okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've been listening and following the conversation, and McKenna has raised so many issues, and Mwango. So sometimes I don't trust people who want to be like they are neutral, but when you go deeper and begin the debate, you realize they were never neutral. So I had reservations on when she began to share her points by saying that for her, there's no problem whether you're giving a wheelbarrow or you're giving 6K. But when we got deeper in the discussion, we realized she has a serious problem with those issues. So it's good to be real in the debate. There is the reality we talk about Kenya, and there is also the reality of the issues we are raising here. Just be real and say, if you support Ruto, I support him, and these are the issues. Instead of coming here and you try to want to appear neutral, but when we begin the debate, we realize there is no neutrality in what you are saying. Let me begin by saying this now that you guys even brought in the angle of the Bible. There is a place in the Bible where Paul was telling his spiritual son Timothy that use this a little wine because of your stomach. So he was actually trying to say that wine has a medicinal value. Now, unfortunately, there are people who quote that actually when they are consuming a lot of alcohol, and they say that even the Bible says that use this a little for your stomach. Now, for him, he's consuming and he's drunk, and he's telling you that that is how the Bible supports it. So what do I want to mean? When we talk about handout or giving out, these are medications and interventions when you want to help people. But you cannot tell me that if you are running that program for 4 years and you tell us those are temporary mitigations. No, that has become now the thing I want to bring out is we are not against interventions. We are against handout culture. When you turn it as a way of life, even in the village, it's good for your neighbor when he comes and tells you that I was cooking ugali, and then the water exited the unga, so I have come so that you can help me go and you help. But if it becomes a culture every day, then it will have a problem. You will have a problem with a neighbor who asks you for salt every evening. So when it becomes a handout culture, and that is what we were running away from the Moi era, because it became a handout culture. People used to visit State House, and they could tell that when you, the good thing about Moi was when you go to State House, you could eat as much as you can carry whatever you want. They had turned a State House into a place of handouts. And that is what we are saying. And you look at such a presidents who were very popular, by the way. Presidents who thrive on handout culture are very popular. People like in Mugabe, people like in Moi. But look at how the economy existed in their times. They created inflation. They created the value of shilling dropped, and then they created economic recession. So when we look at it, if handout becomes a way of life, we can talk about Jesus advocating for giving. But did Jesus do giving as a way of life? He only demonstrated. People say, how many people did Jesus raise to death? It's only one. He did not go and wake up every dying person. So sometimes we confuse the doctrine when we are doing it as a show to the world that this is what we need to do. I occasionally help people I meet him on the street and he's desperate and I help. But there are also professional bakers on the street who have turned baking as a way of life. I should not encourage that. In fact, if I see that baking has become your way of life, I will not help you. Okay, or the best way I can help you is how do I advise you to come out of that? Because it has become a bondage. It has become slavery. And the politicians know how to turn the masses into how to create a dependence syndrome in a society so that they can rule them. So if we can continually make a handout a culture, what we are saying is we want to make masses slaves and continue to rule over them. I once listened to an interview on James Mwangi of Equity about his son. And he said this, I don't give my son free money. Yes, he knows I'm a rich. Actually, I have every money that I want. But sometimes he could go to school and struggle like any other student. Why? Because I wanted to show him that money doesn't come that easily. He has grown out in the culture where, in the family where there's money, yes. But if I have to instill values of creating wealth, I don't just give everything he wants. I would also want to show him that you need to work hard to get this wealth. Let me mute Joe and McKenna because there is an echo coming. Okay, thank you. So those are the things that we need to debate actually without focusing so much on Ruto and Raila. When we are talking about handout, let's define it and let's see its value and let's see its demerits. Whether we can ascribe it to Raila or Ruto, let's see that there's a monster that is killing this country. I know of one of my MPs who, when he was seeking for a seat, he was very generous and people used to like his campaign because his campaign was very simple, no much words, you just panga laini and then kila mtu apewa 200. But when when the rubber met the road and they were following up on his issues, he had a very serious corruption scandal and he was even to be jailed for 6-7 years. What do I say? Handout culture creates the corruption because you want easy money, and that's why most of the handout gifts are given on cash. When they talked about checks and whatever, politicians had a problem with that because in handouts we don't want even accountability. In handouts you want these shortcuts, and because you are not accountable where the money is coming from and where it's going, and that's why we are saying if we continually create handout culture, we will make we will create we will create we will deepen our hands in the public cover just because we need more money to be generous to every other person. And we have slowly, and if you meet the politicians themselves, even themselves, they are not comfortable with that. Some of them even avoid weekends going to the rural areas. If you ask them, they will tell you because I have at the moment I arrive, I've been given all the musicals of people. I have to. I'm the one to prepare the janeza for somebody who has. I transport. I have to do all those things that the society wants. Why we have made it a way of life, and then we start complaining that the voters or the society is demanding so much. If we could have instilled values where people can work hard and earn, we can once in a while you intervene, but you cannot make it like a daily bread. Waking up to looking for opportunities where somebody there are villages where you call youths are standing on the road, they are waiting for a politician to pass so that he can drop some 20 or 30 shillings. That's bad. Let them, they need to work hard and get what they need to get. They need to create societies and the youth groups so that they can be given money to support what they are doing, rather than waking up and looking who will today intervene in my situation. Now, when our DP was starting, he was telling us he wanted kubadilisha mjadala. Now, if he was honest enough, then actually mjadala inabadilika. But he has even a problem wakati hiyo mjadala inaanza kubadilika. He invited people to reason in terms of the law in the society. Now, when people are beginning to come in, yes, okay, you want us to discuss about the law in the society, then he has a problem. Were you honest in inviting us to discuss about hustlers, or you only wanted to score political goals? Now, the difference between the stipends that are being given and the bad thing about handouts is unstructuredness, where you can pick money from anywhere and do it with whatever you want. There is no accountability. But when Raila says, he points out his policy, he says that I am going to have budget cuts on ministries, 25%. He was very specific, 25%. And then that money to be given to the struggling masses in the society, and he has already calculated it's 8 million people or families. So that is a structured conversation, and I want to give them 6K. It's even accountable. You can ask somebody, you were to do this and get this result. But if somebody comes up and he tells you, I'm going to do bottom up, yes, and then you ask, how will bottom up operate? I will get 30 billion somewhere and then nilete mashinani. You know, the reason why people are having challenge with bottom up is not like we don't like it, but the crusaders of it have not clearly demonstrated how it's going to operate. Just simplify it. Make your manifesto very simple. Don't make it so complex, such that people cannot even sell the idea. When Papa came up and said, I want to make made in Kenya, buy Kenya, build Kenya, you know, that is something very simple. Anybody, even you have not gone to school, you can understand. So the idea of bottom up could be a good one, but those selling it are not doing justice to that model. The more clearer they bring out, the better the conversation. And they should not have a problem with people who are criticizing it, because they are the ones who make it better. Me, I said, and people who criticize BBI are the ones who introduced even more pertinent issues. Like when we were in Bomas and DP criticized BBI. Those even issues, they were incorporated. Why? Because people who criticize sometimes help you to polish up. I only have a problem when our TT friends want to be overprotective of what they are doing. Like, we can't criticize bottom up. Yes, let people criticize the 6,000 and tell us, where are you getting to get the money? Is it practical? Actually, that makes it enriches that conversation and makes the policy workable or not workable, or the things that the side effects. You know, there are side effects that you are not seeing when you are bringing up a program, so it can help you. Like Alfred Mutua was saying that Baba is brilliant. Yes, he came up with a good idea about 6, but I think he needs to have a deeper thought around it. You see, when people criticize that model, then you have to even look at it, the repercussions or the other things that may happen. For example, today you can increase the salary for teachers, and it affects the whole salary and remuneration. It affects the doctors, because there's those job groups. So before you do that, then you have to look through it. Because in Kenya, the lowest earning person should earn how much? 11,000. So you need to look at it when I'm giving these who are not earning anything. So will I even also increase something on those who are earning the lowest salary? So that should also, that conversation needs to be brought in, and we have a discussion over them.
Me.
Okay.
You have a question?
Can I present a question here?
Just before
some kind of
just before your question, please.
Okay.
Wekesa mentioned me somewhere.
Yeah. Just ask.
Yes. Wekesa, I am not neutral. I made myself clear on the side I am on, but I don't believe in demonizing Baba to make my point. No. This country still remains after 2022, you know, so Wekesa, I should be able to sit with you after 2022 and we engage, you know, you understand? So I made myself clear on my side. I was never neutral, but again, I don't need to demonize Baba for me to make my point. No.
Okay, so Wekesa, just a bit of a
what I hit a problem with was that there's no way I can be for everybody. I think the reason why you chose sides is because you think these points are stronger than the others, and you want actually those points to rule. It's by maybe peradventure that the other side can win. If it wins, well and good, but you think that the points you're standing on are superior and they should be given chance to rule, and you defend them. This is a campaign period. Campaign for your candidate. When that time will come, me, I normally say, and not just saying, I act. After 2017, I passionately campaigned for Raila. But after 2017, I said tumekubali, tumeshindwa, let's move on. That is democracy. But the time of campaign, you have to stand out strongly on what you believe in.
Okay, Wekesa, I want to add a statement to that. I think, Wekesa, you have come out very elaborately on what this thing we call a handout is all about. And I actually agree the way you have brought it out. You have hit left and right. I want to just also emphasize and underline the fact that this issue of handout is a political issue, and it cuts across. And you can see even the way we are talking about it. It is true that politicians are a different component as far as Kenyans are concerned. You can see that, and I like the way you have quoted the pros and cons from the Raila group and the UDA. I am happy that we are discussing about an issue that affects us, not necessarily being, a people who are supporting. On this one, it is a neutral discussion. It's a discussion to emphasize what we pick from this this thing that we are calling handouts. Who is really using it to the disadvantage of Kenyans, and where are the pros and cons? If I may quote you, Wekesa, I think that is where the discussion should go. And my addition to that very brilliant analysis that you brought out, Wekesa, is this. You see, the moment we start being honest to ourselves, then it will be very easy for the country to, and because like a platform like this, we are analyzed the way we speak. People are able to see Wekesa there. He's been very, genuine. He's been very professional without being biased. And it is true that if Ruto has done something well, we said that was okay, but maybe it's not enough. Baba here, he needs to improve on this. So that doesn't mean we are changing sides. This lady, McKenna, she's a Ruto supporter. I am a diehard of Baba. I've never voted for any other person. I'm going to actually vote for Baba. But on this one, as intellectuals, I thought it was a good experience for us to weigh into this thing, because they will use it, on both sides to antagonize the motive. The Kenyan will follow them. If the proper division is not given, they will make wrong decision as far as this is concerned. The most important thing that I want my fellow panelists to underscore here is this. When an institution in the name of government gives money out, it stops being a handout. That one, you need to get it. Go to any dictionary, go to any studies. Anything that is given by government is a policy factored and structured giving. That is not a handout. So I actually don't agree with the DP when he says that the 6,000 shillings Baba wants to give from a structured policy. If he takes over this government, it is handout. It doesn't qualify to be a handout, because that is not coming from somebody's money. It's not going to have a factored depending. It will be a right. The way we are giving the CDF, the way we are getting salaries, it will be a right. And once it is structured coming from the government of the day, it is not a handout. What is a handout? Handouts, it means literally from the hands, your own hands out. It is individuals giving something out there. And as I said, Wekesa, as I give back to my fellow able panelists to contribute, I said this. It is the reason behind the moral issue. Why are you giving that money? Wekesa, if I'm helping you today, because I want you to know that a patriot is richer than you, even in the eyes of God is wrong, So the moral reason why one is donating, the moral reason why you are helping that child, if it does not merit on the positive reason why you will help somebody who is starving, that in itself, that's where it is defined. If it's not coming from a positive objective, then to me that's a handout. You're outwinging somebody for the sake of politics and others. But remember, as my sister mentioned something here, which I also need to be a bit clearer, is that the fact that politicians give money as handouts, it is not correct to say that all the politicians who give money, whether in public or private, it is wrong. What I think that we need to emphasize, Wekesa, is this. As we give handouts, can we have other structures that are progressive to make this country get out of it? So to me, when Raila is talking about a structured way of giving money, which in quotes they're calling handouts, he has other mitigations. He has other progressive adjustment to the economy of the country that will pull out those who will be vulnerable, who will be getting the 6,000 for a short while, to graduate to the other level. So to me, if it's going hand in hand with other government policies, it is not a handout. But if we are giving it as a dependent ingredient, as a cycle, as the only thing you are giving, for sure it is not morally correct from the government. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you, because I know you're saying you have really executed your mandate very well in terms of demarcating.
Yeah, I just had one thing before, but Mulumba wanted to ask me a question. Then I just give back the mic.
Okay, Mulumba, you have a question?
I don't have a question for Wekesa, but I want to just.
I saw you carrying up the hand. I thought it's okay.
Yes, according to that topic, I just want to talk what McKenna said. When you say, don't forget that that's how we are, which means since in watu ambao tumegrow kwa corruption, so we shall have support to go to continue the corruption. We can just give out handout. That's who you are. We are. Do you see? It offends me if I look you guys, young guys, educated, and you're telling me that mtu anaweza toka naenda peana pesa. That's who you are. You can just give it out anyhowly because that's how you are. It does not help. Ukuja unipatie shilingi 5,000, kesho sitapata, sina kazi, nina matumizi, nina everything, government can provide nothing. Then you say that's who you are. You are not helping me. You are just adding me more problems to do. Let me tell you guys, me naishi America. If you want to know what Raila is doing, this social what he's talking about, ni kwenda kuangalia kutoka pale kwa liguru pale chini kabisa, wale watu wa chini. You people, you talk as if you don't know how we suffer. People suffer down there. Hawajui watakula nini. Hawezi peleka mtoto hospitali. Their kids die because they have no money. Watoto wanaenda kuwa chokora kwa barabara because the parents cannot give anything to food. That's why they became chokora. Then you come here, you tell me that that's how you are. Na nyinyi umesoma mmekaa nje. You don't focus, look back and see what's happening back home. Why our kids are becoming chokora? Because the government does look after them. The parents can't provide. Mama anaenda prostitute, baba alitoroka. But if there's 6,000 welfare imepewa na serikali, baba akitoroka hizi pesa, mama atachukua, ataangalia hizo watoto, mtoto atakuwa na kitu ya kula, atakuwa na mahali ya kulala. Here, once yo mtoto umezaa, hata kama ukiwa na miaka 15, ukiwa na your parents, hiyo nini access card itaweka kwa parents wao, your parents. Hiyo pesa itakusaidia hapo. Ni kama ulikuwa umepita 18, serikali
Mulumba, time yangu imeisha. You are just to make a comment. You will be given time to prosecute your point.
Thanks.
I had 1 minute just to conclude what I was saying.
Okay.
Then you continue. I give back the Nini to Themba. He's a moderator. So, okay, the last thing I wanted to tell my sister McKenna, which Nani has shared part of it, she talked about our reality. Let me tell you, we control our reality. When Barack Obama was running for presidency of America, the reality was that an African cannot be elected. But he went against the grain. And he changed even your own party leader. He's saying we changed the conversation to badilisha mjadala. So the first reality we need to change is that we cannot continue with the handout culture. Kibaki changed that reality by stopping the Harambe thing. And during his regime, things were okay. Kibaki watu walikuwa wanasema Kibaki was mean. Mean, yes, but in terms of economic standards of the nation, he lifted this standard, this nation. So we can control our reality. Someone can tell you are poor, and you refuse that from the mind and say, I'm not poor, because you want to control your reality that you can move from that state. But if you accept it, Even a sick person, if he accept the disease, he dies. Sometimes you fight it through not accepting that reality. I think I will stop there for the sake of others now to contribute.
Thank you, Wekesa. I still submit that the culture of reality has never grown any country, and a culture of handout has never grown any country. A government is run by as many people who are paying taxes, and that's why even McKenna, if you have bothered to try and appreciate what Ruto has said, I want to give you what Ruto has said. That is going to give 100 million to all constituencies in those circle groups, and he's going to have them be given certain loans with little interest, which they'll be paying back in interest. And as they make money, they'll be giving taxes to the government. So the idea is to have more people paying taxes to the government. Now, if people were paying taxes as required, there are things that will be policy issues, policy formulations to respond to certain parts of the community and the society. Your leader has said that. I don't know if you have read that. So the idea is not, even him is not looking at giving people the idea of, at the end result. The end result of what he's saying is going to be giving them loans. I want to tell you where that one is borrowed from. If you read about Grameen's Bank in Bangladesh, it started as society. People were giving little. He started by giving those money. It's called Muhammad Yunus. He won a Nobel Peace Prize for that. He was giving communities seed money. And in that seed money, they were able to grow. Eventually, it went and formed a bank. That's called the Grameen Bank right now. Now, the idea there was, as you grow communities, they grow by themselves, they become stronger economically, and they try to avoid. In fact, for him, even made them to recite certain 16 decisions that for you to get that money, you have to recite. The next thing that he did, and that is a criticism that has come, is that if you defaulted on the loan, they came and they swept everything that you had. So flip it to the DP's loan that is going to be given to many boda whatever to buy bodas. These people definitely will devote for 2 or 3 weeks. After about a month, all those bodas will be taken back. It will not be sustainable. So handouts cannot sustain an economy. Even him, he doesn't think that way. And even as much as you're saying, yeah, that is handout is good, it is hurting their campaign. Because even them, they don't believe that that is what is going to build the economy. He's looking at a bigger picture. I've tried to read whatever he's saying. The bottom up that they cannot explain, I've tried to read. He doesn't look at the long term, having them still believing and relying on handout. It cannot grow an economy. Even you are home. If you have brothers and sisters, you are abroad, and if every month you are sending them money to eat, you will never stop sending. Every month they will be asking. But if you ask them, what business can I invest in so that you can grow and have money yourself? A few years from now, you won't be sending money because they'll be having money that they're now using. So giving someone a fishing rod is different from giving them a fish. You get? So that is what we are trying to say. Yeah, you're allowed to interject at what? Who is that? Who is Mulumbu? Is that Mulumbu?
It was not me, but I had mine too.
Me, Elvi, someone Elvi.
Is it Elvis? Someone said, am I allowed to interject? Who is that?
Yeah, that's me.
Elvis.
This is Elvis.
Okay, Elvis, you can interject, and then once you're done,
It's
I want
Elvis.
to bring in Joe.
It's Elvis. Elvis, can you get me?
Okay, Elvis, go ahead.
I would like to contribute to this. I've had Okay, I've been following up in the background when McKenna
Elvis,
and our friend,
Elvis, your
I can't
audio.
remember his name, who left, and they were talking about
Elvis,
giving handouts. Personally, giving
Elvis,
handouts is not a thing that I advocate for, because once you start giving handouts, what happens is that you promote laziness. And one thing for sure, with
Elvis, your audio has an issue. Elvis. Okay, Joe.
Yeah, hello.
Can you go ahead?
Yeah, I think there are so many things that I could have raised, but I see like most of them has been said, and especially through Ekesa. I totally agree by people who are saying that handouts can never grow the country at all, at all, at all. And I also agree with what you have said that if what the UD are saying is the 6,000 is a handout, it is not handouts. This is reaching to the poor of the poorest. And I think the way it has been calculated, the government has got the number. That is the same system they've been using to give famine relief. I think places where famine, I've lived so much in Northeastern, I've lived in Turkana, I've lived in Pokot. So I know how these people are reached. There's a certain system that they use. They know these are the poorest of the poor. It's the same system that can be used to reach those people who need the 6,000. It's not going to be given to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Because if you give it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, like even the famine relief, that nobody will start working to get their own way of living, the means of living. Unlike the one that the Hustler Nation is saying they're going to give everybody border and piki. No. Now, how will you even categorize which mama mboga to give and which one not to give? Because I'm very sure you can't give all of them. There are mama mbogas that are selling their mbogas on the ground. There are mama mbogas that are selling on a well-structured kiosk, but still with the name mama mboga. So how are you going to differentiate them when you said mama mboga? You see, like the 6,000, he's saying they're going to give to the poor of the poorest, not every poor person. So even this mama mboga and even the border guys, they should be categorized. They are border guys, and I know where I'm living right now. There are a border rider that has got 6 bikes of his own. And there are also border riders who are riding people's bike and they pay back every evening. These are two different people. You can't just say ati kila border rider atapata. This is why we think there's something amiss in this. A border guy who has over the period bought even 6 other borders. That guy is not a border guy that we have in mind. He could be richer than some of us here in the panel. But still, when Ruto comes and says they're giving everybody, he'll also be there. So it is sort of confused. So I believe there should be a structured way of, even whatever you call them, handouts or what, there should be a structured way, which is missing in UDA. The other thing is track record. I've always said here, track record. Whatever Ruto is saying he will do are the same things he did say in 2013. There's nothing he's added new. They are the same things that he said in 2013 when Uhuru government was coming in. He had the first 4 years to show at least.
Can I just second you a little bit, brother? Can you just second you a little bit the point you said there? That
go ahead.
Yes, he said that he's gonna give a border. Let's say a border is a border who has 10 borders. he has employed other people. If he gives a border everyone, how can these people that have been employed with this border will be able to? Satachukua border anaenda kunywe tu.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There has to be a structured way of doing these things, because this is he's using it as a bait, just a bait to get the votes. And after the votes, I don't think those things are going to happen. That's why I was coming to. He has not introduced anything new apart from what he said in 2013. They're the same things. Nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed that he said is going to make the youth to be very much advanced in the IT and whatever, but he has taken them back to wheelbarrow. That's the only thing that has changed. Otherwise, all the promises that he gave are the same things that he's giving. And then when you say these people are tofauti, somebody said here, things changed when the handshake came. But I can tell you, the handshake, they don't have people in the cabinet. The government is run by the cabinet, not even the MPs. It's the cabinet people you pick. And we know very well that Raila has got nobody in the cabinet. Ana siya sata moja. And then also, we know very well the same guy who is telling us the other side is talking about tribes. We know how he appointed his cabinet. When he appointed his cabinet, the handshake was not there. And that's why I agree with Penny. What is he going to do differently from what he's done in the past? I don't think there's anything different at Afanya. And even somebody said the recent list that he gave of the officials is still reflecting just the same way he appointed his cabinets.
Yep.
So there's nothing new that I think the Hustler Nation leadership will bring that we have not seen. That's what I want to say for now.
Am I allowed to continue? My network was really messing me up.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Elvis, yes, you can continue.
As I was saying, I wanted to
and just hold
tell
on.
McKenna.
Just hold on before you
yes, please.
Hold on, Elvis. Now, before Elvis continue, I want to give him. He's the only one I think will be here. Will give very substantive. The rest, just hold on. We want to start giving our closing remarks. So we'll give you, after Elvis, you'll have at least 2 minutes each of us to give our closing submission. So Elvis, go ahead.
I've been following this on the background for a while now, and one thing I would like to tell McKenna is that probably as the UDA fans and followers and all that, they will be asking themselves a lot of questions. Like, for example, how is Baba, or rather Raila, is going to be able to raise 6,000 Kenya shillings every month to give to these vulnerable families, which he narrowed down to 2 million households, which amounts to about 8 million people every month. One thing that he mentioned very clearly was that according to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, is that Kenya loses something like about 608 billion shillings every year. That's about 7.8 billion shillings of our GDP. And according to the calculations, he only needs 144 billion shillings every year. One thing is that if you look at America, like for example, that's where I am at the moment. When we were going through the pandemic, a lot of companies shut down. Most people are not able to work. So they came with a relief program, and they were able to sustain the family. By you giving the families that money, it's not like you are now telling them not to work. We're only putting in a position to be able to fend for yourself for a certain period of time as we work things out to get back to normal. Like, for example, when that money was given out, people are not working for like about a minimum of about 6 months. But the moment things started normalizing and everybody was vaccinated, now we are back to working and we are hiring. Now America is short of labor. Reason being, you were able to sustain people. They were not sick. They never lacked something to eat. Their household was intact. Whereby when you create the jobs, they're able to work. So I support whatever Baba is doing, but I disagree a little bit with UDA. Reason being, you're not telling us how you're going to get this money. Are you going to put us into more debts? So if you're able to close the corruption loopholes and harness 608 billion shillings, you can spend 144 and reinvest the remaining amount. Then another thing, the reason why I will vote for Baba is most of our youth, me being one of them, I'm only 33 years old, but me being one of them, most of our youth don't know the history of Kenya. As much as history is very important. And one thing I like to pinpoint, studying history allows us to observe and understand how people and societies behave. For example, we are able to evaluate war and when the nation is at peace by looking back at previous events. History provides us with the data that is used to create laws or theories about various aspects of society. I really get upset when I hear the other side, they start mentioning that no one in this current generation, which consists about 70% youth, a big chunk of the voters, they can't relate whatever Raila is saying. What makes United States of America, what makes England, what makes Paris, the Germans and the French very proud? It's their history. The way they went to the World War, what they conquered, what they did, who was their first president. That's why when you come to America, George Washington, that guy is really respected in America. When you go to South Africa, why do we talk of Nelson Mandela? A kid that was born like, for example, there 2000 knows who Nelson Mandela is. Why? Because we are so proud of our history. So let's not wash down everything that when Baba goes to public rallies and start teaching us about history that we can't relate to second liberations. Do you know why now someone will wake up and create memes about our president and not be arrested? It's because someone else somewhere sacrificed. Would you try that in Uganda? See what happens to Bobby Wine. He wouldn't dare do that. And another thing, history can help provide us with sense of identity. Like I've just said, this is actually one of the main reasons that history is still taught in schools around the world. Historians have been able to learn about how countries, families, and groups were formed and how they evolved and developed over time. Like for example, you fall sick, go to the hospital and you're asked, is there any history of someone who has suffered from diabetics in your family? If history wasn't important, I don't think doctors would be doing that. Personally, I'm in the medical field, and that is the first thing we ask you. Is there anyone in your family with a history of kidney infection? So one thing, let's not rubbish everything. As much as you may not like Raila, but one thing for sure we can say, his campaign is planned. And if UDA were able to plan, because one thing for sure, UDA had an upper end. Like between 2018 and 2021, they've been going about making it public that they want Ruto to be the president. If only Ruto had taken the best scholars to explain to us, how are you going to act with the bottom-up thing? So the thing is this, the Hustler Nation was a bubble that was burst. So how did the UDA guys package it? They repackaged the bubble as bottoms up. Now try and ask them, explain bottom up to us. It's never been tested anywhere in the world. They give an example of America. Fine, America is a first world country. Kenya, we're in the third world. So if you want to start a race with someone who is 10 steps ahead of you and you want to do this, things the same way, it won't work. That is the main reason why when Uhuru and Ruto came into power, they really fought the current constitution. It was so hard for them to implement even the 2/3 gender rule. Reason being, it's because it's something they really don't want to adapt to. And my last point is that history helps us to understand present day's issues. Like, for example, if you don't do your history, or rather you want to rubbish your history, you'll make the same mistakes. So one thing for sure, we were warned, even with the international world, in the international community, there 2013. If Kenyans, we were going to elect the duo, we would see a lot of trouble and problems and all that. Clearly it happened. That is the season whereby our national carrier, my former employer, our national carrier went down, taxes went up, a lot of jobs were lost. And one thing that really saddens me, Ruto promised us electric train, not an SGR. An SGR was a project of the Kibaki government. You promised us an electric train, then you bring us a diesel train, which is more expensive than even what was budgeted before. So one thing that I would really love to add to the youth, let no one rubbish this thing that history is bad. History helps us. While we are, I hear an American talking of America and I'm like, wow, this person knows their history, hands-on. In Kenya, if I decide to talk of history, utaambiwa enda kwa ule jamaa vitendawili, aenda akakupigisha hadithi. Sio hadithi. Let's know our history. Let's know where we came from. I was born, nimekunywa maziwa Nyayo kidogo. I wouldn't speak so much of Moi until there 2002. But one thing for sure, if you read history, how Moi really dealt with people, I don't think we want to go back there. Why is it that our deputy president is insisting so much on having one party? Why do you want to insist that I'm going to the people direct? One thing for sure, I'm a Christian. Even in the Bible, God uses the local leaders. That's why God used Abraham. God used people like Esau to make changes. You won't come to us and tell us that you want to override. As much as unasema ati Mungu ndiye anachagua viongozi, Mungu anatupa viongozi ambao tunataka. Like, if you read in the book of Genesis, God created everything and saw that it was good. Then God decided he needed a manager. What does a manager do? You make the decisions. That's why Adam was told, ita wanyama vile unataka. Jibambe mtu wangu. And that's why I can decide this will be a lion, this will be Eve. I can decide this will be a leopard, this will be a chimpanzee. So one thing for sure, let's not kuwekelea Mungu. Mungu anatupatia wale leaders tunataka. Tukiamua that we want the best leaders, we can do that. Now one thing tunasema ati tribalism nini and all that. In America, msidanganywe ati hakuna tribalism. Ni vile huku they don't have those languages. Wako na racism. That's why ukiangalia Democrats ni most blacks, most Hispanians, most Asians wako huko. Ukiangalia Republicans ni the whites. Mmekuja kuchukua party yao. Politics is local in Kenya. The only thing we have to do, let's not attack them because I'm Luo. That is the only thing I'll tell someone. But politics is local and let's appreciate that. I think I'll leave my statement at that, and I really appreciate for the panelists who've contributed. It really means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you, Elvis. It was your first time, so I was a little lenient with you, and you've really prosecuted your points pretty well. You've really. Someone says on the comment, which is specific to you, Elvis. I think I'll read this one for you. Yeah. I already like how you're putting your points across. I wish you could create a forum to educate your fellow youths who are drunk with propaganda from politicians and don't know how important history is. So, someone is not muted. Can you mute? Who are drunk with propaganda from politicians and don't know how important history is. So, who is not muted? Can you mute?
I can get you.
Yeah, Elvis, can you mute? Who is not muted? I can get you. Yeah, Elvis, can you mute? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now you're muted. We are giving you that time so that you can prosecute, and you have really done well. Thank you so much. I've seen Lady has just come in as we are just planning to give our closing, and I'm also seeing, I'm seeing Lady who has come in. I know that is Angie. Angie, I'll give you 3 minutes kwa sababu umekuja tukimaliza ndio tuanze kupeana closing remarks. Tafadhali, dakika 3. Hatukusikii, your audio iko, tunasikii iko mbali sana.
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Haya, ongea sasa. Nakupatia dakika 3.
Atambo, just the mistake I've made is that I've just joined the show and I haven't even not ready the topic. Hiyo ndo shida niko nayo.
Haya, wewe salimiana tu alafu tuendelee.
Tema acha zawada we.
Yeah, we are closing. How do you come in and you don't know the agenda, Angie? Na wewe ni mtu veteran kwa hiyo.
Actually, then but if you don't work very well, it will be going off Facebook. So You need
Yeah,
to
it will
plan
be
to.
going off in about 12 minutes. So I really want
Yeah.
us to rush up. Ebu salimiana tu alafu tuende tupeane closing. Nataka watu wapeane closing remarks, Angie. Dakika moja.
Haya, sawa. I just want to say hi everyone. You are doing good job. You guys have seen the topic now. Azimio la Umoja, Ruto's hustler narrative, and who presents Kenyans. All in all, we need somebody who will give us a better Kenya for people to enjoy their life in Kenya. They feel like they are in Kenya, not they feel that they are in somebody's home or a land. Leadership needs wisdom, so we pray hard for Kenyans to vote for somebody who will give them the best and change Kenya the best place to be. Change Kenya's economy. Hivyo.
Asante, asante Angie. At least you've kept. I know you're a veteran on this forum, so you can always have tomorrow. You come and chat again. McKenna, 2 minutes, tafadhali. You are muted, McKenna.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you now. Wow, I feel privileged to have been part of this discussion tonight. And from where I sit, I feel like the hustler narrative, from my understanding, is to bring us all on board. Doesn't matter, like, to not label us in tribes. And from the beginning, remember I said us being tribal is something we cannot ignore. We can only embrace it positively, you know, because we are all unique tribally. So the hustler narrative, from my understanding, is that person that is forgotten, that someone that is down. If there is a way that person can get empowered and feel like he belongs or she belongs or she's part of this country, that's what hustler narrative means to me, and it sat on me good, and I feel that if we can get empowered, especially, for example, I gave a very good example of the NHIF. At the moment, it's the current insurance that is catering for the mwananchi wa kawaida, you know. But this is an insurance that can't even cater for COVID, you know. So then, what are we doing? We still forget this. We still forget the problems of the local mwananchi, you know. So if the Asla movement is the one to solve this, time will tell. As my sister Angie has said, my prayer is that Kenya gets a leader that really means well. If it's Baba, well and good. If it's Hasla, if it's Ruto, well and good. And
Thank
that's
you,
my
McKenna. Thank you, McKenna, and hope to catch you up here tomorrow again. We start at 8 Kenyan time. Now I want to bring in Joe. 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I must congratulate you all for having this forum. At least I think it's enlightening so many people, because there are pros and cons that we talk on either side. A lot of time we've been concentrating on the two horses. I think it's time up we brought in the Oko and also see what they have and the opinion of the people about them. The other thing is let the Kenyans read the political science correctly and vote rightfully. Let's go for consistency. Let's have everybody's CV. Let's see who is consistent. We don't want where somebody starts with the dynasty and hustlers and dynasty, then it comes to hustlers, which are the down. Then it changes from the hustler who is down. Now it's a hustler at any level. So we want something that is consistent. Not everything that changes every time. If it's challenged, it changes. That means also after the presidency, things will change. So let's go for consistency and let's go for people's CV. What have they been doing for the last 10 or 15 years? Because most of the presidential candidates have been in this politics for over 15 years. So let's judge them by what they've been doing the last 15 years. That's when we can know where we are going. And I really like the guy who talked about, the new guy who talks about the history. That history plays a lot of a role in decision making. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe, and hope to see you again tomorrow at this place. Mulumbu, 2 minutes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I really thank the guy who has spoken, who is in America. That he's spoken so well, and the only thing I would like him to explain about what Raila talked about, the welfare of 6,000 shillings, because when I look at it, what Raila is talking about is about to uplift those households that they are vulnerable. They can't give anything to their kids. That's why the kids run away to go to school. The other thing he talks about, a kid is supposed to learn from nursery to Form 4 then to university. If a government can take care of those kids and those families, I don't think if we can have Chokorain back home. Because this government, they have never taken care of him. They don't care about humanity. Wanajijali wenyewe. Hata kama unakufa kwa barabara, they don't care. But here, when you fall on the road, mtu atakuja, are you okay? Kama you okay, na inapigwa, unakuja kuchukuliwa, unapeleka hospitali. The government cares about its people. And if you go to the hospital, if the nurse attends to you, there's somebody who will come and ask you, did she attend to you good? Kama alikuongelesha vibaya, usema kazi yake imeisha, which means they take care of their people. But back home here, a human being ni takataka. Nobody cares about you. Umetibiwa hujatibiwa, hata kama doka anakuacha na hangaika. That's what Raila is fighting for, because he wants the government to care of his people. Lakini kama mnatukuja kutuambia hustler, a conman, a somebody who mubadhirifu, who doesn't care, hata kama nakunyang'anya everything is okay. So it means mimi nikuja nikunyang'anya everything because I'm a hustler is okay. I don't think that's a kind of country. If you want to go that way, I don't know if sijui kama vile mahali tutaenda, and the way we are right now. So guys, you are here most educated. Mimi sijafika huko, hata sina degree hata moja na sitapata. But according to my knowledge, vile kijana amesema ya kwamba history, as I've been speaking here, never forget about your history. Because some people say here, they are old, usituambie history, usituambie tendawili. America ukija, ukienda kwa mtihani, wanakuambia, what do you know about America? You have to talk about history of America, maswali yake, isuweni utapita mtihani yoyote. But here, back home, you brush the history of our country. You don't want to know. You are bringing us hustlers. Guys, you are well educated. Please go back. You seem to be educated, but you're not going back to the history and read about your country. Read your country and build your country. Please just support somebody who has worked to the country, has to the country, and you want to lift up the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mulumbu. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Patriot, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, my fellow panelists. I am more than delighted to have you, give me this opportunity to talk to Kenyans and the world at large, because this goes beyond the borders of our country. That's why we are seeing our brothers and sisters who are, not living necessarily in Kenya, and contributing to the well-being of our country, as far as the politics and the future of this country is concerned. Mine will be very, very brief now that we even don't have time. I'll just emphasize what I had, given in my early submission. The issue of handouts, and I want to give it with all heartedness from the bottom of my heart and with a lot of sincerity. The difference between us and the white man, as far as the art of giving is concerned, is that what makes the Western country become the haven for our people and our children to run there is because of the art of giving. That art of giving. The Mtumba shoes we find in Africa they are given. Some people have sacrificed. You go to Germany, you know, in the streets. After you realize you have so many shoes, you leave them in the streets for that to be given to those who are vulnerable. That is a structured way, and I think Themba, you alluded to that. It is clear, in my view, what we are lacking as Africans, as a country here in Kenya, is the structured way of helping the vulnerable. So the structure is what, in my view, will be an issue, because once you have structured way of doing that, which is the government, then even the issue of morality does not come to play. So I'll actually urge that in the future, as we move on, as we move out of this poverty, we find reason why we must support the people who are vulnerable today with our good motives, you know, motivation that is not anchored on kickbacks, whether politically or morally speaking. It is my wish that one time this country will be a haven for the white man to run to in case of having difficulties in their country. I'm a very optimistic person. I know for sure we are many, many miles away from Europe, because this is a young country. We were just born the other day. 1960s, we are barely 60 years. So as we get there, we must live in the reality of our challenges. And the way we deal with our challenges is different from the white man, but we can borrow from them. I wanted to end there, and thank you so much for the moderation today. And we made a lot of sense from our discussion. I'm sure we've learned a lot. I've learned a lot personally, and I also believe whatever contribution I've made has also educated one person or the other. Thank you.
Wekesa, I know maybe in a bit we'll be out of Facebook, we'll only be on YouTube. So you can go ahead, give your closing remarks.
Thank you so much for each one of you who have contributed. In moments like this and forums like this, we learn. As the good book says, that iron sharpens another, so does man learn from each other. I want to quickly point out one or two things. One, I have a quote from the German poet. He's called Johann Wolfgang. He said, "Dream no small dreams, for they have no power to move the hearts of men. Dream no small dreams, for they have no power to move the hearts of men." The manifestos that our candidates are giving us should inspire our imagination. And that's why America, presidents, there are presidents who came up with the idea of going to the moon. So let people not tell us that we are in third world country and therefore we cannot dream big dreams. We need to dream big. This idea of us having wheelbarrows, and it doesn't inspire our imagination. Even the poorest family in the village, sometimes they go hungry so that they can take their child to Alliance High School, and they believe that that child will have a bright future. So let's have big dreams that inspire our imagination and not condensate to the fact that because we are strugglers, so therefore we just need we are surviving. Actually, somebody said that I have changed from being a hustler to a survivor. And I don't think he wants to make followers to be survivors. We are living. I'm on earth to live, not to survive. I'm not just existing and a passing cloud, but I want to make a meaningful impact in the society. So, and then the next thing I wanted to say, as someone, when you go home, just read Genesis 26 and verse 12. It talks, when you're giving tithe, you give tithe of your increase or of your produce. So you don't become generous of other people's money. You become generous of your own increase,
money,
of your own wealth you have generated. And then you can cap that with Genesis 13 and 14. Abraham, after going to fight and rescue his brother Lot, he did not take the spoils of the war and go and give it to God. He said that I will not take the spoils, lest you say that Abraham became rich because of the spoils of war. So there are leaders who understand that you don't use other people's money to give to God or to give to people. You use your own produce. So that is my parting shot. Otherwise, it was a good discussion. Have a lovely day and night for those who are in different zones.
Thank you so much, Wekesa. And for me, I want to finish with a poem that has been written and has been read many times. And I just want to take this chance to read it again to us. There was one supporter of Hitler Germany when they were finishing people. This one is going to teach us about our responsibility first is to the country and then to other things. Martin Niemöller wrote this poem. I think we have heard it for the benefit of probably those who haven't heard it before. I would wish to read it. Said, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. That poem is deep in the sense that at the end of the day, it is about Kenya and it is about us. These issues of divide us versus them, at some point, it will be you and me. And when we are done finishing everybody else, there will be no one to stand for me and you. So let's put Kenya first, even as we debate. Let's choose our leader and think about Kenya first, so that at least some point, there will be someone to speak for us when the time comes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to give some shout outs, some people who have probably joined us. Wicked runs away and chased. Asante sana. Let me give some Variety Gitash. You join us every day. We really appreciate you. John Doe, John Pesa, I think. John Pesa. There's Robert Male. Robert Male, thank you very much. Asili TV, Asili 2 TV. Desai Ogada, asante sana. Aluman Junior, asante sana. We read your comments. We like them kindly. You keep them coming. You keep the show going. We really appreciate that. Some of you are, yeah?
Allow me to say one thing. There's a lot of voter apathy, according to statistics that are being carried out, because I follow the local news a lot. But I would just like each and every one of us, when you're out there, please talk to everyone. The only way the leaders will know what you want, it was once said by Peggy Nonan, our political leaders will know our priorities only if we tell them again and again, if those priorities begin to show up in the polls. So unless you vote and you sit at home and complain, nothing will ever change. So I'm talking to the youth. Please, 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 and please. The votes may not be coming out as you want to, but please just keep showing up. That's the only thing I have to tell you. And I've learned a lot from all of you. The elders who are here have really learned a lot. So when I'm arguing my case, I know how to argue my case, and at least I have reference points. Because as you were talking, I was going back to history just to find out. Thank you so much, Themba, Wekesa, Patriot, Joe, Lady McKenna. It was nice of you representing the Hustler Nation, and thanks to myself for showing up.
Thank you so much, Elvis, and keep coming. Luo Baba, asante. Ramadan Ramsey, asante sana for coming. Jeff Ndungu, Moses Nanje, George Kere, thank you so much. Some of you sometimes may feel like we don't give the Hustler people a lot of time, or maybe sometimes you keep coming in. That is what makes the debate interesting and ongoing. We don't really want one side or only one person speaking for long. We have to listen and keep interrogating views as they come. So, and we really don't choose who comes in. So Joe was saying that we need to bring Oka people. We don't know who comes in here. We are yet to find someone coming in and saying I'm from Oka. So if you have Oka people out there, kindly come on. We want you on the show and come and prosecute your case. Nanje,
just to point out on that, Nani, on
yes,
the Oka
sir.
thing. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Anytime I put a topic on Oka, sometimes I struggle alone on this show. I don't know where people go. So they let them come out. I put this topic here and I struggle alone. I'm forced to change the topic.
Actually, it's true, Joe. You know, sometimes you find when you put a show about Oka, the views go down. Actually, you can find struggle. You even struggle to have 100 people coming on show because the Oka people I don't know whether they don't have internet connection or what happened. Something just happens. So we also want to appreciate Ostinde Douglas.
Maybe you should
Yeah, go ahead.
encourage McKenna
The
Gichuru to
Oka people
recruit
have
more.
Mulikamwizi. They can't connect to internet.
Go slow on them.
McKenna should recruit more UDA people to argue the way you have argued today. I think that is what you need to do as an encouragement. But it's good that you are here.
Thank you.
McKenna, someone thinks that I should marry you so that we bring beautiful babies.
Wekesa can be our witness. We can do it here and now.
We can do it. Who is the pastor? Joe?
Yes.
Wekesa.
The Western way.
Wekesa will be the pastor.
And Joe can and Patriot and Joe can be our witness, you know.
Patriot will be our witness.
Yeah,
okay, let's go. Let's go, McKenna.
So I told
McKenna, go ahead.
Question. I start the question with McKenna. I take.
No, you're not the pastor. It is Wekesa is the pastor. You are a witness. Wekesa, now you are the pastor. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was nice.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, Themba as a witness, Themba and McKenna. I saw this coming. Yeah, so go on.
Yeah. I mean, so for this particular show and this forum, when we show up here with McKenna, you should know that Wekesa joined us online.
Exactly.
And,
no wonder you are giving her a lot of airtime.
Really? Wekesa, look at you.
How did you know that? How did you know that she's single? How did you know that she's single? You need to tell us what happened.
We don't know about being single. It was suggested on the forum there, but we really appreciate. So for this show, Wekesa was our pastor, Joe was our witness, Angie was our witness, and we had only one. Patriot was also a witness there, and Wekesa joined us. We'll pick the certificate after 2022.
Exactly. Actually, these are nice Uda Ruto Raila merger, you know.
You see that kind of merger?
The handshake.
Yeah, the handshake merger. Yeah. Thank you so much, the one who suggested that. At least we have merger coming in after 2022 election. Bob.
And disclaimer.
But make sure Ruto is the opposition leader. Make sure that Ruto is the opposition leader. Wekesa, make sure that Ruto is the opposition leader. Make sure that Ruto is the opposition leader.
Yes, Wekesa.
Remember, just to remind McKenna and the team, we normally debate very fiercely, but we are friends. We normally even meet with friends of UDA and we take Nyamachoma. Even at home, my elder brother is in UDA. And we have fierce discussions, but we are still friends and brothers. So it doesn't degenerate into enmity. We are just competing ideas, not necessarily becoming enemies. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
And Wekesa on Mashujaa Day, where are we taking in
I'm
Nyamachoma?
very glad to hear this, Wekesa.
See, we were supposed to go to Kitengela Bristol Lodge.
On that day, I'll be very much available.
How about those who are not in Kenya? What will you do
Yes,
to them?
yes.
Wale hawako Kenya mnatuma
For as long as our
Mnatuma M-Pesa.
tunataka handouts za America. Tunataka handouts.
There you go again. Wow.
Yes, Temba.
McKenna, our date will be here every day for every debate day from 2. What time does it start? Debate ikianza tuko date.
Yeah, noted.
Yeah.
Yes, noted.
Wambura Manono, are we still online, Wekesa?
Yeah, we're still online. But let me ask you, have you put these new people on the WhatsApp group?
You can put them on the WhatsApp group.
Share your numbers in the inbox.
I
In
did
the private
that like
chat.
2 weeks ago. I did that like 2 weeks ago, but I've never seen anything.
Wekesa and Bernard are the ones who are supposed to join you in.
Repost it here.
But you need to give them a disclaimer. The WhatsApp group is usually very fiery.
Hot.
So
That is politics 001. Very
if you
hot.
cannot stand the heat of the kitchen.
One day utatoka.
No, this platform was very friendly though.
WhatsApp group is very hot. Kama uko na roho ndogo kama ya maziwa inapoa inanini haraka huko uwezi.
Utatoroka. I finally want to let me appreciate also finally Wambura Manono Fred. And Wambura Manono Fred anauliza, is Israel a country? Lakini huyo tutamwacha hapo. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I know he was joking. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate your coming in and having been able to watch us participate. I hope you have been able to gain, because the desire and the intention of this debate is that we get informed and you learn something. Much more, this is a process of civic education. I hope we are able to get something that will help you make an informed choice come 2022. Remember, we have to keep talking, because as I always say, when we stop talking, we start fighting. And we don't need to start fighting. You have to keep discussing. We want to hope and pray that this election doesn't become a crisis. There's no alarm at all, as long as we keep talking and we keep getting informed. Please remember, these debates come to you as issues emerge. I mean, as issues emerge every other day. So any topical issues coming up, we'll be able to meet you here. Tomorrow, again, at 8, we are having an interview with an aspirant. Yeah, nini unasema? Oh, today. Oh, you guys are already on today.
Today is already tomorrow. Today is already
I have
tomorrow.
a suggestion, Temba.
Yes, sir.
Temba, I have a suggestion
sir.
Before we get out of this platform. It's just a suggestion. I could be wrong. I could be right.
Do you want to make it on the when we are offline, or you just want to do it right now?
No. It's just for Kenyans. This is just direct.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm of the opinion that whether we live in Kenya or outside the country, Kenya, we all belong to some one or two. I mean, all of us come from originally from Kenya. We have our originality from Kenya. We have our counties. My suggestion was, you know, at the background of every person who participates at this platform, you what do I say? You show, or what do you say? How do we say this? My English is getting out. You display the county government flag where you come from. Remember, if you come from Nairobi, you have your Nairobi flag, the county government flag behind you. Wekesa, if you come from Bungoma, the same. If I come from Nyamira, it is displayed there so that people understand that we really support devolution. Either way, UDA and the Baba, they are all for devolution. I was just thinking, so we display those flagships, the flag clothes, and that in my view, hammers the point of just like the music that is going with the Raila. I don't know what you think about that, because that's being patriotic, that's being in touch with the origin of where you come from.
Awesome.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Yeah, I think what he's saying it from the bottom of his heart. He's really patriotic. He loves his country and all of this. But you know, we said politics is local, and this platform is a political platform. Already we have our issues on tribal lines, and I have seen it so much here. If you go to counties, it will escalate. People will start giving example by the county you come from. Tasema wewe Pokot mko na nyinyi, muna nini hamwezi ongea hapa? What did your leader do for you? So let's keep it at national level, because after all, we all know we are Kenyans. I heard there was a speaker here who was asked where he come from and which part of the country, and he absolutely declined to say so because of the reasons that I'm saying right now. So it will not be, I don't think it's why it's going to escalate this thing into a lot of small things. That is also my view, my opinion. I don't know about that.
Thank you, Joe. And indeed, both of you have a point. I know Patriot has a point, and Joe too is bringing also a very valid point. However, we have considered trying to interrogate leaders based on the local. You know, the point at which Mwananchi meets development is at the local level. That is MCA, MP, and governor level. So what we are trying to do as we meet all these aspirants, we are trying to make people to appreciate that you need to have a very able local leader, an MP that is very able that you can interrogate. So we would appreciate, other than putting the flags and all, you identify the people who are vying at your local level, and let's have them. Let's interrogate their leadership. Let's have, if it's an MP who has been there for 4 or 5 years, they haven't done anything, let's have them on the forum. If they can come here as aspirants, we interrogate them. We'd love a situation where you can even bring 3 aspirants from your local place, so that we give them this podium, we interrogate the policies they have. If they are there, we can also talk to them, and they tell us. We need to have a citizen that can question their local leaders, because development is felt. Like someone says, politics is local. We can talk all national politics, but if we don't interrogate the local, we might never get anything. Right now, I think Wekesa was saying, there are county governments that are far much ahead, while others have, the only thing they have claimed to popularity, their claim to celebration is corruption. So what makes the difference is leadership. So we need to interrogate that. We'll of course go through those sentiments, and as a team we'll come up with a fair way forward. But for now, tomorrow we have an aspirant coming in from 2 to 9. I mean 2 to 2, not tomorrow, today, sorry Angie. Today, from 8 to 9. From 8 to 9 to 9. It's time.
8 p.m. 8 p.m.
Yeah, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. East African time. There's an aspirant who is supposed to be coming for it. Kindly let's join and ask the aspirant question. And then after that, we move on into our general discussion. There's someone who is telling me to give a shout out to our KDF. I think they do a good job. So yes, we have taken that. I think that is Freddy Fred. Freddy Fred, thank you so much. KDF, we really appreciate the service to the country.
Yeah, you've forgotten to remind people like Patriot, McKenna, and those who are new here, and Joe. Maybe there are different fields of career that you are strong in.
Joe is a veteran.
Oh yeah, not Joe. There is Elvis. Elvis ndio walikuja leo. If you are, maybe you have a background in business, or a background maybe in agriculture, a background in something, and you feel you can share with the nation. I heard actually Patriot, when we were discussing, and he brought out issues to do with was it COVID, and It was Tony who commented that he has a strong understanding on issues of medical issues. So what we are doing, initially this forum was just a shout out, a political cross currents. But we have tried to diversify the menu so that despite having moments of political heat, which we still encourage, if people don't waste their heat here, they can waste it somewhere else. So it's good to release it. We have also topical issues that cut across different spheres of life so that we can edify each other. We are trying to enrich this forum so that when somebody tunes in, he has a variety of content to choose. He knows on Wednesday, maybe I will listen to topical issues, so he can choose to log in on any day he wants. Yeah, so that is it. If you have something you want us to discuss, we can engage with the moderators and then we can arrange for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We call it Opportunity Wednesday, but you can always come in the day that you want, you feel you want to share something with Kenyans. We want to also share opportunities. If you know places where Kenyans can access certain opportunities on the ground, you have your ears on the ground. We want as many people as possible to, to gain from interacting with this channel and with the information from here. So if you have opportunities, you have people who can need certain help or service and can be given, kindly come on board so that we can share. If you know someone, if you are not the one, you know someone, kindly do that. Other than that, kindly remember, subscribe to the channel, Mutembe TV, share widely with your friends, and let's grow the channel also so that it reaches more people as we move on. I think that is all for today, and we'll meet again today later at 8 p.m. You know, where I am, it's 9:53. So I'm still thinking about tomorrow. But for you guys, I know it is, some of you, of course, I know it is tomorrow already. So we normally close with a word of prayer. I want to call in Pastor. I know Pastor has gone to sleep, but Wekesa is here. Because you joined us with McKenna, you can do the honor of giving us the final blessing as we head for our honeymoon.
Okay, let's pray. Our dear loving Father, in Jesus' name, we want to thank you this day. We honor you and give glory to your name for giving us a wonderful channel and opportunity to discuss with different Kenyans and other people of the world issues to do with our nation. Especially on political matters. We want to build up a leadership that can be able to lead this nation to the right direction. It's only in the entrance of information and knowledge that people can understand and make wise choices of the leaders they want to rule them. So we pray that you give us that understanding and knowledge, and give us the spirit of a teachable spirit to be willing to learn. Just as iron sharpens another one, man should learn from each other. We pray against the spirit of division and tribalism and that spirit of violence and hatred among the Kenyans, that we need one nation, peace and harmony, to live together as sisters and brothers. We thank you and we bless your name. We pray, we believe, we trust in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Mkuwe na usiku mwema wote, na wale wa
Amen.
mchana muende kanisa. Haya, tuonane jioni.
Okay, bye-bye. You guys.
Bye.
Bye too.